1. Nor have they yet crossed the boundary of their owners' dominions, nor have they yet reached Hastin Abra. Why dost thou, therefore, boast of thyself, having won numerous battles, and acquired enormous wealth, and vanquished hostile hosts? Men of true heroism speak not a word of their prowess. Fire burneth mutely, and mutely doth the sun shine. Mutely also doth the earth bear creatures, both mobile and immobile. The self-existent hath sanctioned such offices for the four orders that having recourse to them each may acquire wealth without being censurable. A Brahmana, having studied the Vedas, should perform sacrifices himself, and officiate at the sacrifices of others. And a Kshatriya, depending upon the bow, should perform sacrifices himself but should never officiate at the sacrifices of others. And a Vaisya, having earned wealth, should cause the rites enjoined in the Vedas to be performed for himself. A Sudra should always wait upon and serve the other three orders. As regards those that live by practicing the profession of flowers and vendors of meat, they may earn wealth by expedients fraught with deceit and fraud. Always acting according to the dictates of the scriptures, the exalted sons of Panda acquired the sovereignty of the whole earth, and they always act respectfully towards their superiors, even if the latter prove hostile to them. What Kshatriya is there that expressed delight at having obtained a kingdom by means of dice, like this wicked and shameless son of Dhritarashtra? Having acquired wealth in this way by deceit and fraud like a vendor of meat, who that is wise boast of it? In what single combat didst thou vanquish Dhananjaya, or Nakula, or Sahadeva, although thou hast robbed them of their wealth? In what battle didst thou defeat Yudhishthira, O Bhima, that foremost of strong men? In what battle was Indraprastha conquered by thee? What thou hast done, however, O thou of wicked deeds, is to drag that princess to court while she was ill and had but one raiment on. Thou hast cut the mighty root, delicate as the sandal, of the Pandava tree. Actuated by desire of wealth, when thou madest the Pandavas act as slaves, rememberest thou what Vidura said? We see that men and others, even insects and ants, show forgiveness according to their power of endurance. The son of Pandu, however, is incapable of forgiving the sufferings of Draupadi. Surely, Dhananjaya cometh here for the destruction of the sons of Dhritarashtra. It is true, affecting great wisdom, thou art for making speeches but will not Vatsu, that slayer of foes, exterminate us all. If it be gods, or Gandharvas or Asuras, or Rakshasas, will Dhananjaya the son of Kunti desist to fight from panic? Inflamed with wrath upon whomsoever he will fall, even him he will overthrow like a tree under the weight of Garuda. Superior to thee in prowess, in bowmanship equal unto the Lord himself of the celestials, and in battle equal unto Vasudeva himself, who is there that would not praise Patha? Counteracting celestial weapons with celestial, and human weapons with human, what man is a match for Arjuna? Those acquainted with the scriptures declare that a disciple is no way inferior to a son, and it is for this that the son of Pandu is a favourite of Drona. Employ thou the means now which thou hadst adopted in the match at dice, the same means, viz., by which thou hadst subjugated Indraprastha, and the same means by which thou hadst dragged Krishna to the assembly. This thy wise uncle, fully conversant with the duties of the Kshatriya order, this deceitful gambler Sakuni, the prince of Gandhara, let him fight now. The Gandhiva, however, doth not cast dice such as the Kritu or the Dwapara, but it shooteth upon foes blazing and keen-edged shafts by myriads. The fierce arrows shot from the Gandhiva, endued with great energy and furnished with vulturine wings, can pierce even mountains. The destroyer of all, named Yama, and Vayu, and the horse-faced Agni, leave some remnant behind, but Dhananjaya, inflamed with wrath, never doth so. As thou hadst, aided by thy uncle, played at dice in the assembly, so do fight in this battle protected by Shuvala's son. Let the preceptor, if he chooses, fight. I shall not, however, fight with Ananjaya. We are to fight with the king of the Matsyas, if indeed he cometh in the track of the kine. Section Li. Bhishma said, Drona's son observeth well, and Kripa too observeth rightly. As for Karna, it is only out of regard for the duties of the Kshatriya order that he desireth to fight. No man of wisdom can blame the preceptor. I, however, am of opinion that fight we must, considering both the time and the place. Why should not that man be bewildered who hath 5 adversaries effulgent as 5 suns, who are heroic combatants and who have just emerged from adversity? Even those conversant with morality are bewildered in respect of their own interests. It is for this, O king, that I tell thee this, whether my words be acceptable to you or not. What Karna said unto thee was only for raising our drooping courage. As regards thyself, O preceptor's son, forgive everything. The business at hand is very grave. When the son of Kunti hath come, this is not the time for quarrel. Everything should now be forgiven by thyself and the preceptor Kripa. Like light in the sun, the mastery of all weapons doth reside in you. As beauty is never separated from Chandramas, so are the Vedas and the Brahma weapon both established in you. It is often seen that the 4 Vedas dwell in one object and Kshatriya attributes in another. I have never heard of these 2 dwelling together in any other person than the preceptor of the Bhatta race and his son. Even this is what I think. In the Vedantas, in the Puranas, and in old histories, who save Jamadani, O king, would be Drona's superior. A combination of the Brahma weapon with the Vedas, this is never to be seen anywhere else. O preceptor's son, do thou forgive. This is not the time for disunion. Let all of us, uniting, fight with Indra's son who hath come. Of all the calamities that may befall an army that have been enumerated by men of wisdom, the worst is disunion among the leaders. As what Haman said, O bull among men, these thy just observations need not be uttered in our presence. The preceptor, however, filled with wrath, had spoken of Arjuna's virtues. The virtues of even an enemy should be admitted, while the faults of even one's preceptor may be pointed out. Therefore one should, to the best of his power, declare the merits of a son or a disciple. Duryodhana said, Let the preceptor grant his forgiveness, and let peace be restored. If the preceptor be at one with us, whatever should be done, in a view of the present emergency, would seem to have been already done. Vaisampayana continued, Then, O Bharata, Duryodhana, assisted by Karna and Kripa, and the high-souled Bhishma pacified Drona. Drona said, Appeased I have already been at the words first spoken by Bhishma, the son of Santanu. Let such arrangements be made that Partha may not be able to approach Duryodhana in battle. And let such arrangements be made that King Duryodhana may not be captured by the foe, in consequence either of his rashness or want of judgment. Arjuna hath not, to be sure, revealed himself before the expiry of the term of exile. Nor will he pardon this act of ours today, having only recovered the kine. Let such arrangements, therefore, be made that he may not succeed in attacking Dhritarashtra's son and defeating our troops. Like myself, who am doubtful of the completion of period of exile, Duryodhana also had said so before. Bearing it in mind, it behoveth the son of Ganga to say what is true. Section Li. Bhishma said, The wheel of time revolves with its divisions, viz., with kulas and kastas and muhurtas and days and fortnights and months and constellations and planets and seasons and years. In consequence of their fractional excesses and the deviations also of the heavenly bodies, there is an increase of 2 months in every 5 years. It seems to me that calculating this wise, there would be an excess of 5 months and 12 nights in 13 years. Everything, therefore, that the sons of Bandu had promised, hath been exactly fulfilled by them. Knowing this to be certain, Vatsa hath made his appearance. All of them are high-souled and fully conversant with the meanings of the scriptures. How would they deviate from virtue that have Yudhishthira for their guide? The sons of Kunti do not yield to temptation. They have achieved a difficult feat. If they had coveted the possession of their kingdom by unfair means, then those descendants of the Kuru race would have sought to display their prowess at the time of the match at dice. Bound in bonds of virtue, they did not deviate from the duties of the Kshatriya warder. He that will regard them to have behaved falsely will surely meet with defeat. The sons of Pritha would prefer death to falsehood. When the time, however, comes, those bulls among men, the Pandavas, endued with energy like that of Sagra, would not give up what is theirs even if it is defended by the wielder himself of the thunderbolt. We shall have to oppose in battle the foremost of all wielders of weapons. Therefore, let such advantageous arrangements as have the sanction of the good and the honest be now made without loss of time so that our possessions may not be appropriated by the foe. O King of Kings, O Kaurava, I have never seen a battle in which one of the parties could say, "We are sure to win." When a battle occurs, there must be victory or defeat, prosperity or adversity. Without doubt, a party to a battle must have either of the two. Therefore, O King of Kings, whether a battle be now proper or not, consistent with virtue or not, make thy arrangements soon, for Dhananjaya is at hand. Duryodhana said, I will not, O grandsire, give back the Pandavas their kingdom. Let every preparation, therefore, for battle be made without delay. Bhishma said, Listen to what I regard as proper. If it pleases thee, I should always say what is for thy good, O Kaurava. Proceed thou towards the capital, without loss of time, taking with thee a 4th part of the army. And let another 4th march, escorting the kine. With half the troops we will fight the Pandava. Myself and Drona, and Karna and Aswatthama and Gripa will resolutely withstand Vatsu, or the king of the Matsyas, or Indra himself, if he approaches. Indeed, we will withstand any of these like the bank withstanding the surging sea. Vaisampayana continued, These words spoken by the high-souled Bhishma were acceptable to them, and the king of the Kauravas acted accordingly without delay. And having sent away the king and then the kine, Bhishma began to array the soldiers in order of battle. And addressing the preceptor, he said, O preceptor, stand thou in the centre, and let Aswatthama stand on the left, and let the wise Gripa, son of Saradwata, defend the right wing, and let Karna of the Sutta caste, clad in mail, stand in the van. I will stand in the rear of the whole army, protecting it from that point. Section Li. Vaisampayana said, after the Kauravas, O Bharata, had taken their stand in this order, Arjuna, filling the air with the rattle and din of his car, advanced quickly towards them. And the Kurus beheld his banner top and heard the rattle and din of his car, as also the twang of the Gandiva stretched repeatedly by him. And noting all this, and seeing that great car warrior, the wielder of the Gandiva, come, Drona spoke thus, that is the banner top of Patha which shineth at a distance, and this is the noise of his car, and that is the ape that roareth frightfully. Indeed, the ape stricketh terror in the troops. And there stationed on that excellent car, the foremost of car warriors draweth that best of bows, the Gandiva, whose twang is as loud as the thunder. Behold, these 2 shafts coming together fall at my feet, and 2 others pass off barely touching my ears. Completing the period of exile and having achieved many wonderful feats, Patha saluteth me and whispereth in my ears. Endued with wisdom and beloved of his relatives, this Dhananjaya, the son of Pandu, is, indeed, beheld by us after a long time, blazing with beauty and grace, possessed of car and arrows, furnished with handsome fences and quiver and conch and banner and coat of mail, decked with diadem and scimitar and bow. The sun of Pritha shineth like the blazing Homer, fire surrounded with sacrificial ladles and fed with sacrificial butter. Vaisampayana continued, beholding the cuirass ready for battle, Arjuna, addressing Matsya's son in words suitable to the occasion, said, O charioteer, restrain thou the steeds at such a point whence my arrows may reach the enemy. Meanwhile, let me see, where, in the midst of this army, is that vile wretch of the Kuru race. Disregarding all these, and singling out that vainest of princes, I will fall upon his head, for upon the defeat of that wretch the others will regard themselves as defeated. There standeth Drona, and thereafter him his son. And there are those great bowmen, Bhishma and Gripa and Karna. I do not see, however, the king there. I suspect that anxious to save his life, he retreateth by the southern road, taking away with him the kine. Leaving this array of car warriors, proceed to the spot where Sir Iodana is. There will I fight, O son of Virata, for the battle will not be fruitless. Defeating him I will come back, taking away the kine. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed. The son of Virata restrained the steeds with an effort and turned them by a pull at the bridle from the spot where those bulls of the Kuru race were, and urged them on towards the place where Duryodhana was. And as Arjuna went away leaving that thick array of cars, Gripa, guessing his intention, addressed his own comrades, saying, This Vatsu desireth not to take up his stand at a spot remote from the king. Let us quickly fall upon the flanks of the advancing hero. When inflamed with wrath, none else, unassisted, can encounter him in battle save the deity of 1,000 eyes, or Krishna the son of Devaki. Of what use to us would the kine be or this vast wealth also, if Duryodhana were to sink, like a boat, in the ocean of Patha? Meanwhile, Vatsu, having proceeded towards that division of the army, announced himself speedily by name, and covered the troops with his arrows thick as locusts. And covered with those countless shafts shot by Patha, the hostile warriors could not see anything, the earth itself and the sky becoming overwhelmed therewith. And the soldiers who had been ready for the fight were so confounded that none could even flee from the field. And beholding the light-handedness of Patha, they all applauded it mentally. And Arjuna then blew his conch which always made the bristles of the foe stand erect. And twanging his best of bows, he urged the creatures on his flagstaff to roar more frightfully. And at the blare of his conch and the rattle of his car wheels, and the twang of the Gandiva, and the roar of the superhuman creatures stationed on his flagstaff, the earth itself began to tremble. And shaking their upraised tails and lowing together, the kine turned back, proceeding along the southern road. Section Lif. Vaisampayana said, having disorganized the hostile host by force and having recovered the kine, that foremost of bowmen, desirous of fighting again, proceeded towards Duryodhana. And beholding the kine running wild towards the city of the Matsyas, the foremost warriors of the Kuras regarded Garudanan to have already achieved success. And all of a sudden they fell upon Arjuna, who was advancing towards Duryodhana. And beholding their countless divisions firmly arrayed in order of battle with countless banners waving over them, that slayer of foes, addressing the son of the king of the Matsyas, said, Urge on, to the best of their speed by this road, these white steeds decked with golden bridles. Strive thou well, for I would approach this crowd of Kuru lions. Like an elephant desiring an encounter with another, the suitor's son of wicked soul eagerly desireth a battle with me. Take me, O prince, to him who hath grown so proud under the patronage of Duryodhana. Thus addressed, the son of Virata, by means of those large steeds endued with the speed of the wind and furnished with golden armor, broke that array of cars and took the Pandava into the midst of the battlefield. And seeing this, those mighty car warriors, Chitrasena and Sangramajit and Satruzaha and Jaya, desirous of aiding Karna, rushed with arrows and long shafts towards the advancing hero of Bharata's race. Then that foremost of men, inflamed with wrath, began to consume by means of fiery arrows shot from his bow that array of cars belonging to those bulls among the Kuras, like a tremendous conflagration consuming a forest. Then, when the battle began to rage furiously, the Kuru hero, Vikarna, mounted on his car, approached that foremost of car warriors, Partha, the younger brother of Bhima, showering upon him terrible shafts thick and long. Then, cutting Vikarna's bow furnished with a tough string and horns overlaid with gold, Arjuna cut off his flagstaff. And Vikarna, beholding his flagstaff cut off, speedily took to flight. And after Vikarna's flight, Satrandapa, unable to repress his ire, began to afflict Partha, that obstructor of foes and achiever of superhuman feats, by means of a perfect shower of arrows. And drowned, as it were, in the midst of the Kuru ray, Arjuna, pierced by that mighty car warrior, King Satrandapa, pierced the latter in return with 5 and then slew his car driver with 10 shafts, and pierced by that bull of the Bharata race with an arrow capable of cleaving the thickest coat of mail, Satrandapa fell dead on the field of battle, like a tree from a mountain top torn up by the wind. And those brave bulls among men, mangled in battle by that braver bull among men, began to waver and tremble like mighty forests shaken by the violence of the wind that blows at the time of the universal dissolution. And struck in battle by Partha, the son of Vasava, those well-dressed heroes among men, those givers of wealth endued with the energy of Vasava, defeated and deprived of life, began to measure their lengths on the ground, like full-grown Himalayan elephants clad in mails of black steel decked with gold. And like unto a raging fire consuming a forest at the close of summer, that foremost of men, wielding the Gandiva, ranged the field in all directions, slaying his foes in battle thus. And as the wind ranged at will, scattering masses of clouds and fallen leaves in the season of spring, so did that foremost of car warriors, Kirutin, ranged in that battle, scattering all his foes before him. And soon slaying the red steeds yoked into the car of Sangramajit, the brother of Vikatana's son, that hero decked in diadem and endued with great vigour, then cut off his antagonist's head by a crescent-shaped arrow. And when his brother was slain, Vikatana's son of the Sutta caste, mustering all his prowess, rushed at Arjuna, like a huge elephant with outstretched tusks, or like a tiger at a mighty bull. And the son of Vikarna quickly pierced the son of Pandu with 12 shafts, and all his steeds also in every part of their bodies, and Virata's son too in his hand. And rushing impetuously against Vikarna's son, who was suddenly advancing against him, Kiritanan attacked him fiercely like Garuda of variegated plumage swooping down upon the snake. And both of them were foremost of bowmen, and both were endued with great strength, and both were capable of slaying foes. And seeing that an encounter was imminent between them, the Kauravas, anxious to witness it, stood aloof as lookers-on. And beholding the offender Karna, the son of Pandu, excited to fury, and glad also at having him, soon made him, his horses, his car, and car driver invisible by means of a frightful shower of countless arrows. And the warriors of the Bharatas, headed by Bhishma, with their horses, elephants, and cars, pierced by Kiritin and rendered invisible by means of his shafts, their ranks also scattered and broken, began to wail aloud in grief. The illustrious and heroic Karna, however, counteracting with numberless arrows of his own those shafts by Arjuna's hand, soon burst forth in view with bow and arrows like a blazing fire. And then there rose the sound of loud clapping of hands, with the blare of conchs and trumpets and kettle drums made by the chorus, while they applauded Vicatana's son, who filled the atmosphere with the sound of his bowstring flapping against his fence. And beholding Iritin filling the air with the twang of Gandiva, and the upraised tail of the monkey that constituted his flag, and that terrible creature yelling furiously from the top of his flagstaff, Kana sent forth a loud roar, and afflicting by means of his shafts, Vicatana's son along with his steeds, car and car driver, Kiritin impetuously poured narrowy shower on him, casting his eyes on the grandsire Drona and Kriper. And Vicatana's son also poured upon Patha a heavy shower of arrows like a rain-charged cloud. And the diadem-decked Arjuna also covered Kana with a thick downpour of keen-edged shafts. And the two heroes stationed on their cars, creating clouds of keen-edged arrows in a combat carried on by means of countless shafts and weapons, appeared to the spectators like the sun and the moon covered by clouds. And the light-handed Kana, unable to bear the sight of the foe, pierced the four horses of the diadem-decked hero with whetted arrows, and then struck his car driver with 3 shafts, and his flagstaff also with 3. Thus struck that grinder of all adversaries in battle, that bull of the Kuru race, Jaisha wielding the Gandiva, like a lion awaked from slumber, furiously attacked Kana by means of straight-going arrows. And afflicted by the arrowy shower of Kana, that illustrious achiever of superhuman deeds soon displayed a thick shower of arrows in return. And he covered Kana's car with countless shafts like the sun covering the different worlds with rays. And like a lion attacked by an elephant, Arjuna, taking some keen crescent-shaped arrows from out of his quiver and drawing his bow to his ear, pierced the suitor's son on every part of his body. And that grinder of foes pierced Kana's arms and thighs and head and forehead and neck and other principal parts of his body with whetted shafts endued with the impetuosity of the thunderbolt and shot from the Gandiva in battle. And mangled and afflicted by the arrows shot by Partha the son of Pandu, Vicatana's son, quitted the van of battle, and quickly took to flight, like one elephant vanquished by another. Section LV. Vaisampayana said, after the son of Radha had fled from the field, their warriors headed by Duryodhana, one after another, fell upon the son of Pandu with their respective divisions. And like the shore withstanding the fury of the surging sea, that warrior withstood the rage of that countless host rushing towards him, arrayed in order of battle and showering clouds of arrows. And that foremost of car warriors, Kunti's son of Batsu of white steeds, rushed towards the foe, discharging celestial weapons all the while. Partha soon covered all the points of the horizon with countless arrows shot from the Gandiva, like the sun covering the whole earth with his rays. And amongst those that fought on cars and horses and elephants, and amongst the mail-clad foot soldiers, there was none that had on his body a space of even 2 fingers' breadth unwounded with sharp arrows. And for his dexterity in applying celestial weapons, and for the training of the steeds and the skill of Uttara, and for the coursing of his weapons, and his prowess and light-handedness, people began to regard Arjuna as the fire that blazeth forth during the time of the universal dissolution for consuming all created things. And none amongst the folk could cast his eyes on Arjuna, who shone like a blazing fire of great effulgence. And mangled by the arrows of Arjuna, the hostile ranks looked like newly risen clouds on the breast of a hill reflecting the solar rays, or like groves of Asoka trees resplendent with clusters of flowers. Indeed, afflicted by the arrows of Partha, the soldiers looked like these, or like a beautiful garland whose flowers gradually wither and drop away, and the all-pervading wind bore on its wings in the sky the torn flags and umbrellas of the hostile host. And affrighted at the havoc amongst their own ranks, the steeds fled in all directions, freed from their yokes by means of Patha's arrows, and dragging after them broken portions of cars and elephants, struck on their ears and ribs and tusks and nether lips and other delicate parts of the body, began to drop down on the battlefield. And the earth, bestrewn in a short time with the corpses of elephants belonging to the Kauravas, looked like the sky overcast with masses of black clouds. And as that fire of blazing flames at the end of the Yuga consumeth all perishable things of the world, both mobile and immobile, so did Patha, O king, consumeth all foes in battle. And by the energy of his weapons and the twang of his bow, and the preternatural yells of the creatures stationed on his flagstaff, and the terrible roar of the monkey, and by the blast of his conch, that mighty grinder of foes, Vatsu, struck terror into the hearts of all the troops of Duryodhana, and the strength of every hostile warrior seemed, as it were, to be levelled to the dust at the very sight of Arjuna. And unwilling to commit the daring act of sin of slaying them that were defenceless, Arjuna suddenly fell back and attacked the army from behind by means of clouds of keen-edged arrows proceeding towards their aims like hawks let off by fowlers. And he soon covered the entire welkin with clusters of blood-drinking arrows. And as their infinite rays of the powerful sun, entering a small vessel, were contracted within it for want of space, so the countless shafts of Arjuna could not find space for their expansion even within the vast welkin. Foes were able to behold Arjuna's car, when near, only once, for immediately after, they were with their horses, sent to the other world. And as his arrows, unobstructed by the bodies of foes, always passed through them, so his car, unimpeded by hostile ranks, always passed through the latter. And, indeed, he began to toss about and agitate the hostile troops with great violence like the 1,000-headed Vasuki sporting in the great ocean. And as Kiritan incessantly shot his shafts, the noise of the bowstring, transcending every sound, was so loud that the like of it had never been heard before by created beings. And the elephants crowding the field, their bodies pierced with blazing arrows with small intervals between, looked like black clouds coruscated with solar rays, and ranging in all directions and shooting arrows right and left. Arjuna's bow was always to be seen drawn to a perfect circle, and the arrows of the wielder of the Gandiva never fell upon anything except the aim, even as the eye never dwelleth on anything that is not beautiful. And as the track of a herd of elephants marching through the forest is made of itself, so was the track made of itself for the car of Kiritan. And struck and mangled by Patha, the hostile warriors thought that verily, Indra himself, desirous of Patha's victory, accompanied by all the immortals, is slaying us. And they also regarded Vijaya, who was making a terrible slaughter around, to be none else than Death himself, who having assumed the form of Arjuna, was slaying all creatures. And the troops of the Kuras, struck by Patha, were so mangled and shattered that the scene looked like the achievement of Patha himself, and could be compared with nothing else save what was observable in Patha's combats. And he severed the heads of foes, even as reapers cut off the tops of deciduous herbs. And the Kuras all lost their energy owing to the terror begot of Arjuna, and tossed and mangled by the Arjuna gale, the forest of Arjuna's foes reddened the earth with purple secretions, and the dust mixed with blood, uplifted by the wind, made the very rays of the sun redder still. And soon the sun-decked sky became so red that it looked very much like the evening. Indeed, the sun ceaseth to shed his rays as soon as he sets, but the son of Pandu ceased not to shoot his shafts. And that hero of inconceivable energy overwhelmed, by means of all celestial weapons, all the great bowmen of the enemy, although they were possessed of great prowess. And Arjuna then shot 73 arrows of sharp points at Drona, and 10 at Dasaha, and 8 at Drona's son, and 12 at Dasasna, and 3 at Gripa, the son of Saradwat, and that slayer of force pierced Bhishma, the son of Santanu, with arrows, and King Duryodhana with 100. And, lastly, he pierced Karna in the ear with a bearded shaft. And when that great bowman Karna, skilled in all weapons, was thus pierced, and his horses and car driver were all destroyed, the troops that supported him began to break. And beholding those soldiers break and give way, the son of Virata, desirous of knowing Partha's purpose, addressed him on the field of battle, and said, O Partha, standing on this beautiful car, with myself as charioteer, towards which division shall I go? For, commanded by thee, I would soon take thee thither. Arjuna replied, O Uttara, yonder auspicious warrior whom thou seest cased in coat of tiger skin and stationed on his car furnished with a blue flag and drawn by red steeds, is Gripa. There is to be seen the van of Gripa's division. Take me thither. I shall show that great bowman my swift-handedness in archery. And that warrior whose flag beareth the device of an elegant water-pot worked in gold, is the preceptor Drona, that foremost of all wielders of weapons. He is always an object of regard with me, as also with all bearers of arms. Do thou, therefore, circumambulate that great hero cheerfully. Let us spend our heads there, for that is the eternal virtue. If Drona strikes my body first, then I shall strike him, for then he will not be able to resent it. There, close to Drona, that warrior whose flag beareth the device of a bow, is the preceptor's son, the great car warrior as Wataman, who is always an object of regard with me as also with every bearer of arms. Do thou, therefore, stop again and again, while thou comest by his car. There, that warrior who stayeth on his car, cased in golden mail and surrounded by a third part of the army consisting of the most efficient troops, and whose flag beareth the device of an elephant in a ground of gold, is the illustrious King Duryodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra. O hero, take before him this thy car that is capable of grinding hostile cars. This king is difficult of being vanquished in battle and is capable of grinding all foes. He is regarded as the first of all Drona's disciples in lightness of hand. I shall, in battle, show him my superior swiftness in archery. There, that warrior whose flag beareth the device of a stout cord for binding elephants, is Karna, the son of the Kardana, already known to thee. When thou comest before that wicked son of Radha, be thou very careful, for he always challengeth me to an encounter. And that warrior whose flag is blue and beareth the device of 5 stars with the sun in the centre, and who endued with great energy stayeth on his car holding a huge bow in hand and wearing excellent fences, and over whose head is an umbrella of pure white, who standeth at the head of a multitudinous array of cars with various flags and banners like the sun in advance of masses of black clouds, and whose mail of gold looks bright as the sun or the moon, and who with his helmet of gold stricketh terror into my heart, is Bhishma, the son of Santanu and the grandsire of us all. Entertained with regal splendor by Duryodhana, he is very partial and well affected towards that prince. Let him be approached last of all, for he may, even now, be an obstacle to me. While fighting with me, do thou carefully guide the steeds. Thus addressed by him, Virata's son, O king, guided Savyasashin's car with great alacrity towards the spot where Kripa stood anxious to fight. Section LVI. Vaisampayana said, and the ranks of those fierce bowmen, the Kuras, looked like masses of clouds in the rainy season drifting before a gentle wind. And close to those ranks of foot soldiers stood the enemy's horses ridden by terrible warriors. And there were also elephants of terrible mien, looking resplendent in beautiful armor, ridden by skilled combatants and urged on with iron crows and hooks. And, O king, mounted on a beautiful car, Sakra came there accompanied by the celestials, the Viswas and Maruts. and crowded with gods, Yakshas, Gandharvas and Nagas, the firmament looked as resplendent as it does when bespangled with the planetary constellation in a cloudless night. And the celestials came there, each on his own car, desirous of beholding the efficacy of their weapons in human warfare, and for witnessing also the fierce and mighty combat that would take place when Bhishma and Arjuna would meet, and embellished with gems of every kind and capable of going everywhere at the will of the rider, the heavenly car of the Lord of the Celestials, whose roof was upheld by 100,000 pillars of gold, with a central one made entirely of jewels and gems, was conspicuous in the clear sky. And there appeared on the scene 33 gods with Vasava at the head, and many Gandharvas and Rakshasas and Nagas and Pitras, together with the great Rishis. And seated on the car of the Lord of the Celestials, appeared the effulgent persons of kings Vasumanas and Valakshas and Supratardana, and Ashtaka and Sivi and Jayati and Ashur and Gaya and Manu and Puru and Rag and Banu and Cries as Wa and Sagara and Nala. And there shone in a splendid array, each in its proper place, the cars of Agni and Isa and Soma and Varuna and Prajapati and Datri and Vitri and Kuvara and Yama and Alambashur and Ugrasena and others, and of the Gandharva Temberu, and all the celestials and the Siddhas, and all the foremost of sages came there to behold that encounter between Arjuna and the Kuras. And the sacred fragrance of celestial garlands filled the air like that of blossoming woods at the advent of spring. And the red and reddish umbrellas and robes and garlands and chamaras of the gods, as they were stationed there, looked exceedingly beautiful. And the dust of the earth soon disappeared, and celestial effulgence lit up everything. And redolent of divine perfumes, the breeze began to soothe the combatants. And the firmament seemed ablaze and exceedingly beautiful, decked with already arrived and arriving cars of handsome and various make, all illumined with diverse sorts of jewels, and brought thither by the foremost of the celestials, and surrounded by the celestials, and wearing a garland of lotuses and lilies. The powerful wielder of the thunderbolt looked exceedingly beautiful on his car. And the slayer of valor, although he steadfastly gazed at his son on the field of battle, was not satiated with such gazing. Section VI. Vaisampayana said, beholding the army of the Kuras arrayed in order of battle, that descendant of the Kuru race, Partha, addressing Virata's son, said, Do thou proceed to the spot where Kripa, the son of Saradwat, is going by the southern side of that car whose flag is seen to bear the device of a golden altar. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of Dhananjaya, the son of Virata urged, without a moment's delay, those steeds of silvery hue decked in golden armor, and making them adopt, one after another, every kind of the swifter paces, he urged those fiery steeds resembling the moon in color. And versed in horse lore, Uttara, having approached the Kuru host, turned back those steeds endued with the speed of the wind. And skilled in guiding vehicles, the prince of Matsya, sometimes wheeling about, and sometimes proceeding in circular mazes, and sometimes turning to the left, began to bewilder the Kuras. And wheeling round, the intrepid and mighty son of Virata at last approached the car of Kripa, and stood confronting him. Then announcing his own name, Arjuna powerfully blew that best of conchs called Devadatta, of loud blare. And blown on the field of battle by the mighty Jishu, the blare of that conch was heard like the splitting of a mountain. And seeing that the conch did not break into 100 fragments when blown by Arjuna, the Kuras with all their warriors began to applaud it highly. And having reached the very heavens, that sound coming back was heard even like the crash of the thunderbolt hurled by Maghavat on the mountain breast. Thereupon that heroic and intrepid and mighty car warrior, Saradwat's son Kripa, endued with strength and prowess, waxing wroth at Arjuna, and unable to bear that sound and eager for fight, shook up his own sea-begotten conch and blew it vehemently. And filling the 3 worlds with that sound, that foremost of Ka warriors took up a large bow and twanged the bowstring powerfully. And those mighty Ka warriors, equal unto 2 suns, standing opposed to each other, shone like 2 masses of autumnal clouds. Then Saradwat's son quickly pierced Patha, that slayer of hostile heroes, with 10 swift and whetted arrows capable of entering into the very vitals. And Pritha's son also, on his part, drawing that foremost of weapons, the Gandiva, celebrated over the world, shot innumerable iron arrows, all capable of penetrating into the very core of the body. Thereupon Kripa, by means of whetted shafts, cut into hundreds and thousands of fragments those blood-drinking arrows of Patha before they could come up. Then that mighty Ka warrior, Patha also, in wrath displaying various manoeuvres, covered all sides with a shower of arrows, and covering the entire welkin with his shafts, that mighty warrior of immeasurable soul, the son of Pritha, enveloped Kripa with 100 of shafts, and sorely afflicted by those whetted arrows resembling flames of fire, Kripa waxed wroth and quickly afflicting the high-souled Patha of immeasurable prowess with 10,000 shafts, set up on the field of battle a loud roar. Then the heroic Arjuna quickly pierced the 4 steeds of his adversary with 4 fatal arrows shot from the Gandiva, sharp and straight, and furnished with golden wings, and pierced by means of those whetted arrows resembling flames of fire. Those steeds suddenly reared themselves, and in consequence Kripa reeled off his place. And seeing Gautama thrown off his place, the slayer of hostile heroes, the descendant of the Kuru race, out of regard for his opponent's dignity, ceased to discharge his shafts at him. Then regaining his proper place, Gautama quickly pierced Savyasashin with 10 arrows furnished with feathers of the canker bird. Then with a crescent-shaped arrow of keen edge, Patha cut off Kripa's bow and leathern fences. And soon Patha cut off Kripa's coat of mail also by means of arrows capable of penetrating the very vitals, but he did not wound his person. And divested of his coat of mail, his body resembled that of the serpent which hath in season cast off its slough. And as soon as his bow had been cut off by Patha, Gautama took up another and stringed it in a device. And strange to say, that bow of him was also cut off by Kunti's son, by means of straight shafts. And in this way that slayer of hostile heroes, the son of Pandu, cut off other bows as soon as they were taken up, one after another, by Saradwat's son. And when all his bows were thus cut off, that mighty hero hurled, from his car, at Pandu's son, a javelin like unto the blazing thunderbolt. Thereupon, as the gold-decked javelin came whizzing through the air with the flash of a meteor, Arjuna cut it off by means of 10 arrows. And beholding his dart thus cut off by the intelligent Arjuna, Kripa quickly took up another bow and almost simultaneously shot a number of crescent-shaped arrows. Patha, however, quickly cut them into fragments by means of 10 keen-edged shafts, and endued with great energy. The son of Pritha then, inflamed with wrath on the field of battle, discharged 3 and 10 arrows whetted on stone and resembling flames of fire. And with one of these he cut off the yoke of his adversary's car, and with 4 pierced his 4 steeds, and with the 6th he severed the head of his antagonist's cart driver from off his body. And with 3 that mighty Ka warrior pierced, in that encounter, the triple bamboo pole of Kripa's car, and with 2, its wheels. And with the 12th arrow he cut off Kripa's flagstaff. And with the 13th Falguni, who was like Indra himself, as if smiling in derision, pierced Kripa in the breast. Then, with his bow cut off, his car broken, his steed slain, his car driver killed, Kripa leapt down and taking up a mace quickly hurled it at Arjuna. But that heavy and polished mace hurled by Kripa was sent back along its course, struck by means of Arjuna's arrows. And then the warriors of Kripa's division, desirous of rescuing the wrathful son of Saradwat, encountered Partha from all sides and covered him with their arrows. Then the son of Virata, turning the steed to the left, began to perform circuitous evolution called Yamarka, and thus withstood all those warriors. And those illustrious bulls among men, taking Kripa with them who had been deprived of his car, led him away from the vicinity of Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti. Section VI. Vaisampayana said, after Kripa had thus been taken away, the invincible Drona of red steeds, taking up his bow to which he had already stringed an arrow, rushed towards Arjuna of white steeds. And beholding at no great distance from him the preceptor advancing on his golden car, Arjuna, that foremost of victorious warriors, addressing Uttara, said, "Blessed be thou, O friend, carry me before that warrior on whose high banner top is seen a golden altar resembling a long flame of the fire and decked with numerous flags placed around, and whose car is drawn by steeds that are red and large, exceedingly handsome and highly trained, of face pleasant and of quiet mien, and like unto corals in colour and with faces of coppery hue, for that warrior is Drona with whom I desire to fight. Of long arms and endued with mighty energy, possessed of strength and beauty of person, celebrated over all the worlds for his prowess, resembling Usanas himself in intelligence and Vrihaspati in knowledge of morality. He is conversant with the four Vedas and devoted to the practice of Brahmacharya virtues. O friend, the use of the celestial weapons together with the mysteries of their withdrawal and the entire science of weapons always reside in him. Forgiveness, self-control, truth, abstention from injury, rectitude of conduct, these and countless other virtues always dwell in that regenerate one. I desire to fight with that highly blessed one on the field. Therefore, take me before the preceptor and carry me thither, O Uttara." Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Arjuna. Virata's son urged his steeds decked with gold towards the car of Bharadwaja's son. And Drona also rushed towards the impetuously advancing Partha, the son of Pandu, that foremost of car warriors, like an infuriate elephant rushing towards an infuriate compeer. And the son of Bharadwaja then blew his conch, whose blare resembled that of 100 trumpets. And at that sound the whole army became agitated like the sea in a tempest. And beholding those excellent steeds red in hue mingling in battle with Arjuna's steeds of swan-like whiteness endued with the speed of the mind, all the spectators were filled with wonder. And seeing on the field of battle those car warriors, the preceptor Drona and his disciple Partha, both endued with prowess, both invincible, both well-trained, both possessed of great energy and great strength, engaged with each other, that mighty host of the Bharatas began to tremble frequently. And that mighty car warrior Partha, possessed of great prowess and filled with joy upon reaching Drona's car on his own, saluted the preceptor. And that slayer of hostile heroes, the mighty armed son of Kunti, then addressed Drona in an humble and sweet tone, saying, "Having completed our exile in the woods, we are now desirous of avenging our wrongs. Even invincible in battle, it doth not behove thee to be angry with us. O sinless one, I will not strike thee unless thou strikest me first. Even this is my intention. It behoveth thee to act as thou choosest." Thus addressed Drona discharged at him more than 20 arrows. But the light-handed Partha cut them off before they could reach him. And at this, the mighty Drona, displaying his lightness of hand in the use of weapons, covered Partha's car with 1,000 arrows. And desirous of angering Partha, that hero of immeasurable soul, then covered his steeds of silvery whiteness with arrows whetted on stone and winged with the feathers of the kanka bird. And when the battle between Drona and Iritin thus commenced, both of them discharging in the encounter arrows of blazing splendor, both well known for their achievements, both equal to the wind itself in speed, both conversant with celestial weapons, and both endued with mighty energy, began shooting clouds of arrows to bewilder the royal Kshatriyas. And all the warriors that were assembled there were filled with wonder at sight of all this. And they all admired Drona, who quickly shot clouds of arrows, exclaiming, "Well done! Well done! Indeed, who else save Falguna is worthy of the fighting with Drona in battle? Surely the duties of a Kshatriya are stern, for Arjuna fighteth with even his own preceptor!" And it was thus that they who stood on the field of battle said unto one another, and inflamed with fire, those mighty armed heroes standing before other, and each incapable of overcoming the other, covered each other with arrowy showers. And Bharadwaja's son, waxing wroth, drew his large and unconquerable bow plated on the back with gold, and pierced Falguna with his arrows. And discharging at Arjuna's car innumerable whetted arrows possessed of solar refulgence, he entirely shrouded the light of the sun. And that great car warrior of mighty arms violently pierced Britha's son with keen-edged shafts, even as the clouds shower upon a mountain. Then taking up that foremost of bows, the Gandiva, destructive of foes and capable of withstanding the greatest strain, the impetuous son of Bandu cheerfully discharged countless shafts of various kinds adorned with gold. And that powerful warrior also baffled in a moment Drona's arrowy shower by means of those shafts shot from his own bow. And at this the spectators wondered greatly. And the handsome Dhananjaya, the son of Pritha, ranging on his car, displayed his weapons on all sides at the same time. And the entire welkin, covered with his arrows, became one wide expanse of shade. And at this Drona became invisible like the sun enveloped in mist. And shrouded by those excellent arrows on all sides, Drona looked like a mountain on fire. And beholding his own car completely enveloped by the arrows of Pritha's son, Drona, the tournament of battle, bent his terrible and foremost of bows, whose noise was as loud as that of the clouds. And drawing that first of weapons, which was like unto a circle of fire, he discharged a cloud of keen-edged shafts. And then there were heard on the field loud sounds like the splitting of bamboos set on fire. And that warrior of immeasurable soul, shooting from his bow arrows furnished with golden wings, covered all sides, shrouding the very light of the sun. And those arrows with knots well peeled off, and furnished with golden wings, looked like flocks of birds in the sky. And the arrows discharged by Drona from his bow, touching one another at the wings, appeared like one endless line in the sky. And those heroes, thus discharging their arrows decked with gold, seemed to cover the sky with showers of meteors. And furnished with feathers of the canker bird, those arrows looked like rows of grains ranging in the autumnal sky. And the fierce and terrible encounter that took place between the illustrious Drona and Arjuna resembled that between Virata and Vasava of old. And discharging arrows at each other from bows drawn at their fullest stretch, they resembled two elephants assailing each other with their tusks. And those wrathful warriors, those ornaments of battle, fighting strictly according to established usage, displayed in that conflict various celestial weapons in due order. Then that foremost of victorious men, Arjuna, by means of his keen shafts resisted the whetted arrows shot by the best of preceptors. And displaying before the spectators various weapons, that hero of terrible prowess covered the sky with various kinds of arrows. And beholding that tiger among men, Arjuna, endued with fierce energy and intent upon striking him, that foremost of warriors and best of preceptors, from affection, began to fight with him playfully by means of smooth and straight arrows. And Bharadwaja's son fought on with Falguna, resisting with his own the celestial weapons shot by the former. And the fight that took place between those enraged lions among men, incapable of bearing each other, was like unto encounter between the gods and the Danavas. And the son of Pandu repeatedly baffled with his own, the Indra, the Vairya, and the Agnya weapons that were shot by Drona. And discharging keen shafts, those mighty bowmen, by their arrowy showers completely covered the sky and made a wide expanse of shade. And then the arrows shot by Arjuna, falling on the bodies of hostile warriors, produced the crash of thunderbolt. O king, elephants, cars, and horses, bathed in blood, looked like Kinsuka trees crowned with flowers. And in that encounter between Drona and Arjuna, beholding the field covered with arms decked with bangles, and gorgeously attired car warriors, and coats of mail variegated with gold, and with banners lying scattered all about, and with warriors slain by means of Partha's arrows, the Kuru host became panic-stricken. And shaking their bows capable of bearing much strain, those combatants began to shroud and weaken each other with their shafts. And, O bull of the Brata race, the encounter that took place between Drona and Kunti's son was dreadful in the extreme and resembled that between Vali and Vasava. And staking their very lives, they began to pierce each other with straight arrows shot from their fully stretched bowstrings. And a voice was heard in the sky applauding Drona, and saying, Difficult is the feat performed by Drona, inasmuch as he fighteth with Arjuna, that grinder of foes, that warrior endued with mighty energy, of firm grasp, and invincible in battle, that conqueror of both celestials and deities, that foremost of all car warriors. And beholding Partha's infallibility, draining, fleetness of hand, and the range also of Arjuna's arrows, Drona became amazed. And, O bull of the Brata race, lifting up his excellent bow, the Gandiva the unforbearing Partha drew it now with one hand and now with another shot an arrowy shower. And beholding that shower resembling a flight of locusts, the spectators wondering applauded him, exclaiming, Excellent! Excellent! And so ceaselessly did he shoot his arrows that the very air was unable to penetrate the thick array. And the spectators could not perceive any interval between the taking up of the arrows and letting them off. And in that fierce encounter characterized by lightness of hand in the discharge of weapons, Partha began to shoot his arrows more quickly than before. And then all at once hundreds and thousands of straight arrows fell upon Drona's car. And, O bull of the Brata race, beholding Drona completely covered by the wielder of the Gandiva with his arrows, the Kuru army set up exclamation of Oh! And alas! And Maghavat, together with those Gandavas and Apsaras that have come there, applauded the fleetness of Partha's hand. And that mighty car warrior, the preceptor's son, then resisted the Bandava with a mighty array of cars. And although enraged with Arjuna, yet as what Haman mentally admired that feat of the high-sued son of Pritha. And waxing wroth, he rushed towards Partha, and discharged at him an arrowy shower like a heavy downpour by the cloud. And turning his steeds towards Drona's son, Partha gave Drona an opportunity to leave the field. And thereupon the latter, wounded in that terrible encounter, and his mail and banner gone, sped away by the aid of swift horses. Section Licks. Vaisampayana said, Then, O mighty king, Drona's son rushed to an encounter with Arjuna in battle. And beholding his rush to the conflict like a hurricane, showering shafts like a rain-charged cloud, Pritha's son received him with a cloud of arrows. And terrible was the encounter between them, like that between the gods and the Danavas. And they shot arrows at each other like Vairata and Vasava. And the welkin being enveloped on all sides with arrows, the sun was completely hidden, and the air itself was hushed. And, O conqueror of hostile cities, as they assailed and struck each other, loud sounds arose as of bamboos on fire. And, O king, As Wataman's horses being sorely afflicted by Arjuna, they became bewildered and could not ascertain which way to go. And as Pritha's son ranged on the field, the powerful son of Drona, finding an opportunity, cut off the string of the Gandiva with an arrow furnished with a horseshoe head. And beholding that extraordinary feat of his, the celestials applauded him highly, and exclaiming, "Well done!" Well done! Drona and Bhishma, and Karna, and the mighty warrior Kripa, all applauded that feat of his greatly. And the son of Drona, drawing his excellent bow, pierced with his shafts, furnished with the feathers of the canker bird, the breast of Patha, that bull among warriors. Thereupon, with a loud laughter, the mighty armed son of Pritha attached a strong and fresh string to Gandiva, and moistening his bowstring with the sweat that stood on his forehead resembling the crescent moon, Pritha's son advanced towards his adversary, even as an infuriated leader of a herd of elephants rusheth at another elephant. And the encounter that took place between those two matchless heroes on the field of battle was exceedingly fierce and made the bristles of the spectators stand on their ends. And as those heroes endued with mighty energy fought on, the two mighty elephants, the chorus beheld them with wonder. And those brave bulls among men assailed each other with arrows of snaky forms and resembling blazing fires. And as the couple of quivers belonging to the Bandava was inexhaustible, that hero was able to remain on the field immovable as a mountain. And as is Wataman's arrows, in consequence of his ceaseless discharge in that conflict, were quickly exhausted, it was for this that Arjuna prevailed over his adversary. Then Karna, drawing his large bow with great force, twanged the bowstring. And thereupon arose loud exclamation of "Oh!" and "Alas!" And Pritha's son, casting his eyes towards the spot where that bow was twanged, beheld before him the son of Radha. And at that sight his wrath was greatly excited, and inflamed with ire and desirous of slaying Karna, that bull of the Kuru race stared at him with rolling eyes. And, O king, beholding Partha turn away from Wataman's side, the Kuru warriors discharged thousands of arrows on Arjuna. And the mighty armed Dhananjaya, that conqueror of foes, leaving Drona's son, all on a sudden rushed towards Karna. And rushing towards Karna, with eyes reddened in anger, the son of Kunti, desirous of a single combat with him, said these words. Section LX. Arjuna said, "The time, O Karna, hath now come for making good thy loquacious boast in the midst of the assembly, viz., that there is none equal to thee in fight. Today, O Karna, contending with me in terrible conflict, thou shalt know thy own strength, and shalt no longer disregard others. Abandoning good breeding, thou hadst uttered many harsh words, but this that thou endeavourest to do, is, I think, exceedingly difficult. Do thou now, O Radha's son, contending with me in the sight of the Kurus, make good what thou hadst said before in disregard of myself. Thou who hast witnessed Panchala's princess outraged by villains in the midst of the court, do thou now reap the fruit of that act of thine? Fettered by the bonds of morality before, I desisted from vengeance then. Behold now, O son of Radha, the fruit of that wrath in conflict at hand. O wicked wight, we have suffered much misery in that forest for full 12 years. Reap thou today the fruits of our concentrated vengeance. Come, O Karna, cope with me in battle. Let these thy Kaurava warriors witness the conflict." Hearing these words, Karna replied, "Do thou, O Partha, accomplish indeed what thou sayest in words. The world knows that thy words verily exceed thy deed. That thou hadst forborne formerly was owing to thy inability to do anything. If we witness thy prowess even now, we may acknowledge its truth. If thy past forbearance was due to thy having been bound by the bonds of morality, truly thou art equally bound now, although thou regardest thyself free, having, as thou sayest, passed thy exile in the woods in strict accordance with thy pledge, and being therefore weakened by practicing an ascetic course of life, how canst thou desire a combat with me now? O Pritha's son, if Sakra himself fight on thy side, still I would feel no anxiety in putting forth my prowess. Thy wish, O son of Kunti, is about to be gratified. Do thou fight with me now, and behold my strength. Hearing this, Arjuna said, Even now, O Radha's son, thou hadst fled from battle with me, and it is for this that thou livest, although thy younger brother hath been slain. What other person, save thee, having beheld his younger brother slain in battle, would himself fly from the field, and boast, as thou dost, amid good and true men? Vaisampayana continued, having said these words unto Karna, the invincible Vatsa rushed at him and charged a volley of shafts capable of penetrating through a coat of mail. But that mighty car warrior, Karna, received with great alacrity that discharge with the arrowy shower of his own, heavy as the downpour of the clouds. And that fierce volley of arrows covered all sides and severally pierced the steeds and arms and leathern fences of the combatants. And incapable of putting up with that assault, Arjuna cut off the strings of Karna's quiver by means of a straight and sharp arrow. Thereupon, taking out from his quiver another arrow, Karna pierced the Pandava in the hand, at which the latter's hold of the bow was loosened. And then the mighty armed Partha cut off Karna's bow into fragments. And Karna replied by hurling a dart at his adversary, but Arjuna cut it off by means of his arrows. And then the warriors that followed the son of Radha rushed in crowds at Arjuna, but Partha sent them all to the abode of Yama by means of arrows shot from the Gandiva. And Vatsu slew the steeds of Karna by means of sharp and tough arrows shot from the bowstring drawn to the ear, and deprived of life they dropped down on the ground. And taking another sharp and blazing arrow endued with great energy, the mighty son of Kunti pierced the breast of Karna. And that arrow, cleaving through his mail, penetrated into his body. And at this, Karna's vision was obscured and his senses left him. And regaining consciousness, he felt a great pain, and leaving the combat fled in a northerly direction. And at this, the mighty car warrior Arjuna and Yudhishthira both began to address him contumely. Section LXI. Vaisampayana said, having defeated Vikatana's son, Arjuna said unto the son of Virata, Take me towards that division where yonder device of a golden palm mirror is seen. There our grandfather, Santanu's son, like unto a celestial, waiteth, desirous of an encounter with me. Thereupon, beholding that mighty host thronged with cars and horses and elephants, Uttara, sorely pierced with arrows, said, O hero, I am no longer able to guide thy excellent steeds. My spirits droop and my mind is exceedingly bewildered. All the directions seem to be whirling before my eyes in consequence of the energy of the celestial weapons used by thee and the Kuras. I have been deprived of my senses by the stench of fat and blood and flesh. Beholding all this, from terror my mind is, as it were, cleft in twain. Never before had I beheld such a muster of horses in battle. And at the flapping of fences, and the blare of conchs, the leonine roars made by the warriors, and the shrieks of elephants, and the twang of the Gandiva resembling the thunder, I have, O hero, been so stupefied that I have been deprived of both hearing and memory. And, O hero, beholding thee incessantly drawing to a circle, in course of the conflict, the Gandiva which resembleth a circle of fire, my sight faileth me and my heart is rent asunder. And seeing thy fierce form in battle, like that of the wielder of the pinnacle while inflamed with wrath, and looking also at the terrible arrows shot by thee, I am filled with fear. I fail to see when thou takest up thy excellent arrows, when thou fixest them on the bowstring, and when thou lettest them off. And though all this is done before my eyes, yet, deprived of my senses, I do not see it. My spirits are drooping and earth itself seems to be swimming before me. I have no strength to hold the whip and the reins. Hearing these words, Arjuna said, Do thou not fear? Assure thyself. Thou also hast, on the field of battle performed, O bull among men, wonderful feats. Blessed be thou, thou art a prince and born in the illustrious line of Matsyas. It behoveth thee not to feel dispirited in chastising thy foes. Therefore, O prince, stationed on my car, muster all thy fortitude and hold the reins of my steeds, O slayer of foes, when I once more become engaged in battle. Vaisampayana continued, having said this unto Virata's son, that best of men and foremost of car warriors, the mighty armed Arjuna, again addressed the son of Virata, saying, Take me without delay to the van of Bhishma's division. I will cut off his very bowstring in the battle. Thou shalt behold today the celestial weapons of blazing beauty, shot by me, look like flashes of lightning disporting amid the clouds in the sky. The Kauravas shall behold the gold-decked back of my Gandiva today, and assembled together the foe shall dispute, saying, By which hand of his, the right or the left, doth he shoot? And I shall cause a dreadful river of death to flow today towards the other world with blood for its waters and cars for its eddies, and elephants for its crocodiles. I shall today, with my straight arrows, extirpate the Kuru forest having hands and feet and heads and backs and arms for the branches of its trees. Alone, bow in hand, vanquishing the Kuru host, 100 paths shall open before me like those of a forest in conflagration. Struck by me thou shalt today behold the Kuru army moving round and round like a wheel, unable to fly off the field. I shall show thee today my excellent training in arrows and weapons. Stay thou on my car firmly, whether the ground be smooth or uneven. I can pierce with my winged arrows even the mountain of Sumeru that stands touching the very heavens. I slew of old, at Indra's command, hundreds and thousands of Palamas and Kalakanjas in battle. I have obtained my firmness of grasp from Indra, and my lightness of hand from Brahman, and I have learned various modes of fierce attack and defense amid crowds of the foes from Prajapati. I vanquished, on the other side of the great ocean, 60,000 of car warriors, all fierce archers, residing in Hiranyapura. Behold, now I defeat the multitudinous host of the Kuras like a tempest scattering a heap of cotton. With my fiery arrows I shall today set the Kuru forest to fire, having banners for its trees, the foot soldiers for its shrubs, and the car warriors for its beasts of prey. Like unto the wielder of the thunderbolt overthrowing the Danavas, alone I shall, with my straight arrows, bring down from the chambers of the cars the mighty warrior of the Kuru army stationed therein and struggling in the conflict to the best of their power. I have obtained from Rudra the Rudra, from Varuna the Varuna, from Agni the Agnya, from the god of wind the Vyava, and from Sakra the thunderbolt and other weapons. I shall certainly exterminate the fierce Tarashtra forest though protected by many leonine warriors. Therefore, O Virata's son, let thy fears be dispelled. Vaisampayana continued, thus assured by Savyasashin, the son of Virata penetrated into that fierce array of cars protected by Bhishma. The son of Ganga, however, of fierce steeds, cheerfully withstood the mighty armed hero advancing from desire of vanquishing the heroes in battle. Jaishu, then, confronting Bhishma, cut off his standard clean off at the roots by shooting a gold-decked arrow pierced by which it fell to the ground. And at this, 4 mighty warriors, Dasisna and Vikana and Dasaha and Vivansati, skilled in weapons and endued with great energy, and all decked with handsome garlands and ornaments, rushed towards the terrible bowman. And advancing towards Vatsu, that fierce archer, These all encompassed him around. Then the heroic Dushasana pierced the son of Virata with a crescent-shaped arrow, and he pierced Arjuna with another arrow in the breast. And Jishu, confronting Dushasana, cut off by means of a sharp-edged arrow furnished with vulturine wings his adversary's bow plaited with gold, and then pierced his person in the breast by means of 5 arrows. And afflicted by the arrows of Partha, Dushasana fled, leaving the combat. Then Vikarna, the son of Dhritarashtra, pierced Arjuna, that slayer of hostile heroes, by means of sharp and straight arrows furnished with vulturine wings. But the son of Kunti within a moment hit him also in the forehead with straight shafts. And pierced by Arjuna, he fell down from his car. And at this, Dusaha, supported by Vivinsati, covered Arjuna with a cloud of sharp arrows, impelled by the desire of rescuing his brother. Dhananjaya, however, without the least anxiety, pierced both of them almost at the same instant by means of a couple of keen-edged arrows, and then slew the steeds of both. And thereupon, both those sons of Dhritarashtra, deprived of their steeds and their bodies mangled, were taken away by the warrior behind them who had rushed forward with other cars. Then the unvanquished Vatsu, the mighty son of Kunti, decked with diadem and sure of aim, simultaneously attacked all sides with his arrows. Section XCI. Vaisampayana said, Then, O thou of the Bhatta race, all the great Ka warriors of the Kurus, united together, began to assail Arjuna to the best of their might from all sides. But that hero of immeasurable soul completely covered all those mighty Ka warriors with clouds of arrows, even as the mist covereth the mountains. And the roars of huge elephants and gunks, mingling together, produced a loud uproar. And penetrating through the bodies of elephants and horses, as also through steel coats of mail, the arrows shot by Partha fell by thousands. And shooting shafts with the utmost celerity, the son of Pandu seemed in that contest to resemble the blazing sun of an autumnal midday. And afflicted with fear, the Ka warriors began to leap down from their cars and the horse soldiers from horseback, while the foot soldiers began to fly in all directions. And loud was the clatter made by Arjuna's shafts as they cleft the coats of mail belonging to mighty warriors, made of steel, silver, and copper. And the field was soon covered with the corpses of warriors mounted on elephants and horses, all mangled by the shafts of Partha of great impetuosity like unto sighing snakes. And then it seemed as if Dhananjaya, bow in hand, was dancing on the field of battle. And sorely affrighted at the twang of the Gandiva resembling the noise of the thunder, many were the combatants that fled from that terrible conflict. And the field of battle was bestrewn with severed heads decked with turbans, earrings and necklaces of gold, and the earth looked beautiful by being scattered all over with human trunks mangled by shafts, and arms having bows in their grasp and hands decked with ornaments. And, O bull of the Bhatta race, in consequence of heads cut off by whetted shafts ceaselessly falling on the ground, it seemed as if a shower of stones fell from the sky. And that Partha of formidable prowess, displaying his fierceness, now ranged the field of battle, pouring the terrible fire of his wrath upon the sons of Dhritarashtra. And beholding the fierce prowess of Arjuna, who thus scorched the hostile host, the Kuru warriors, in the very presence of Duryodhana, became dispirited and ceased to fight. And, O Bharata, having struck terror into that host and routed those mighty Ka warriors, that foremost of victors, ranged on the field. And the son of Pandu then created on the field of battle a dreadful river of blood, with waving billows, like unto the river of death that is created by time at the end of the Yuga, having the dishevelled hair of the dead and the dying for its floating moss and straw, with bows and arrows for its boats, fierce in the extreme, and having flesh and animal juices for its mire. And coats of mail and turbans floated thick on its surface. and elephants constituted its alligators, and the cars its rafts. And marrow and fat and blood constituted its currents. And it was calculated to strike terror into the hearts of the spectators, and dreadful to behold, and fearful in the extreme, and resounding with the yells of ferocious beasts. Keen-edged weapons constituted its crocodiles, and rakshasas and other cannibals haunted it from one end to the other. And strings of pearls constituted its ripples, and various excellent ornaments, its bubbles. And having swarms of arrows for its fierce eddies and steeds for its tortoises, it was incapable of being crossed. And the mighty car warrior constituted its large island, and it resounded with the bleat of conchs and the sound of drums. And the river of blood that Pather created was incapable of being crossed. Indeed, so swift-handed was Arjuna that the spectators could not perceive any interval between his taking up an arrow, and fixing it on the bowstring, and letting it off by a stretch of the Gandiva. Section XI. Vaisampayana said, then while a great havoc was being made among the Kuras, Santanu's son, Bhishma, and grandsire of the Bharatas rushed at Arjuna, taking up an excellent bow adorned with gold, and many arrows also of keen points and capable of piercing into the very vitals of the foe and afflicting him sorely. And in consequence of a white umbrella being held over his head, that tiger among men looked beautiful like unto a hill at sunrise. And the son of Ganga, blowing his conch, cheered the sons of Dhritarashtra, and wheeling along his right came upon Vatsu and impeded his course. And that slayer of hostile heroes, the son of Kunti, beholding him approach, received him with a glad heart, like a hill receiving a rain-charged cloud. And Bhishma, endued with great energy, pierced Pather's flagstaff with 8 arrows. The arrows reaching the flagstaff of Pandu's son, struck the blazing ape and those creatures also stationed in the banner top. And then the son of Pandu, with a mighty javelin of sharp edge, cut off Bhishma's umbrella, which instantly fell on the ground. And then the light-handed son of Kunti struck his adversary's flagstaff also with many shafts, and then his steeds, and then the couple of drivers that protected Bhishma's flanks. And unable to bear this, Bhishma, though cognizant of the Pandavas' might, covered Dhananjaya with a powerful celestial weapon. And the son of Pandu, of immeasurable soul, hurling in return a celestial weapon at Bhishma, received that from Bhishma like a hill receiving a deep mass of clouds. And the encounter that took place between Pather and Bhishma was fierce, and the Kaura, the warriors with their troops, stood as lookers on. And in the conflict between Bhishma and the son of Pandu, shafts striking against shafts shone in the air like fireflies in the season of rains. And, O king, in consequence of Pather's shooting arrows with both his right and left hands, the bent Gandiva seemed like a continuous circle of fire. And the son of Kunti then covered Bhishma with hundreds of sharp and keen-edged arrows, like a cloud covering the mountain breast with its heavy downpour. And Bhishma baffled with his own arrows that arrowy shower, like the bank resisting the swelling sea, and covered the son of Pandu in return. And those warriors, cut into 1,000 pieces in battle, fell fast in the vicinity of Falguna's car. And then there was a downpour from the car of Pandu's son, of arrows furnished with golden wing, and raining through the sky like a flight of locusts. And Bhishma again repelled that arrowy shower with hundreds of whetted shafts shot by him. And then the Kauravas exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent!" Indeed, Bhishma hath performed an exceedingly difficult feat, inasmuch as he hath fought with Arjuna. Dhananjaya is mighty and youthful, and dexterous and swift of hand. Who else, save Bhishma, the son of Santanu, or Krishna, the son of Devaki, or the mighty son of Bharadwaja, the foremost of preceptors, is able to bear the impetus of Pather in battle, and repelling weapons with weapons, those 2 bulls of the Bhrata race, both endued with great might, fought unplayfully and infatuated the eyes of all created beings. And those illustrious warriors ranged on the field of battle, using the celestials' weapons obtained from Prajapati and Indra, and Agni, and the fierce Rudra, and Gudra, and Varuna, and Yama, and Vayu. And all beings were greatly surprised upon beholding those warriors engaged in combat. And they all exclaimed, "Bravo, Partha of long arms! Bravo, Bhishma!" Indeed, this application of celestial weapons that is being witnessed in the combat between Bhishma and Partha is rare among human beings. Vaisampayana continued, "Thus raged that conflict with weapons between those warriors conversant with all weapons. And when that conflict of celestial weapons ceased, then commenced a conflict with arrows. And Jaishu, approaching his opponent, cut off with an arrow sharp like a razor the gold-decked bow of Bhishma. Within the twinkling of the eye, however, Bhishma, that mighty armed and great car-warrior, shook up another bow and stringed it. And inflamed with wrath, he showered upon Dhananjaya a cloud of arrows. And Arjuna, too, endued with great energy, rained upon Bhishma innumerable sharp-pointed and keen-edged arrows. And Bhishma also shot clouds of arrows upon Pandu's son. And conversant with celestial weapons and engaged in shooting at each other, arrows of keen points, no distinction, O king, could then be perceived between those illustrious warriors. And that mighty car-warrior, Kunti's son, covered with a diadem, and the heroic son of the Santanu, obscured the 10 directions with their arrows. And the Pandava covered Bhishma, and Bhishma also covered the Pandava, with clouds of shafts. And, O king, wonderful was this combat that took place in this world of men. And the heroic warriors that protected Bhishma's car, slain by the son of Pandu, fell prostrate, O monarch, beside the car of Kunti's son. And the feathery arrows of Swetivahana, shot from the Gandiva, fell in all directions as if with the object of making a wholesale slaughter of the foe. And issuing forth from his car those blazing arrows furnished with golden wings looked like rows of swans in the sky. And all the celestials with Indra, stationed in the firmament, gazed with wonder upon another celestial weapon hurled with great force by that wonderful archer Arjuna. And beholding that wonderful weapon of great beauty, the mighty Gandiva, Chitrasana, highly pleased, addressed the Lord of Celestials, saying, "Behold these arrows shot by Partha coursing through the sky in one continuous line. Wonderful is the dexterity of Jaishu in evolving this celestial weapon. Human beings are incapable of shooting such a weapon, for it does not exist among men. How wonderful again is this concourse of mighty weapons existing from days of old. No interval can be perceived between his taking up the arrows, fixing them on the bowstring, and letting them off by stretching the Gandiva. The soldiers are incapable of even looking at the son of Pandu, who is like unto the midday sun blazing in the sky. So also none ventures to look at Bhishma, the son of Ganga. Both are famous for their achievements, and both are of fierce prowess. Both are equal in feats of heroism, and both are difficult of being vanquished in battle." Thus addressed by the Gandharva about that combat between Partha and Bhishma, the Lord of the Celestials, O Bharata, paid proper respect unto both by a shower of celestial flowers. Meanwhile, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, assailed Arjuna on the left side, while that draw of the bow with either hands was on the point of piercing him. And at this, Vatsu, laughing aloud, cut off with an arrow of keen edge and furnished with vulturine wings, the bow of Bhishma, that hero of solar refulgence. And then Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, pierced Bhishma in the breast with 10 shafts, although the latter was contending with all his prowess. And sorely afflicted with pain, Ganga's son of mighty arms and irresistible in battle, stood for a long time leaning on the pole of his car. and beholding him deprived of consciousness, the driver of his car steeds, calling to mind the instructions about protecting the warriors when in a swoon, led him away for safety. Section Xif. Vaisampayana said, after Bhishma had fled, leaving the van of battle, the illustrious son of Dhritarashtra hoisting high his flag approached Arjuna, bow in hand and setting up a loud roar. And with a spear-headed shaft shot from his bow stretched to the ear, he pierced on the forehead of that terrible bowman of fierce prowess, Dhananjaya, ranging amidst the foes. And pierced with that keen shaft of golden point on the forehead, that hero of famous deeds looked resplendent, O king, like unto a beautiful hill with a single peak. And cut by that arrow, the warm life-blood gushed out profusely from the wound. And the blood trickling down his body shone beautifully like a wreath of golden flowers. And struck by Duryodhana with the shaft, the swift-handed Arjuna of unfailing strength, swelling with rage, pierced the king in return, taking up arrows that were endued with the energy of snakes of virulent poison. And Duryodhana of formidable energy attacked Partha, and Partha also, that foremost of heroes, attacked Duryodhana. And it was that those foremost of men, both born in the race of Ajamida, struck each other alike in the combat. And then, seated on an infuriate elephant huge as a mountain and supported by 4 cars, Vikarna rushed against Jaishu, the son of Kunti. And beholding that huge elephant, advancing with speed, Dhananjaya struck him on the head between the temples with an iron arrow of great impetus shot from the bowstring stretched to the ear. And like the thunderbolt hurled by Indra splitting a mountain, that arrow furnished with vulturine wings, shot by Partha, penetrated, up to the very feathers, into the body of that elephant huge as hill. And sorely afflicted by the shaft, that lord of the elephant species began to tremble, and deprived of strength fell down on the ground in intense anguish, like the peak of mountain riven by thunder. And that best of elephants falling down on the earth, Vikarna suddenly lighting in great terror, ran back full 800 paces and descended on the car of Ivansati. And having slain with that thunder-like arrow that elephant huge as a mighty hill and looking like a mass of clouds, the son of Pritha smote Duryodhana in the breast with another arrow of the same kind. And both the elephant and the king having thus been wounded, and Vikarna having broken and fled along with the supporters of the king's car, the other warriors, smitten with the arrows shot from the Gandiva, fled from the field in panic. And beholding the elephant slain by Partha, and all the other warriors running away, Duryodhana, the foremost of the Kurus, turning away his car precipitately fled in that direction where Partha was not. And when Duryodhana was fast running away in alarm, pierced by that arrow and vomiting forth blood, Kirutin, still eager for battle and capable of enduring every enemy, thus censured him from wrath, sacrificing thy great fame and glory. Why dost thou fly away, turning thy back? Why are not those trumpets sounded now, as they were when thou hadst set out from thy kingdom? Lo, I am an obedient servant of Yudhishthira, myself being the 3rd son of Pritha, standing here for battle. Turn back, show me thy face, O son of Dhritarashtra, and bear in thy mind the behavior of kings. The name Duryodhana bestowed on thee before is hereby rendered meaningless. When thou runnest away, leaving the battle, or is thy persistence in battle? Neither do I behold thy bodyguards, O Duryodhana, before nor behind. O foremost of men, fly thou away and save thy life which is dear from the hands of Pandu's son. Section LXV. Vaisampayana said, thus summoned to battle by the illustrious hero, Dhritarashtra's son turned back stung by those censures, like an infuriate and mighty elephant pricked by a hook. And stung by those reproaches and unable to bear them, that mighty and brave car warrior endued with great swiftness, turned back on his car, like a snake that is trampled underfoot. And beholding Duryodhana turn back with his wounds, Karna, that hero among men, decked with a golden necklace, stopped the king on the way and soothing him, himself proceeded along the north of Duryodhana's car to meet Partha in battle. And the mighty armed Bhishma also, the son of Santanu, turning back his steeds decked with gold, enormous in size, and of tawny hue, rushed bow in hand, for protecting Duryodhana from Partha's hand. And Drona and Kripa and Vivansati and Dusasna and others also, quickly turning back, rushed forward with speed with drawn bows and arrows fixed on the bowstrings, for protecting Duryodhana. And beholding those divisions advance towards him like the swelling surges of the ocean, Dhananjaya, the son of Pritha, quickly rushed at them like a crane rushing at a descending cloud. And with celestial weapons in their hands, they completely surrounded the son of Pritha and rained on him from all sides a perfect shower of shafts, like clouds showering on the mountain breast a heavy downpour of rain. And warding off with weapons, all the weapons of those bulls among the Kuras, the wielder of the Gandiva who was capable of enduring all foes, evolved another irresistible weapon obtained from Indra, called Sanmohana, and entirely covering the cardinal and other directions with sharp and keen-edged arrows furnished with beautiful feathers, that mighty hero stupefied their senses with the twang of the Gandiva. And once more, taking up with both his hands that large conch of loud blare, Partha, that slayer of foes, blew it with force and filled the cardinal and other points, the whole earth and sky, with that noise. And those foremost of the Kuru heroes were all deprived of their senses by the sound of that conch blown by Partha. And all of them stood still, their bows, from which they were never separated, dropping down from their hands. And when the Kuru army became insensible, Partha, calling to mind the words of Uttara, addressed the son of the Matsya king, saying, O best of men, go thou among the Kurus, so long as they remain insensible, and bring away the white garments of Drona and Kripa, and the yellow and handsome ones of Karna, as also the blue ones of the king and Drona's son. Methinks Bhishma is not stupefied, for he knoweth how to counteract this weapon of mine. So, pass thou on, keeping his steeds to thy left, for those that are sensible should thus be avoided. Hearing these words, the illustrious son of Matsya, giving up the reins of the steeds, jumped down from the car and taking off the garments of the warriors, came back to his place. And the son of Virata then urged the 4 handsome steeds with flanks adorned with golden armors. And those white steeds, urged on, took Arjuna away from the midst of battlefield and beyond the array of the infantry bearing standards in their hands. And Bhishma, beholding that best of men thus going away, struck him with arrows. And Partha, too, having slain Bhishma's steeds, pierced him with 10 shafts. And abandoning Bhishma on the field of battle, having first slain his car driver, Arjuna with a good-looking bow in hand came out of that multitude of cars, like the sun emerging from the clouds. And Dhritarashtra's son, that foremost of heroes among the Kurus, recovering his senses, saw the son of Pritha standing like the lord of the celestials, alone on the battlefield. And he said in hurry unto Bhishma, How hath this one escaped from thee? Do thou afflict him in such a way that he may not escape? And at this, Santanu's son, smiling, said unto him, Where had been this sense of thine, and where had been thy prowess too, when thou hadst been in a state of unconsciousness, renouncing thy arrows and handsome bow? Vatsu is not addicted to the commission of atrocious deeds, nor is his soul inclined to sin. He renounced not his principles even for the sake of the 3 worlds. It is for this only that all of us have not been slain in this battle. O thou foremost of Kuru heroes, go back to the city of the Kurus, and let Partha also go away, having conquered the kine. Do thou never foolishly throw away thy own good. Indeed, that which leadeth to one's welfare ought to be accomplished. Vaisampayana continued, having listened to the words of the grandsire that tended to his own welfare, the wrathful king Duryodhana, no longer eager for battle, drew a deep sigh and became silent. And reflecting that the advice of Bhishma was beneficial, and seeing that the Pandavas gaining in strength, the other warriors also, desirous of protecting Duryodhana, resolved to return. And beholding those foremost of Kuru heroes departing for their city, Dhananjaya, the son of Pritha, with a cheerful heart followed them for a while, desirous of addressing and worshipping them. And having worshipped the aged grandsire, the son of Santanu, as also the preceptor Drona, and having saluted with beautiful arrows Drona's son and Gripa and other venerable ones among the Kurus, the son of Pritha broke into fragments Duryodhana's crown decked with precious gems, with another arrow. And having saluted all the venerable and brave warriors thus, he filled the 3 worlds with the twang of the Gandiva. And suddenly blowing his conch called Devadatta, the hero pierced the hearts of all his foes. And having humbled the hostile, he looked resplendent on his car decked with a handsome flag. And beholding the Kurus depart, Kiritanan cheerfully said unto Matsya's son, "Turn back thy steeds, thy kine have been recovered, the foe is going away, and do thou also return to thy city with a cheerful heart." And the Celestials also, having witnessed that most wonderful encounter between Falguna and the Kurus, were highly delighted, and went to their respective abodes, reflecting upon Partha's feats. Section LXVI. Vaisampayana said, having vanquished the Kurus in battle, that one with eyes like those of a bull brought back that profuse cattle wealth of Virata. And while the Dhritarashtra, after the rout, were going away, a large number of Kuru soldiers issuing out of the deep forest appeared with slow steps before Partha, their hearts afflicted with fear. And they stood before him with joined palms and with hair dishevelled, and fatigued with hunger and thirst, arrived in a foreign land, insensible with terror, and confused in mind. They all bowed down unto the son of Pritha and said, "We are thy slaves." Arjuna said, "Welcome, blessed be ye. Go ye away. Ye have no cause of fear. I will not take the lives of them that are afflicted. Ye have my assurance of protection." Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of assurance, the assembled warriors greeted him with benedictions in praise of his achievements and fame, and wishing him long life. And the Kauravas were unable to confront Arjuna, while after routing the foe he proceeded towards the city of Virata, like an elephant with rent temples. And having routed the whole army of the Kuru like a violent wind scattering the clouds, that slayer of foes, Partha, regardfully addressing the prince of Matsya, said, "It is known to thee alone, O child, that the sons of Pritha are all living with thy father. Do not eulogize them upon entering the city, for then the king of the Matsyas may hide himself in fear. On the other hand, entering the city, do thou proclaim in the presence of thy father that the deed is thy own, saying, By me hath the army of the Kurus been vanquished, and by me have the kine been recovered from the foe." Uttaro said, "The feat thou hast achieved is beyond my power. I do not possess the ability to achieve it. I shall not, however, save the Arsashin, discover thee to my father, as long as thou wilt not tell me to do it." Vaisampayana continued, having vanquished the hostile army and wrested the whole of the cattle wealth from the Kurus, Jaishan returned again to the cemetery, and having approached the same Sami tree stood there with body mangled by the arrows of the enemy. Then that terrible monkey blazing like fire ascended into the sky with those other creatures in the flagstaff, and the illusion created by Viswakarma melted away, and Uttara's own banner bearing the device of a lion was set up on the car again. And having replaced the arrows and quivers of those foremost of the Kuru princes, and also that other weapon there, Gandiva, which enhances the fierceness of a battle. The illustrious Prince of Matsya set out for the city with a glad heart, having Kiritin as his charioteer, and having achieved an exceedingly mighty feat and slain the foe, Pathu also, that slayer of foes, binding his hair into a braid as before, shook the reins from Uttara's hands. And that illustrious hero entered the city of Virata, with a cheerful heart rehabilitating himself as Vrihanala, the car driver of Uttara. Vaisampayana continued, when all the Kauravas utterly routed and vanquished, set out in a dejected mood for Hastinapura, Falguna, on his way back, addressed Uttara, saying, O Prince, O hero of mighty arms, seeing the kindness courted in advance of us by the cowherds, we shall enter Virata's metropolis in the afternoon, having tended the steeds with drink and a bath. Let the cowherds, dispatched by thee, speedily repair to the city with the good news and proclaim thy victory. Vaisampayana continued, agreeable to Arjuna's words, Uttara speedily ordered the messengers, saying, Go ye and proclaim the king's victory. The foe hath been routed, and the kine have been recovered. And the Matsya and the Bharata princes having thus consulted together reapproached the same Sami tree, and gratified with the victory they had won, and arrived at the foot of the Sami tree, they wore on their persons and took up on their car the ornaments and robes they had left there. And having vanquished the whole hostile army and recovered the whole of the wealth from the Kuras, the heroic son of Virata returned to the city with Vrihanala as his car driver. Section XVI. Vaisampayana said, having speedily recovered his wealth, Virata, owning a large army, entered his city with a cheerful heart, accompanied by the 4 Pandavas. And having vanquished the Trigartas in battle and recovered all the kine, that mighty monarch, along with the sons of Pritha, looked resplendent and blazed forth in beauty. And as the brave king, that enhancer of the joys of friends, was seated on his throne, all his subjects headed by the Brahmanas stood before him, and worshipped by them, the king of the Matsyas, at the head of his army, saluted the Brahmanas and his subjects in return and dismissed them cheerfully. And Virata, the king of the Matsyas owning a large army, inquired after Uttara, saying, Where hath Uttara gone? And the women and the maidens of the palace and the other females living in the inner apartments joyfully said unto him, Our kine having been seized by the Kuras, Bhumanjaya, incensed at this and from excess of bravery hath issued forth alone with only Vrihanala as his second, for vanquishing the 6 mighty car warriors, Bhishma the son of Santanu, and Kripa, and Karna, and Duryodhana, and Drona, and Drona's son, who have all come with the Kuru army. Vaisampayana continued, then King Virata, hearing that his brave son had gone forth with only 1 car and with Vrihanala as his car driver, became filled with grief, and addressing his chief counsellors, said, Without doubt, the Kauravas and other lords of earth, learning the defeat of the Trigartas, will never keep their ground. Therefore, let those of my warriors that have not been wounded by the Trigartas go out, accompanied by a mighty force, for the protection of Uttara. And saying this, the king speedily dispatched, for the sake of his son, horses and elephants and cars and a large number of the foot soldiers, equipped and decked with various kinds of weapons and ornaments. And it was thus that Virata, the king of the Matsyas, owning a large army, quickly ordered out a large division consisting of 4 kinds of troops. And having done this, he said, Learn ye, without loss of time, whether the prince liveth still or not. I myself think that he who hath got a person of the neuter sex for his car driver is not alive. Vaisampayana continued, then King Yudhishthira the Just, smilingly said unto the afflicted King Virata, If, O monarch, Vrihanala hath been his charioteer, the foe will never be able to take away thy kine today. Protected by that charioteer, thy son will be able to vanquish in battle all the lords of earth allied with the Kuras. Indeed, even the gods and the Asuras and the Siddhas and the Yakshas together. Vaisampayana continued. Meanwhile, the swift-footed messengers dispatched by Uttara, having reached Virata's city, gave tidings of the victory. And the minister-in-chief then informed the king of everything, viz., the great victory that had been won, the defeat of the Kuras, and the expected arrival of Uttara. And he said, all the kine have been brought back, the Kuras have been defeated, and Uttara, that slayer of foes, is well with his car driver. Then Yudhishthira said, by good luck it is that the kine have been recovered and the Kuras routed. I do not, however, regard it strange that thy son should have vanquished the Kuras, for his victory is assured that hath Vrihanala for his charioteer. Vaisampayana continued, hearing of the victory of his son possessed of immeasurable might, King Virata became so glad that the bristles of his body stood erect. And having made presents of raiments unto the messengers, he ordered his ministers, saying, let the highways be decorated with flags, and let all the gods and goddesses be worshipped with flowery offerings. And let princes and brave warriors, and musicians and harlots decked in ornaments, march out to receive my son. And let the bellman, speedily riding an intoxicated elephant, proclaim my victory at places where four roads meet. And let Uttara, too, in gorgeous attire and surrounded by virgins and chanters of eulogies, go forth to receive my son. Vaisampayana continued, having listened to these words of the king, all the citizens with auspicious things in hand, and many amongst them with cymbals and trumpets and conchs, and beautiful women attired in gorgeous robes, and reciters of auspicious and sacred hymns, accompanied by encomiasts and minstrels, and drummers and other kinds of musicians issued forth from the city of the mighty Virata to welcome Uttara of immeasurable prowess. And having dispatched troops and maidens and courtesans decked in ornaments, the wise king of the Matsyas cheerfully said these words, O Sarindri, fetch the dice. And, O Kanka, let the play commence. The son of Pandu replied, saying, we have heard it said that one whose heart is filled with joy should not play with a cunning gambler. I do not therefore dare gamble with thee that hast so transported with joy. I am ever desirous of doing what is for thy good. Let the play, however, commence if it pleases thee. Virata said, my female slaves and kine, my gold and whatsoever other wealth I have, nothing of all this shall thou be able to protect today even if I do not gamble. Kanka said in reply, O monarch, O bestower of honours, what business hast thou with gamble which is attended with numerous evils? Gambling is fraught with many evils, it should, therefore, be shunned. Thou mayst have seen or at least heard of Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu. He lost his extensive and prosperous kingdom and his god-like brothers at dice. For this, I am averse to gambling. But if thou likest, O king, I will play. Vaisampayana continued, while the play was going on, Matsya said unto the son of Pandu, Lo, the Kauravas that are so formidable have been vanquished in battle by my son. Upon this, the illustrious King Yudhishthira said, why should not he conquer that hath Vrihanala for his charioteer? Thus addressed, King Matsya became angry and said unto Pandu's son, Thou wretch of a Brahmana, dost thou compare one of the neuter sex with my son? Hast thou no knowledge of what is proper and what improper for one to say? Without doubt, thou disregardest me. Why should not my son vanquish all those with Bhishma and Drona as their leaders? O Brahmana, for friendship only I pardon thee this thy offence. Thou must not, however, say so again if thou wishest to live. Yudhishthira said, there were Bhishma and Drona's son, and the son of Vikardhana and Kripa, and King Duryodhana, and other royal and mighty warriors are assembled, or there where Indra himself is surrounded by the Maruts. What other person than Vrihanila can fight, encountering them all? None hath been, none will be, his equal in strength of arms. Indeed, it is Vrihanila only whose heart is filled with joy at sight of a terrible conflict. It is he who had vanquished the Celestials and the Asuras and human beings fighting together. With such a one for his ally, why should not thy son conquer the foe? Virata said, repeatedly forbidden by me, thou dost not yet restrain thy tongue. If there is none to punish, no one would practice virtue. Vaisampayana continued, saying this, the king, inflamed with anger, forcibly struck Yudhishthira in the face with a dice, and reproached him angrily, saying, let it not occur again. And having been violently struck, blood began to flow from his nose. But the son of Pritha held it in his hands before it fell on the ground. And the virtuous Yudhishthira then glanced at Draupadi, who was standing by his side. Ever obedient to the wishes of her lord, the faultless Draupadi, understanding his meaning, and bringing a golden vessel filled with water, received the blood that flowed from his nose. Meanwhile, Uttara, entertained with sweet perfumes of diverse kinds and decked with floral chaplets, slowly entered the city, received with respect by the citizens, the women, and the people of the provinces. And approaching the gate of the palace, he sent the news of his arrival to his father. And the porter then, approaching the king, said, thy son Uttara waiteth at the gate with Vrihanila as his companion. And the Matsya king, with a cheerful heart, said unto him, do thou usher both, as I am very anxious to see them. Then Yudhishthira, the king of the Kuras, gently whispered unto the ears of the warder, let Uttara enter alone, Vrihanila must not come in. Such is the vow of that hero of mighty arms, that whoever causeth a wound on my person or sheddeth my blood except in battle, shall not live. Inflamed with rage, he will never bear patiently to see me bleeding, but will slay Virata even now with his counsellors and troops and steeds. Section XVI. Vaisampayana said, then Bhumanjaya, the eldest son of the king, entered, and having worshipped the feet of his father approached Kanka. And he beheld Kanka covered with blood, and seated on the ground at one end of the court, and waited upon by the Sindri. And seeing this, Uttara asked his father in a hurry, saying, by whom, O king, hath this one been struck? By whom hath this sinful act been perpetrated? Virata said, this crooked Brahmana hath been struck by me. He deserveth even more than this. When I was praising thee, he praised that person of the third sex. Uttara said, thou hast, O king, committed an improper act. Do thou speedily propitiate him, so that the virulent poison of the Brahmana's curse may not consume thee to thy roots. Vaisampayana continued, having heard the words of his son, Virata, that enhancer of the limits of his kingdom, began to soothe Kunti's son, who was like unto a fire hid in ashes, for obtaining his forgiveness. And unto the king desirous of obtaining his pardon, the Pandava replied, O king, I have long ago forgiven it. Anger I have none. Had this blood from my nostrils fallen on the ground, then, without doubt, thou, O monarch, wouldst have been destroyed with thy kingdom. I do not, however, blame thee, O king, for having struck an innocent person. For, O king, they that are powerful generally act with unreasoning severity. Vaisampayana continued, when the bleeding had stopped, Vrihanila entered the council room, and having saluted both Virata and Kanka, stood silent. And the king, having appeased the chief of the Kuras, began to praise, in save the Arsashin's hearing, Uttara, who had returned from the battle. And the king said, O enhancer of the joys of Kikaya's princess, in thee have I truly a son. I never had nor shall have a son that is equal to thee. How, indeed, couldst thou, O child, encounter that canner who leaveth not a single mark unhit amongst even 1,000 that he may aim at all at once? How couldst thou, O child, encounter that Bhishma who hath no equal in the whole world of men? How also couldst thou, O child, encounter Drona, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, that preceptor of the Vrishnis and Kauravas, twice born, one who may be regarded as the preceptor of all the Kshatriyas? How couldst thou meet in battle the celebrated as Wataman? How couldst thou, O child, encounter that Duryodhana, the prince who is capable of piercing even a mountain with his mighty arrows? My foes have all been thrashed. A delicious breeze seems to blow around me. And since thou hast recovered in battle the whole of my wealth that had been seized by the Kuras, it seems that all those mighty warriors were struck with panic. Without doubt, thou, O bull amongst men, has routed the foe and snatched away from them my wealth of kine, like his prey from a tiger. Section 6. Uttaro said, the kine have not been recovered by me, nor have the foe been vanquished by me. All that hath been accomplished by the son of a deity, capable of striking like a thunderbolt, that youth of celestial origin, beholding me running away in fear, stopped me and himself mounted on my car. It was by him that the kine have been recovered and the Kauravas vanquished. The deed, O father, is that hero's and not mine. It was he that repulsed with arrows Kripa and Drona's son of powerful energy, and the Suta's son and Bhishma. That mighty hero then spoke unto the affrighted prince Duryodhana, who was running away like the leader of a head of elephants, these words, O prince of the Kuru race, I do not see that thou art safe by any means even at Hastinapura. Protect thy life by putting forth thy might. Thou shalt not escape me by flight. Therefore, make up thy mind for fight. If victorious, the sovereignty of the earth will be thine, or if slain, heaven itself will be thine. Thus addressed King Duryodhana, the tiger among men, surrounded by his counsellors, sighing on his car like a snake-dinned back, showered arrows endued with the speed and force of thunderbolts. Beholding all this, venerable sire, my thighs began to quake. Then that celestial youth pierced with arrows the Kuru army consisting of leonine warriors. And having pierced and afflicted that crowd of cars, that youth, stout as the lion, laughed at them and robbed them of their clothes and attires. Indeed, the 6 great car warriors of the Kurus were vanquished by that hero alone, even like herds of animals ranging in the forest by a single tiger in rage. Virata said, where is that mighty armed and famous youth of celestial origin, that hero who recovered in battle my wealth that have been seized by the Kurus? I am anxious to behold and worship that mighty warrior of celestial origin who hath saved thee and my kine also. Uttara replied, the mighty son of a deity disappeared therein then. I think, however, that he will show himself either tomorrow or the day after. Vaisampayana continued, Virata, that owner of a large army, remained ignorant of the son of Pandu who was thus described unto him by Uttara, and who was living in the palace in disguise. And permitted by the high-souled Virata, Partha presented with his own hands the garments he had brought unto Virata's daughter. And the beautiful Uttara, obtaining those new and costly clothes of diverse kinds, became highly glad, along with the son of the Matsya king. Section LXX. Vaisampayana said, then, on the 3rd day, attired in white robes after a bath, and decked in ornaments of all kinds, those great car warriors, the 5 Pandava brothers, having accomplished their vow, and with Yudhishthira at their head, looked resplendent as they entered the palace gate like 5 intoxicated elephants. And having entered the council hall of Virata, They took their seats on the thrones reserved for kings, and shone brilliantly like fires on the sacrificial altar. And after the Pandavas had taken their seats, Virata, that lord of earth, came for holding his council and discharging the royal offices. And beholding the illustrious Pandavas blazing like fires, the king reflected for a moment. And then, filled with wrath, the Matsya king spoke unto Kanka seated the like a celestial and looking like the lord of celestials surrounded by the Maruts. And he said, a player of dice thou wert employed by me as a courtier. How couldst thou occupy the royal seat thus attired in handsome robes and ornaments? Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of Virata, O king, and desirous of jesting with him, Arjuna smilingly said in reply, this person, O king, deserveth to occupy the same seat with Indra himself. Devoted to the Brahmanas, acquainted with the Vedas, indifferent to luxury and carnal enjoyments, habitually performing sacrifices, steady in vows, this one, indeed, is the very embodiment of virtue. The foremost of all persons endued with energy and superior to everybody on earth in intelligence, devoted to asceticism, he is conversant with various weapons. No other person among the mobile and immobile creatures of the three worlds possesseth or will ever possess such knowledge of weapons. And there is none even amongst the gods, or Asuras, or men, or Rakshasas, or Gandharvas, or Yakshur chiefs, or Kinnaras, or mighty Uragas, who is like him. Endued with great foresight and energy, beloved by the citizens and inhabitants of the provinces, he is the mightiest of car warriors amongst the sons of Pandu. A performer of sacrifices, devoted to morality, and of subdued passions, like unto a great rishi, this royal sage has celebrated over all the worlds. Possessed of great strength and great intelligence, able and truthful, he hath all his senses under complete control. Equal unto Indra in wealth and Kuvara in hoarding, he is the protector of the worlds like unto Manu himself of mighty prowess. Endued with great might, he is even such. Kind unto all creatures he is no other than the bull of the Kuru race, King Yudhishthira the Just. The achievements of this king resemble the sun himself of blazing effulgence, and his fame hath travelled in all directions like the rays of that luminary, and like the rays following the risen sun of blazing effulgence, 10,000 swift elephants followed him, O king, when he dwelt among the Kurus. And, O king, 30,000 cars decked in gold and drawn by the best steeds, also used to follow him then. And full 800 bards adorned with earrings set with shining gems, and accompanied by minstrels, recited his praises in those days, like the rishis adorning Indra. And, O king, the Kauravas and other lords of earth always waited upon him like slaves, as the celestials upon Kuvara. This eminent king, resembling the bright-rayed sun, made all lords of earth pay tribute unto him like persons of the agricultural class. And 88,000 of Hysalsnatakas depended for their subsistence upon this king practicing excellent vows. This illustrious lord protected the aged and the helpless, the maimed and the blind, as his sons, and he ruled over his subjects virtuously. Steady in morality and self-control, capable of restraining his anger, bountiful, devoted to the Brahmanas, and truthful, this one is the son of Pandu. The prosperity and prowess of this one afflict King Sayadana with his followers including Karna and Shavala's son. And, O Lord of men, the virtues of this one are incapable of being enumerated. This son of Pandu is devoted to morality and always abstains from injury. Possessed of such attributes, doth not this bull among kings, this son of Pandu, deserve, O monarch, to occupy a royal seat? Section LXXI. Virata said, if this one, indeed, be the Kuru king Yudhishthira the son of Kunti, which amongst these is his brother Arjuna, and which, the mighty Bhima, which of these is Nakula, and which Sahadeva, and where is the celebrated Draupadi? After their defeat at Dice, the sons of Pritha have not been heard of by anyone. Arjuna said, even this one, O king, who is called Vallava and is thy cook, is that Bhima of mighty arms and terrible prowess and furious impetus. It was he who slew the furious Rakshasas on the mountains of Gandhamadana, and procured the Krishna celestial flowers of great fragrance. Even he is that Gandharva, who slew the Kikaka of wicked soul, and it was he who killed tigers and bears and boars in the inner apartment of thy palace. He who had been the keeper of thy horses, that slayer of foes called Nakula, and this one is Sahadeva, the keeper of thy kine. Both these sons of Madri are great car warriors, possessed of great fame and beauty of person. These two bulls of the Bharata race, attired in handsome robes and decked in excellent ornaments, are a match for 1,000 great cow warriors. And even this lady of eyes like lotus petals and slender waist and sweet smiles is Drupada's daughter, thy wife Sarindri, for whose sake, O king, the Kikakas were slain. I am, O king, Arjuna, who, it is evident, thou hast heard, is that son of Pritha, who is Bhima's junior and the senior of the twins. We have, O king, happily passed in thy abode the period of non-discovery, like infants in the womb. Vaisampayana continued, after Arjuna had pointed out those heroes, the 5 Pandavas, the son of Virata then spoke of Arjuna's prowess, and Uttara once again identified the sons of Pritha. And the prince said, that one whose complexion is bright like that of pure gold, who is stout like a full-grown lion, whose nose is so prominent, whose eyes are large and expansive, and whose face is broad and of coppery hue, is the king of the Kuras. And behold, that one whose tread is like that of an infuriate elephant, whose complexion is like that of heated gold, whose shoulders are broad and expanded, and whose arms are long and thick, is Vrikadara. And he who stands by his side, that youth of darkish hue, who is like unto a leader of a herd of elephants, whose shoulders are broad like those of a lion, whose tread is like that of a mighty elephant, and whose eyes are large and expansive like lotus leaves, is Arjuna, that foremost of bowmen. And lo, close to the king, are those foremost of men, the twins, like unto Vishnu and Indra, as who have no equals, in the world of men, in beauty, might, and behavior. And close by them, behold, standeth Krishna, beautiful as gold, like unto the very embodiment of light, possessing the complexion of the blue lotus, like unto a celestial damsel, and resembling the living embodiment of Lakshmi herself. Vaisampayana continued, then Virata's son began to describe the prowess of Arjuna, saying, even this one is he that slew the foe, like unto a lion devastating a flock of deer. Even he ranged through crowds of hostile cars, slaying the best of car warriors. By him was slain a huge, infuriate elephant by means of a single arrow. Pierced by him, that huge beast, having its flanks adorned with an armor of gold, fell down piercing the earth with his tusks. By him have the kind been recovered and the Kauravas vanquished in battle. My ears have been deafened by the blare of his conch. It was by this hero of fierce deeds that Bhishma and Drona, along with Duryodhana, were vanquished. That achievement is his and not mine. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of his, the mighty king of the Matsyas, considering himself guilty of having offended Yudhishthira, said unto Uttara in reply, I think the time hath come for me to propitiate the sons of Pandu. And, if thou likest, I shall bestow my daughter Uttara upon Arjuna. Uttara said, worthy of our adorations and worship and respect, the time hath come for worshipping the illustrious sons of Pandu who deserve to be worshipped by us. Virata said, when brought under the foe's subjection in battle, it was Bhimasena that rescued me. my kine also have been recovered by Arjuna. It is through the might of their arms that we have obtained victory in battle. Such being the case, all of us, with our counsellors, shall propitiate Yudhishthira the son of Kunti. Blessed be thou, with all thy brothers, O bull among the sons of Pandu. If, O king, we have ever said or done anything in ignorance to offend thee, it behoveth thee to forgive us. The son of Pandu is virtuous. Vaisampayana continued. Then the high souled Virata, delighted greatly, approached King Yudhishthira and made an alliance with him, and offered him his whole kingdom together with the scepter and treasury and metropolis. And addressing all the Pandavas, and especially Dhananjaya, the mighty king of the Matsyas, repeatedly said, "By good luck it is that I see you." And having again and again embraced Yudhishthira and Bhima and the sons of Madri, and smelt their heads, Virata, that owner of a large army, was not satiated with gazing at them. And being highly pleased, he said unto King Yudhishthira, "By good luck it is that I see you safe from woods. By good luck it is that ye have accomplished with difficulty the period of exile, undiscovered by those wicked wights. I make over my entire kingdom to the sons of Pritha, and what else I have, let the sons of Pandu accept these without the slightest hesitation. And let Dhananjaya, called also save the Arsashin, accept the hand of Uttara, for that best of men is fit to be her lord." Thus addressed, King Yudhishthira that just cast a look upon Dhananjaya, the son of Pritha, and looked at by his brother, Arjuna said unto the Matsya king, "O monarch, I accept thy daughter as my daughter-in-law." An alliance of this kind between the Matsya and the Brattas is, indeed, desirable. Section XXI. Virata said, "Why, O best among the Pandavas, dost thou not wish to accept as wife this my daughter that I bestow upon thee?" Arjuna said, "Residing in thy inner apartments, I had occasion always to behold thy daughter, and she too, alone or in company, trusted me as her father. Well versed in singing and dancing, I was liked and regarded by her, and, indeed, thy daughter always regardeth me as her protector. O king, I lived for 1 whole year with her, though she had attained the age of puberty. Under these circumstances, thyself or other men may not without reason entertain suspicions against her or me. Therefore, O king, myself who am pure, and have my senses under control, beg to thee, O monarch, thy daughter as my daughter-in-law. Thus do I attest her purity. There is no difference between a daughter-in-law and a daughter, as also between a son and son's own self. By adopting this course, therefore, her purity will be proved. I am afraid of slanderous and false accusations. I accept, therefore, O king, thy daughter Uttara as my daughter-in-law. Surpassing all in knowledge of weapons, resembling a celestial youth in beauty, my son, the mighty armed Abhimanyu is the favourite nephew of Vasudeva, the wielder of the discus. He, O king, is fit to be thy son-in-law and the husband of thy daughter." Virata said, "It behoveth the best of the Kurus, Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, who is so virtuous and wise, to say this. O son of Pritha, do thou carry out what thou thinkest should be done after this. He that hath Arjuna for the father of his son-in-law, hath all his desires gratified." Vaisampayana continued. The monarch having said this, Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, gave his assent to what was thus agreed upon between the Matsya king and Arjuna. And, O Bharata, the son of Kunti sent invitations to Vasudeva and to all his friends and relatives, and Virata also did the same. And then, after the expiry of the 13th year, the 5 Pandavas took up their abode in one of Virata's towns called Paplavya, and Vatsu, the son of Pandu, brought over Abhimanyu and Janardana, and also many people of the Dasaha race from the Anatu country. and the king of Kuzi, and also Saviour, being very friendly to Yudhishthira, arrived there, each accompanied by an extraordinary of troops. And the mighty Drupada, also with the heroic sons of Draupadi and the unvanquished Sikandin, and that foremost of wielder of weapons, the invincible Drishthadima came there with another extraordinary of troops. And all the kings that came were not only lords of extraordinary, but performers of sacrifices with gifts in profusion to Brahmanas, conversant with the Vedas endued with heroism, and ready to die in battle. And beholding them arrived, that foremost of virtuous men, the king of the Matsyas, adored them duly, and entertained their troops and servants and carriers of burdens. And he was highly pleased to bestow his daughter upon Abhimanyu. And after the kings had come from different parts of the country, there came Vasudeva decked in floral garlands, and Haliuda, and Gritavarman, the son of Ridika, and Uyudana, the son of Satyaki, and Anadristi and Akrura, and Samva and Nisata. And these repressors of foes came the bringing with them Abhimanyu and his mother, and Indrasena and others, having lived at Dwaraka for 1 whole year, came there, bringing with them the well-adorned cars of the Pandavas. And there came also 10,000 elephants and 10,000 cars, and 100 millions of horses and 100 billions of foot soldiers, and innumerable of Vrishani and Andaka and Boa warriors of great energy, in the train of that tiger among the Vrishnis, Vasudeva of great effulgence. And Krishna gave unto each of the illustrious sons of Pandu numerous female slaves, and gems and robes. And then the nuptial festival set in between the families of the Matsya king and the Pandavas. And then conchs and cymbals and horns and drums and other musical instruments appointed by the Pandavas began to play in the palace of Virata. And deer of various kinds and clean animals by hundreds were slain. And wines of various kinds and intoxicating juices of trees were profusely collected. And mimes and bards and encomiasts, versed in singing and legendary lore, waited upon the kings, and chanted their praises and genealogies. And the matrons of the Matsyas of symmetrical bodies and limbs, and wearing earrings of pearls and gems, headed by Sudashna, came to the place where the marriage knot was to be tied. And amongst those beautiful females of fair complexion and excellent ornaments, Krishna was the foremost in beauty and fame and splendor. And they all came there, leading forth the Princess Sitara decked in every ornament and resembling the daughter of the great Indra himself. And then Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, accepted Virata's daughter of faultless limbs on behalf of his son by Subhadra. And that great king, Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, who stood the like Indra, also accepted her as his daughter-in-law. And having accepted her, the son of Pritha, with Janardana before him, caused the nuptial ceremonies to be performed of the illustrious son of Subhadra. And Virata then gave him, as dowry, 7,000 steeds endued with the speed of the wind and 200 elephants of the best kind and much wealth also. And having duly poured libations of clarified butter on the blazing fire, and paid homage unto the twice-born ones, Virata offered to the Pandavas his kingdom, army, treasury, and his own self. And after the marriage had taken place, Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, gave away unto the Brahmanas all the wealth that had been brought by Krishna of unfading glory. And he also gave away thousands of kind and diverse kinds of robes, and various excellent ornaments, and vehicles, and beds, delicious viands of various kinds, and cardinal drinks of diverse species. And the king also made gifts of land unto the Brahmanas with due rights, and also cattle by thousands. And he also gave away thousands of steeds and much gold and much wealth of other kinds, unto persons of all ages. And, O bull of the Brata race, the city of the Matsya king, thronged with men cheerful and well-fed, shone brightly like a great festival. The end of Virata Parva. Footnotes 1. Return. Brahma Vedini, Nilakanthu explains this as Krishna Katanasla. 2. Return. This speech of Vaisampayana is not included in some texts within the second section. To include it, however, in the third, is evidently a mistake. 3. Return. The sloka commencing with a dushta and ending rathshucha does not occur in texts except those in Bengal. 4. Return. A difference of reading is observable here. The sense, however, is the same. 5. Return. An independent female artisan working in another person's house. Wilson. 6. Return. Some of the Bengal text read Savastramaya for Savamantramaya. The former is evidently incorrect. 7. Return. This is a very difficult sloka. Nilakantha adopts the reading Sanjayat. The Bengal editions read Sanjapit. If the latter be the correct reading, the meaning then would be let none talk about what transpires in the presence of the king. For those even that are poor regard it as a grave fault. The sense evidently is that the occurrences in respect of a king which one witnesses should not be divulged. Even they that are powerless regard such divulgence of what occurs in respect of them as the insult to them, and, therefore, inexcusable. 8. Return. The Bengal editions read Rajna in the instrumental case. Following a manuscript text of a pandit of my acquaintance, I read Rajnas in the genitive. 9. Return. Mahishasura, the son of Rambasura. Durga had to fight for many years before she could slay this formidable Asura. The story occurs in the Markandeya Purana. To this day, Bengal during the great Durga Puja festival in autumn worships the goddess with great veneration. 10. Return. Literally, one that rescues from difficulty. 11. Return. Kamagara is explained by Nilakantha thus, although in other places it bears a quite different meaning. 12. Return. Krita, attack, pratikrita, warding it off, sankata, clenched. Some texts read sankatakais. The meaning then would be cased in gauntlets. 13. Return. Bhuti, Shri, Kirti and Kanti are respectively the feminine embodiments of prosperity, modesty, beauty, fame and loveliness. 14. Return. What Draupadi means is that instead of passing her days in joy and happiness, instead of being able to wish time to be stationary with her, she is obliged in consequence of her misery to wish time to pass off quickly. 15. Return. Jai, 8 Asias, that is, she from whom one is born. 16. Return. Some texts read, Vilam Nagavyodara, that is, as an elephant lifts up a vela fruit. 17. Return. Very means both a kettle drum and a trumpet. The latter, however, conveys a better meaning here. 18. Return. Literally, force of his thighs. 19. Return. What Bhima says is this. The Gandharvas, your husbands, are always obedient to thee. If they have been able to do thee a service, they have only repaid a debt. 20. Return. Krita. Nilakanthu explains this to mean imagining themselves to have achieved success in their mission, for having learnt of Kikaka's death, they could readily guess the presence of the Pandavas there. This is too far-fetched and does not at all agree with the spirit of their report to Duryodhana below. And then the same word occurs in the very last line of the section. I take it that in both places the word has been used in the same sense. 21. Return. This is a very difficult sloka. I am not sure that I have understood it all right. Both Nilakantha and Arjuna Misra are silent. Instead of depending, however, on my own intelligence, I have consulted several friends who have read the Mahabharata thoroughly. The grammatical structure is easy. The only difficulty consists in the second half of the sloka. The meaning, however, I have given is consistent with the tenor of Bhishma's advice. 22. Return. Indicating the unobstructed completion of the sacrifice. 23. Return. The word tirtha here means, as Nilakantha rightly explains, spies and not holy spots. 24. Return. Satram is explained by Nilakantha to mean here false disguise. I think, however, such an interpretation to be far-fetched. It evidently means forest, the use of pravisthu in connection with it almost settles the point. 25. Return. This sloka is not correctly printed in any of the texts that I have seen. The reading that I adopt is that the second word is the participle of the root bud and not the instrumental of buddy. The last word again of the second line is a compound of vlavatsu and avalshu instead of, as printed in many books, vlavatsu avalshu. Any other reading would certainly be incorrect. I have not consulted the Bombay text. 26. Return. Bar gases lit, each in its proper place. It may also mean, according to their respective division. 27. Return. Kalyanapatalam is explained by Nilakantha to mean Shubhanapatachchidatam. 28. Return. One of the generals of Virata. 29. Return. Some differences of reading are noticeable here. For Yasaswina some texts read Manaswino, and for Vahazimruvd, Vahuzanarambat, and for Nakanaki, Ratharati. 30. Return. Some texts read Garnabaiva for Garniva. The latter is unquestionably better in form. 31. Return. The word in the original is mere word equal to 48 minutes. Nilakantha points out very ingeniously that the night being the 7th of the dark fortnight, the moon would not rise till after 14 dandas from the hour of sunset, a danda being equal to 24 minutes. A murta, therefore, implies not 48 minutes exactly, but some time. 32. Return. Samvikshai Anam. Nilakantha explains Sama as a word spoken by Bhima for assuring the captive Virata, and Vikshaya as assuring or consoling by a glance. Perhaps this is right. 33. Return. The adjective Bhima Sankasas as explained by Nilakantha is in this sense, quoting the celebrated simile of Valmiki. 34. Return. To understand the comparison would require in the reader a knowledge of the mechanism of the Indian veena. Briefly, the veena consists of a bamboo of about 3 cubits attached to 2 cords towards its ends. Along the bamboo, which serves the purpose of a fingerboard, is the main cord and several thinner wires. All these pass over a number of the frets, 2½ heptacords, representing the total compass of the instrument. The wires rest towards their ends on 2 pieces of ivory called padanas in Sanskrit or swaris in Urdu. 35. Return. Some read Kanai Asi for Vaivai Asi. Both words are the same and mean the same thing. 36. Return. Vidi Vailagnamadaya. Vidi in this connection means a wasp and not, as explained by Malinata in his commentary of the Kumara Sambhava, a sacrificial platform. I would remark in passing that many of the most poetic and striking adjectives in both the Raga and the Kumara Sambhava of Kalidasa are borrowed unblushingly from the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. 37. Return. Padma Patrabimba may also mean of the splendor of the gem called Marakata. Nilakantha, however, shows that this would militate against the adjective Kankajwal Atwajam below. 38. Return. The princess being of the complexion of burnished gold and Arjuna dark as a mass of clouds, the comparison is exceedingly appropriate. The Vaishnava poets of Bengal never tire of this simile in speaking of Radha and Krishna in the groves of Vrindavana. 39. Return. The words in the original is pranayam, lit. Love. Nilakantha, however, explains it as meaning modesty, humility. I think Nilakantha is right. The relations between Arjuna and the princess were like those between father and daughter. 40. Return. This sloka is not correctly printed in any of the texts that I have seen. The Birdwin Pandits read dat samim. This, I think, is correct, but then is asada in the singular when the other verbs are all dual seems to be correct. The poet must have used some other verb in the dual for asada. 41. Return. Some texts read diptazia for dipte I am. 42. Return. This sloka does not occur in every text. This is a typical illustration of the roundabout way, frequently adopted by Sanskrit writers, of expressing a simple truth. The excuse in the present instance consists in Drona's unwillingness to identify the solitary hero with Arjuna, in the midst of all his hearers. Nadiji is an exclamation referring to Bhishma, the son of the river Ganga. Lankasavanariketu is simply ape bannered, or as rendered in the text, having the devastator of the gardens of Lanka's lord for the sign of his banner. Nagavaya is named after tree for Arjuna is the name of an Indian tree. Nigrisa is Indra's son, Indra being the foe of mountains, for formerly it was he who cut off the wings of all mountains and compelled them to be stationary. He failed only in the case of Menaka, the son of Himavat. 43. Return. Indian insects of a particular kind. 44. Return. Most editions read charpas, which is evidently wrong. The correct reading is avipas, meaning quiver. The Birdwin Pandits give this latter reading. 45. Return. Some read Chandragadasanas. The correct reading is Chandradhadasanas. 46. Return. Most editions read Himapanka and Silasita in the instrumental plural. The correct reading is their nominative plural forms. 47. Return. Syaka means here, as explained by Nilakantha, a sword, and not a shaft. 48. Return. From the colour of his steeds. 49. Return. Nilakantha spends much learning and ingenuity in making out that 65 years in this connection means 32 years of ordinary human computation. 50. Return. Some texts read, one large meteor fell. 51. Return. In some editions read, Mahabharata Dwijam, and Mahahadamtha Mahadrumam. The meaning would then be, the banners of the hostile army began to tremble in the sky, and large lakes were agitated. 52. Return. Some texts read Mahabharata incorrectly, Baharanmayan. Indeed, Mahabharata would give no meaning in this connection. The incomplete edition of the Roy Press under the auspices of the principal of the Calcutta Sanskrit College abounds with such incorrect readings and misprints. 53. Return. The Roy Press edition adds here a line which looks very much like an interpolation. 54. Return. The true reading is Uakaria in the dual number, meaning Drona and Kripa. Some texts read the word in the singular form. Nilakantha notices both these reading, but prefers the dual to the singular. 55. Return. The meaning is rather doubtful. Duryodhana seems to say that the hostile appearance of Arjuna has been an act of imprudence on his part. The Pandavas, after the expiry of the 13th year, would claim their kingdom. Duryodhana, may or may not accede to their demand. When, therefore, it was not certain that Arjuna would be refused by me, his hostile appearance is unwise. He has come sure of victory, but he may yet be defeated. 56. Return. The sense seems to be that when moralists even are puzzled in judging of the propriety or otherwise of their acts, it can easily be imagined that the Pandavas, however virtuous, have, in the matter of this their appearance, acted wrongly, for, after all, the 13th year may not have really been over as believed by them. Or, it may mean, that as regards our presence here, we have not acted imprudently when even moralists cannot always arrive at right conclusion. It seems that for this Duryodhana proceeds to justify that presence in the following sentences. The Mahabharata of Krishna Dwapayane Vyasa, Book 5, Udyoga Parva. Translated into English prose from the original Sanskrit text. By Kesari Mohan Ganguly, 1883 to 1896. The Mahabharata. Udyoga Parva. Section I. Having bowed down to Narayana, and Nara, the most exalted of male beings, and also to the goddess Saraswati, must the word Jaya be uttered. Vaisampayana said, then those valiant descendants of Kuru, who belonged to the same party, with Virata, having joyfully celebrated the nuptials of Abhimanyu and rested themselves that night, presented themselves at dawn, well pleased, in the court of Virata, and the chamber of the king of the Matsya was full of riches, and variegated with choice gems and precious stones, with seats methodically arranged, adorned with garlands, and filled with fragrance. And those mighty monarchs of men all came to that place. And on the seats in front sat the two kings Virata and Drupada, and the revered and aged rulers of the earth, and Balarama and Krishna along with their father, all sat there. And close to the king of Panchala was seated the great hero of the race of Sini, together with the son of Rohini. And side by side with the king of the Matsya sat Krishna and Yudhishthira, and all the sons of King Drupada, and Bhima and Arjuna, and the two sons of Madri, and Pradama and Samva, both valiant in battle, and Abhimanyu with Virata's sons. And those princes, the sons of Draupadi, rivaling their fathers in valour, strength, grace, and prowess, sat upon excellent seats inlaid with gold. And when those mighty heroes wearing shining ornaments and robes had set themselves down, that gorgeous assembly of kings looked beautiful like the firmament spangled with resplendent stars. And those valiant men, assembled together, having conversed with one another upon various topics, remained for some time in a pensive mood, with their eyes fixed upon Krishna. And at the end of their talk, Krishna drew their attention to the affairs of the Pandavas. And those powerful kings together listened to Krishna's speech, pregnant and lofty. And Krishna said, "It is known to you all, how this Yudhishthira was deceitfully defeated at dice by the son of Shivala, and how he was robbed of his kingdom, and how a stipulation was made by him concerning his exile in the forest. And capable as they were of conquering the earth by force, the sons of Pandu remained firm in their plighted faith. And accordingly for 6 and 7 years these incomparable men accomplished the cruel task imposed upon them. And this last, the 13th year, was exceedingly hard for them to pass. Yet unrecognized by any one they have passed it, as known to you, suffering unendurable hardships of various kinds. This is known to you all. These illustrious men have spent the 13th year, employed in menial service of others. This being so, it is for you to consider what will be for the good of both Yudhishthira and Duryodhana, and what, as regards the Kurus and the Pandavas, will be consistent with the rules of righteousness and propriety, and what will meet with the approbation of all. The virtuous king Yudhishthira would not unrighteously covet even the celestial kingdom, but righteously he would accept the rule even of a single village. How the sons of Dhritarashtra fraudulently robbed him of his paternal kingdom, and how he hath passed a life of unendurable hardships, unknown to all the kings assembled here. The sons of Dhritarashtra are incapable of overcoming by strength Arjuna, the son of Pritha. Nevertheless, King Yudhishthira and his friends have no other desire than the good of Dhritarashtra's son. These brave sons of Kunti, and the 2 sons of Madri, ask for only what they themselves, achieving victory in battle, had won from the defeated kings. You, no doubt, know full well how those enemies of the Pandavas, with the object of possessing themselves of the kingdom, endeavored by various means to destroy them, when they were yet mere boys, so wicked and rancorous they were. Consider how grasping they are and how virtuous Yudhishthira is. Consider also the relationship that exists between them. I beseech you all to consult together and also think separately. The Pandavas have always had a regard for truth. They have fulfilled their promise to the very letter. If now treated wrongfully by the sons of Dhritarashtra, they would slay them all though banded together. They have friends, who, on being informed of their unworthy treatment at the hands of others, would stand by them, engaged in fight with their persecutors, and willingly slay them even if they should lose their own lives for it. If you suppose them to be too few to be capable of winning a victory over their enemies, you must know that united together and followed by their friends, they would, no doubt, try their utmost to destroy those enemies. What Duryodhana thinks is not exactly known, nor what he may do. When the mind of the other side is not known, what opinion can be formed by you as to what is best to be done? Therefore, let a person, virtuous and honest and of respectable birth, and wary, an able ambassador, set out to beseech them mildly for inducing them to give half the kingdom to Yudhishthira. Having listened to the speech of Krishna, marked by prudence and a regard for virtue, and showing a pacific and impartial spirit, his elder brother then addressed the assembly, bestowing high encomiums on the words of the younger brother. Section 2. Baladeva said, "You have all listened to the speech of him who is the elder brother of Gada, characterized as it is by a sense of virtue and prudence, and salutary alike to Yudhishthira and King Duryodhana. These valiant sons of Kunti are ready to give up half their kingdom, and they make this sacrifice for the sake of Duryodhana. The sons of Dhritarashtra, therefore, should give up half of the kingdom, and should rejoice and be exceedingly happy with us that the quarrel can be so satisfactorily settled. These mighty persons, having obtained the kingdom, would, no doubt, be pacified and happy, provided the opposite party behave well. For them to be pacified will redound to the welfare of men. And I should be well pleased if somebody from here, with the view of pacifying both the Kurus and the Pandavas, should undertake a journey and ascertain what is the mind of Duryodhana and explain the views of Yudhishthira. Let him respectfully salute Bhishma, the heroic scion of Kuru's race, and the magnanimous son of Vichitravirya, and Drona along with his son, and Vijura and Kripa, and the king of Gandhara, along with the suitor's son. Let him also pay his respects to all the other sons of Dhritarashtra, to all who are renowned for strength and learning, devoted to their proper duties, heroic, and conversant with signs of the times. When all these persons are gathered together, and when also the elderly citizens are assembled, let him speak words full of humility and likely to serve the interests of Yudhishthira. At all events, let them not be provoked, for they have taken possession of the kingdom with a strong hand. When Yudhishthira had his throne, he forgot himself by being engaged in gambling and was dispossessed by them of his kingdom. This valiant Kuru, this descendant of Vajamida, Yudhishthira, though not skilled in dice and though dissuaded by all his friends, challenged the son of the king of Gandhara, an adept at dice, to the match. There were then at that place thousands of dice players whom Yudhishthira could defeat in a match. Taking, however, no notice of any of them, he challenged Shivala's son of all men to the game, and so he lost. And although the dice constantly went against him, he would still have Sakuni alone for his opponent. Competing with Sakuni in the play, he sustained a crushing defeat. For this, no blame can attach to Sakuni. Let the messenger make use of words characterized by humility, words intended to conciliate Vichatravaria's son. The messenger may thus bring round Dhritarashtra's son to his own views. Do not seek war with the Kuras. Address Duryodhana in only a conciliatory tone. The object may possibly fail to be gained by war, but it may be gained by conciliation, and by this means also it may be gained enduringly. Vaisampayana continued, while that valiant scion of Madhu's race was even continuing his speech. The gallant son of the race of Sini suddenly rose up and indignantly condemned the words of the former by these words of his. Section 3. Satyaki said, even as a man's heart is, so doth he speak. Thou art speaking in strict conformity with the nature of thy heart. There are brave men, and likewise those that are cowards. Men may be divided into these two well-defined classes. As upon a single large tree there may be two boughs, one of which beareth fruits, while the other doth not, so from the self-same line of progenitors may spring persons that are imbecile as well as those that are endowed with great strength. O thou bearing the sign of a plough on thy banner, I do not, in a sooth, condemn the words thou hast spoken, but I simply condemn those, O son of Madhu, who are listening to thy words. How, indeed, can he, who unblushingly dares attach even the slightest blame in the virtuous King Yudhishthira, be permitted to speak at all in the midst of the assembly? Persons clever in the game of dice challenged the magnanimous Yudhishthira, unskilled as he is in play, and confiding in them he was defeated. Can such persons be said to have virtuously won the game? If they had come to Yudhishthira while playing in this house with his brothers and defeated him there, then what they would have won would have been righteously won. But they challenged Yudhishthira, who was bound in conscience to follow the rules observed by the military caste, and they won by a trick. What is there in this conduct of theirs that is righteous? And how can this Yudhishthira here, having performed to the utmost the stipulations entered into by way of stakes in the play, freed from the promise of a sojourn in the forest, and therefore entitled to his ancestral throne, humble himself? Even if Yudhishthira coveted other people's possessions, still it would not behove him to beg. How can they be said to be righteous and not intent on usurping the throne when, although the Pandavas have lived out their sojourn of concealment unrecognized, they still say that the latter had been recognized? They were besought by Bhishma and the magnanimous Drona, but they would not yet consent to give back to the Pandavas the throne that belongeth to them by right of birth. The means with which I would beseech them would be sharp arrows. I shall fight and with a strong hand force them to prostrate themselves at the feet of the illustrious son of Kunti. If, however, they do not bow at the feet of the wise Yudhishthira, then they and their partisans must go to the regions of the armor. When Ayudhana, myself, is enraged and resolved to fight, they, to be sure, are unequal to withstand his impetus, as mountains are unable to resist that of the thunderbolt. Who can withstand Arjuna in fight, or him who hath the discus for his weapon in battle, or myself as well? Who can withstand the unapproachable Bhima? And who, having regard for his life, would come near the twin brothers who firmly grasp their bows and resemble the death-dealing Yama in intelligence? Who would approach Drishthadhyumna, the son of Drupada, or these 5 sons of the Pandavas who have added lustre to Draupadi's name, rivaling their fathers in valour, equal to them in every respect and full of martial pride, or him of the powerful bow, Subhadra's son, irresistible by even the gods themselves, or Gada, or Pradama, or Samva, resembling Yama or the thunderbolt or fire? We shall slay Dhritarashtra's son and Sakuni and Karna in battle, and place the Pandava on the throne. There is no sin in slaying them that are bent on slaying us, but to be a beggar before foes is both impious and infamous. I ask you to be diligent in doing that which is heartily desired by Yudhishthira. Let Pandu's son get back the kingdom resigned by Dhritarashtra. Either Yudhishthira should get back his kingdom this very day, or all our enemies shall lie down on the earth slain by me. Section 4. Drupada said, O mighty armed one, it will, without doubt, be even as thou hast said. Never will Duryodhana give up the kingdom by peaceful means, and Dhritarashtra, who dotes on his son, will follow him in his wish. And so will Bhishma and Drona from imbecility, and Karna and Sakuni from folly. The words of Valadeva command themselves to my judgment. The course pointed out by him should, indeed, be followed by a man who desires peaceful settlement. But Duryodhana should never be addressed in mild words. Vicious by nature, he, I believe, cannot be brought to reason by mildness. In respect of an ass, mildness is in place, but in respect of animals of the bovine species, severity should be resorted to. If anyone were to speak mild words to Duryodhana, vicious by nature, that wicked wight would consider the speaker to be an imbecile person. If a mild course is adopted towards him, the fool will think that he has won. Let us do even this. Let us make preparations. Let us send word to our friends that they may collect an army for us. Let speedy messengers go to Salya, and Drishtaketu, and Jayatsena, and the prince of the Kikayas. Duryodhana also, on his part, will send word to all the kings. Right-minded persons, however, respond to the request of those that first beseech them. Therefore, I ask you to make haste in first preferring your suit to these rulers of men. Meseems that a great undertaking is awaiting us. Quickly send word to Salya, and to the kings under him, and to King Bhagadatta of immeasurable valor residing on the eastern seacoast, and to fierce Hardikya, and Ahuka, and the king of the Malas of powerful understanding, and Rachamana. Let Vrihantu be summoned, and King Sinavindu, and Valika, and Madjakisa, and the ruler of the Chedis, and Supasva, Shavau, and that great hero, Pauriva, and also the kings of the Sakas, the Pallavas, and the Daridas, and Zurari, and Nadia, and King Karnavist, and Nila, and the valiant King Viradaman, and Dajaya, and Dantavakra, and Rakmi, and Janimjaya, and Ashada, and Vayuvga, and King Purvapali, Ambarijas, and Ivaka, and Ikalaya with his sons, and also the kings of the Krausha race, and the valiant Kshimamati, and the kings of the Kamboa and the Richika tribes, and of the western seacoast, and Jayatsena, and the king of Kashi, and the rulers of the land of the 5 rivers, and the proud son of Kratha, and the rulers of the mountain regions, and Janaki, and Suzaman and Manaman, and Potimatsyaka, and the valiant Drishtaketu, and the ruler of the kingdom of Pansu, and Pondra, and Dandadara, and the brave Vrihatsna, and Aparajita, and Nishada, and Srinamat, and Vasumat, and Vrihadvala of great strength, and Veu the conqueror of hostile cities, and the warlike King Samudrasana with his son, and Udava, and Kshmaka, and King Vatadana, and Sarutayas, and Drias, and the gallant son of Alwa, and the king of the Kalingas, and Kumara, unconquerable in battle. Speedily send word to these. This is what recommends itself to me. And let this my priest, learned Brahmana, be sent, O king, to Dhritarashtra. Tell him the words he is to say, and what Duryodhana should be told, and how Bhishma is to be addressed, and how Drona, that best of Kar warriors. Section V. Krishna said, these words are worthy of the chief of the Somake tribe, and are calculated to promote the interests of Bandhu's son of immeasurable strength. As we are desirous of adopting a politic course, this is, no doubt, our first duty. A man acting otherwise would be a great fool. But our relationship to both the Kurus and the Pandus is equal, howsoever these two parties may behave with each other. Both you and we have been invited here on the occasion of a marriage. The marriage having now been celebrated, let us go home well pleased. You are the foremost of kings, both in years and learning, and here we all, no doubt are as if your pupils. Dhritarashtra has always entertained a great respect for you, and you are also a friend of the preceptors Drona and Kripa. I, therefore, ask you to send a message to the Kurus, in the interests of the Pandavas. We all resolve even upon this, that you should send a message unto them. If that chief of the Kuru race should make peace on equitable terms, then the brotherly feelings between the Kurus and the Pandavas will sustain no injury. If, on the other hand, the son of Dhritarashtra should wax haughty and from folly refuse to make peace, then, having summoned others, summon us too. The holder of Gandiva then will be fired with wrath, and the dull-headed and wicked Duryodhana, with his partisans and friends, will meet his fate. Vaisampayana said. King Virata, then having honoured Krishna, sent him home with his followers and relatives. And after Krishna had set out for Dwaraka, Yudhishthira and his followers, with King Virata, began to make preparations for war. And Virata and his relatives sent word to all the monarchs, and King Drupada also did the same. And at the request of those lions of the Kuru race, as also of the two kings of the Matsyas and the Panchalas, many lords of the earth possessed of great strength, came to the place with cheerful hearts. And when the sons of Dhritarashtra heard that the Pandavas had collected a large army, they also assembled many rulers of the earth. And, O king, at that time the whole land became thronged with the rulers of the earth who were marching to espouse the cause of either the Kurus or the Pandavas. And the land was full of military bands composed of the four kinds of forces. And from all sides the forces began to pour in. And the goddess Earth with her mountains and forests seemed to tremble beneath their dread. And the king of the Panchalas, having consulted the wishes of Yudhishthira, dispatched to the Kurus his own priest, who was old both in years and understanding. Section Vi. Drupada said, of beings those that are endowed with life are superior. Of living beings those that are endowed with intelligence are superior. Of intelligent creatures men are superior. Of men the twice-born are superior. Of the twice-born, students of the Veda are superior. Of students of the Veda those of cultured understanding are superior. Of cultured men practical persons are superior. And finally, of practical men those knowing the Supreme Being are superior. You, it seems to me, are at the very top of those that are of cultured understanding. You are distinguished both for age and learning. You are equal in intellect to either Sukha or Vrihaspati, the son of Angiras. You know what kind of man the chief of the Kuru race is, and what kind of man also is Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti. It was with Dhritarashtra's knowledge that the Pandavas were deceived by their opponents. Though instructed by Vidura, he yet follows his son. Sakuni advisedly challenged Yudhishthira to a gambling match, although the latter was unskilled in gambling while the former was an adept in it. Unskilled in play, Yudhishthira was guileless and firm in following the rules of the military order. Having thus cheated the virtuous king Yudhishthira, they will, by no means, voluntarily yield up the kingdom. If you speak words of righteousness unto Dhritarashtra, you will certainly gain the hearts of his fighting men. Vidura also will make use of those words of yours and will thus alienate the hearts of Bhishma, and Drona, and Kripa, and others. When the officers of state are alienated and fighting men are backward, the task of the enemy will be to gain back their hearts. In the meantime, the Pandavas will, with ease and with their whole hearts, address themselves in preparing the army and in collecting stores. And when the enemy's adherents are estranged, and while you are hanging about them, they will surely not be able to make adequate preparations for war. This course seems expedient in this wise. On your meeting with Dhritarashtra, it is possible that Dhritarashtra may do what you say. And as you are virtuous, you must therefore act virtuously towards them. And to the compassionate, you must descant upon the various hardships that the Pandavas have endured. And you must estrange the hearts of the aged persons by discoursing upon the family usages which were followed by their forefathers. I do not entertain the slightest doubt in this matter, nor need you be apprehensive of any danger from them, for you are a Brahmana, versed in the Vedas, and you are going thither as an ambassador, and more specially, you are an aged man. Therefore, I ask you to set out without delay towards the Kauravas with the object of promoting the interests of the Pandavas, timing your departure under their astrological combination called Pushaya and at that part of the day called Jaya. Vaisampayana continued, thus instructed by the magnanimous Drupada, the virtuous priest set out for haste in Apura, the city called after the elephant. And that learned man, well versed in the principles of the science of politics, started with the following of disciples towards the Kauravas for the sake of promoting the welfare of Pandu's sons. Section 7. Vaisampayana said, having dispatched the priest to the city called after the elephant, they sent messengers to the kings of various countries. And having sent messengers to other places, the Kuru heroed Ananjaya, that bull among men and son of Kunti, himself set out for Dwaraka. And after Krishna and Valadeva, the descendants of Madhu, has both departed for Dwaraka with all the Vrishnis, the Andakas and the Pujas, by hundreds. The royal son of Dhritarashtra had, by sending secret emissaries, furnished himself with information of all the doings of the Pandavas. And learning that Krishna was on his way, the prince went to the city of Dwaraka by means of fine horses possessing the speed of the wind, and taking with him a small number of troops. And on that very day the son of Kunti and Pandu, Dhananjaya, also speedily arrived at the beautiful city of the Anita land. And the two signs of the Kuru race, those tigers among men, on arriving there saw that Krishna was asleep, and drew near him as he lay down. And as Krishna was sleeping, Duryodhana entered the room, and sat down on a fine seat at the head of the bed. And after him entered that wearer of the diadem, the magnanimous Arjuna, and stood at the back of the bed, bowing and joining his hands. And when the descendant of Vrishni, Krishna awoke, he first cast his eyes on Arjuna, and having asked them as to the safety of their journey, and having fitly bestowed his greetings upon them, the slayer of Madhu questioned them as to the occasion of their visit. Then Duryodhana addressed Krishna with a cheerful countenance, saying, "It behoveth you to lend me your help in the impending war. Arjuna and myself are both equally your friends. And, O descendant of Madhu, you also bear the same relationship to both of us. And today, O slayer of Madhu, I have been the first to come to you. Right-minded persons take up the cause of him who comes first to them. This is how the ancients acted. And, O Krishna, you stand at the very top of all right-minded persons in the world, and are always respected. I ask you to follow the rule of conduct observed by right-minded men." Thereat Krishna replied, "That you have come first, O king, I do not in the least doubt. But, O king, the son of Kunti, Dhananjaya, has been first beheld by me. On account of your first arrival, and on account of my having beheld Arjuna first, I shall, no doubt, lend my assistance, O Sayadana, to both. But it is said that those who are junior in years should have the first choice. Therefore, Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, is entitled to first choice. There is a large body of cowherds numbering 10 crores, rivaling me in strength and known as the Narayanas, all of whom are able to fight in the thick of battle. These soldiers, irresistible in battle, shall be sent to one of you and I alone, resolved not to fight on the field, and laying down my arms, will go to the other. You may, O son of Kunti, first select whichever of these two commends itself to you. For, according to law, you have the right to the first choice. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Krishna. Dhananjaya the son of Kunti selected Kesava, who was not to fight on the battlefield, even Narayana himself, the slayer of foes, increate, born among men at his own will, the foremost of all Kshatriyas and above all the gods and the Danavas. And Duryodhana selected for himself that entire army, composed of the Narayanas. And, O descendant of Bharata, having obtained those troops numbering thousands upon thousands, he was exceedingly delighted, although he knew that Krishna was not on his side. And having secured that army possessed of terrible prowess, Duryodhana went to the son of Rohini of great strength, and explained to him the object of his visit. The descendant of Sura in reply addressed the following words to Dhritarashtra's son: Thou shouldst remember, O tiger among men, all that I said at the marriage ceremony celebrated by Virata. O thou delighter of the race of Kuru, for thy sake I then contradicted Krishna and spoke against his opinions. And again I alluded to the equality of our relationship to both the parties. But Krishna did not adopt the views I then expressed, nor can I separate myself from Krishna for even a single moment. And seeing that I cannot act against Krishna, even this is resolution formed by me, viz., that I will fight neither for Kunti's sons nor for you. And, O bull of the Bharatas, born as thou art in Bharata's race that is honoured by all the kings, go and fight in accordance with the rules of propriety. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed. Duryodhana embraced that hero wielding a plough for his weapon of battle, and although knowing that Krishna had been taken away from his side, he yet regarded Arjuna as already vanquished. And the royal son of Dhritarashtra then went to Kritavarman. And Kritavarman gave him a body of troops numbering an Akshauhini. And surrounded by that military host, terrible to behold, the Kaurav marched forth delighting his friends. And after Duryodhana had departed, Krishna, the creator of the world, clad in yellow attire, addressed Kirutin, saying, For what reason is it that you have selected me who will not fight at all? Thereupon Arjuna answered, I question not that you are able to slay them all. I also am alone capable of slaying them, O best of men. But you are an illustrious person in the world, and this renown will accompany you. I also am a suitor for fame, therefore, you have been selected by me. It hath been always my desire to have you for driving my car. I, therefore, ask you to fulfill my desire cherished for a long time. Vasudeva's son thereupon said, It beseems thee well, O Kunti's son, that thou measurest thyself with me. I will act as thy charioteer, let thy wish be fulfilled. Vaisampayana continued, then with a glad heart, Kunti's son, accompanied by Krishna as well as by the flower of the Dasaha race, came back to Yudhishthira. Section 8. Vaisampayana said, O king, having learnt the news from the messengers, Salya, accompanied by a large body of troops and by his sons, all of whom were mighty in battle, was coming to the Pandavas. His encampment covered an area of 1.5 yojana, so large was the force owned by that best of men. He was the master, O king, of an Akshauhini and had great prowess and valour. And there were in his army heroes bearing armour of various colours, with diverse kinds of banners and bows and ornaments and cars and animals, all wearing excellent garlands, and various robes and ornaments. And hundreds and thousands of foremost of Kshatriyas were the leaders of his troops, dressed and decorated in the manner of their native land. And he proceeded by slow marches, giving rest to his troops, towards the place where the Pandava was. And the creatures of the earth felt oppressed, and the earth trembled under the dread of his troops. And King Duryodhana, hearing that magnanimous and mighty hero was on his way, hastened towards him and paid him honours, O best of the Bharata race, and caused finely decorated places of entertainment to be constructed at different spots for his reception, on beautiful sites, and with the many artists were directed to entertain the guests. And those pavilions contained garlands and meat and the choicest viands and drinks, and wells of various forms, capable of refreshing the heart, and tanks of various forms, and edibles, and roomy apartments. And arriving at those pavilions, and waited upon like a very god by the servants of Duryodhana located at different spots, Salya reached another house of entertainment resplendent as a retreat of the celestials. And there, greeted with choice creature comforts fit for beings superior to man, he deemed himself superior even to the Lord himself of the gods, and thought meanly of Indra as compared with himself. And that foremost of Kshatriyas, well pleased, asked the servants, saying, "Where are those men of Yudhishthira, who have prepared these places of refreshment? Let those men who made these be brought to me. I deem them worthy of being rewarded by me. I must reward them, let it so please the son of Kunti." The servants, surprised, submitted the whole matter to Duryodhana. And when Salya was exceedingly pleased and ready to grant even his life, Duryodhana, who had remained concealed, came forward and showed himself to his maternal uncle. And the king of the Madras saw him and understood that it was Duryodhana who had taken all the trouble to receive him. And Salya embraced Duryodhana and said, "Accept something that you may desire." Duryodhana thereupon said, "O thou auspicious one, let thy word be true, grant me a boon. I ask thee to be the leader of all my army." Vaisampayana continued, and hearing this, Salya said, "Be it so. What else is to be done?" And the son of Gandhari repeated again and again, "It is done." And Salya said, "O Duryodhana, O best of men, go to thy own city. I shall proceed to pay a visit to Yudhishthira, the subduer of foes. O king, I shall speedily come back, O ruler of men. That best of men, Pandu's son Yudhishthira, must, by all means, be visited by me." And hearing this, Duryodhana said, "O king, O ruler of the earth, having seen the Pandava, come speedily back. I depend entirely upon thee, O king of kings. Remember the boon that thou hast granted me." And Salya answered, "Good betide thee. I shall come speedily back. Repair to thy own city, O protector of men." And then those two kings Salya and Duryodhana embraced each other. And having thus greeted Salya, Duryodhana came back to his own city. And Salya went to inform the sons of Kunti of that proceeding of his. And having reached Paplavya, and entered the encampment, Salya saw there all the sons of Panda. And the mighty armed Salya, having met the sons of Panda, accepted as usual water for washing his feet, and the customary gifts of honor including a cow. And the king of the Madras, that slayer of foes, first asked them how they were, and then with great delight embraced Yudhishthira, and Bhima, and Arjuna, and the sons of his sister the two twin brothers. And when all had sat down, Salya spoke to Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, saying, "O tiger among kings, O thou delighter of the race of Kuru, is it all well with thee? O best of victors, how fortunately hast thou spent the term of thy residence in the wilderness, O king! O lord of monarchs, it was an exceedingly hard task that thou hast performed by dwelling in the wilderness together with thy brothers and this noble lady here. An awfully difficult task again was that sojourn of thine, the period of concealment, which task also thou hast performed, O descendant of Bharata, for one pulled down from a throne it is nothing but hardship that awaits him. O king, where is there any happiness for him? O afflicter of thy foes, in compensation for all this vast misery wrought by Dhritarashtra's son, thou wilt attain to proportional happiness after having killed thy foes, O great king. O lord of men, the ways of the world are known to thee. Therefore, O my son, thou art never guided by avarice in any of thy dealings. O descendant of Bharata, do thou tread on the footprints of ancient saintly kings. My son, Yudhishthira, be steady in the path of liberality, and self-abnegation, and truth. And, O royal Yudhishthira, mercy and self-control, and truth and universal sympathy, and everything wonderful in this world, are to be found in thee. Thou art mild, munificent, religious, and liberal, and thou regardest virtue as the highest good. O king, many are the rules of virtue that prevail amongst men, and all those are known to thee. O my son, O afflicter of foes, thou knowest in fact everything relating to this world. O king, O best of Bharata's race, how lucky it is that thou hast come out of this difficulty of thine. How lucky, O king, O foremost of monarchs, O Lord, it is that I see thee, so virtuous a soul, a treasure house of righteousness, freed with thy followers from this. Vaisampayana continued, then, O descendant of Bharata, the king spoke of his meeting with Duryodhana and gave a detailed account regarding that promise of his and that boon granted by himself. And Yudhishthira said, O valiant king, it has been well done by thee that being pleased at heart thou hast plighted thy truth to Duryodhana. But good betide thee, O ruler of the earth, I ask thee to do one thing only. O king, O best of men, thou wilt have to do it solely for my sake, though it may not be proper to be done. O valiant one, hear what I submit to thee. O great king, thou art equal to Krishna on the field of battle. When, O best of kings, the single combat between Karna and Arjuna will take place, I have no doubt thou wilt have to drive Karna's car. On that occasion, if thou art inclined to do good to me, thou must protect Arjuna. O king, thou must likewise so act that the suitor's son Karna may be dispirited and the victory may be ours. Improper it no doubt is, but, O my uncle, for all that thou must do it. Salya said, good betide thee. Listen, O son of Pandu. Thou tellest me to so act that the vile son of the suitor may be dispirited in fight. To be sure, I shall be his charioteer on the field, for he always considers me equal to Krishna. O tiger-like descendant of Kuru, I shall certainly speak to him, when desirous of fighting on the field of battle, words contradictory and fraught with harm to him, so that, bereft of pride and valor, he may be easily slain by his antagonist. This I tell thee truly. Asked by thee to do it, this I am determined to do, O my son. Whatever else I may be able to bring about, I shall do for thy good. Whatever troubles were suffered by thee together with Draupadi on the occasion of the game at dice, the rude inhuman words uttered by the suitor's son, the misery inflicted by the Asura Jata and by Kakaka, O illustrious one, all the miseries experienced by Draupadi, like those formerly experienced by Damayanti, will all, O hero, end in joy. Thou shouldst not be aggrieved at this, for destiny is all-powerful in this world, and, O Yudhishthira, high-minded persons have to endure miseries of various kinds. Nay, even the gods themselves, O king, have suffered misfortunes. O king, O descendant of Bharata, it is narrated that the high-minded Indra, the chief of the celestials, had to endure together with his wife very great misery, indeed. Section 9. Yudhishthira said, O foremost of monarchs, I wish to know how it was that great and unparalleled misery had to be endured by the illustrious Indra together with his queen. Apostrophe. Salya said, listen, O king, to me as I relate this ancient story of the events of former days, how, O descendant of Bharata, misery befell Indra and his wife. Once Twashtri, the lord of creatures and the foremost of celestials, was engaged in practicing rigid austerities. And it is said that from antipathy to Indra he created a son having 3 heads. And that being of universal form possessed of great lustre hankered after Indra's seat. and possessed of those three awful faces resembling the sun, the moon, and the fire, he read the Vedas with one mouth, drank wine with another, and looked with a third as if he would absorb all the cardinal points. And given to the practice of austerities, and mild being and self-controlled, he was intent upon a life of religious practices and austerities. And his practice of austerities, O subduer of foes, was rigid and terrible and of an exceedingly severe character. And beholding the austerities, courage, and truthfulness of this one possessed of immeasurable energy, Indra became anxious, fearing lest that being should take his place. And Indra reflected, how may he be made to addict himself to sensual enjoyments? How may he be made to cease his practice of such rigid austerities? For were the three-headed being to wax strong, he would absorb the whole universe. And it was thus that Indra pondered in his mind, and, O best of Bharata's race, endued with intelligence, he ordered the celestial nymphs to tempt the son of Twashtri. And he commanded them, saying, Be quick, and go without delay, and so tempt him that the three-headed being may plunge himself into sensual enjoyment to the utmost extent. Furnished with captivating hips, array yourselves in voluptuous attires, and decking yourselves in charming necklaces, do ye display gestures and blandishments of love. Endued with loveliness, do ye tempt him and alleviate my dread. I feel restless in my heart, O lovely damsels. Avert ye, ladies, this awful peril that hangs over me. Good betide you. Then the nymphs said, O Indra, O slayer of valor, we shall so endeavor to allure him that thou wilt have nothing to fear at his hands. That very receptacle of austerities, sitting now as if scorching everything with his eyes, O God, we are going together to tempt. We shall try to bring him under our control, and to put an end to your fears. Salya continued, commanded by Indra, they then went to the three-headed being. And arriving there, those lovely damsels tempted him with various gestures of love, displaying their fine figures, but engaged in the practice of exceedingly severe austerities. Although he looked at them, yet he was not influenced by desire. Of subdued senses he was like the ocean, full to the brim, in gravity. And the nymphs, after having tried their best, came back to Indra. And they all with joined hands spoke to the Lord of the Celestials, saying, Oh, that unapproachable being is incapable of being disturbed by us. O highly gifted being, thou mayst do what now may seem proper to thee. The high-minded Indra honored the nymphs and then dismissed them, reflecting, O Yudhishthira, solely upon other means of destroying his foe. And endued with intelligence, he fixed upon a contrivance for destroying the three-headed being. And he said, Let me today hurt my thunderbolt at him. By this means he will speedily be killed. Even a strong person should not overlook a rising foe, contemptible though he may be. And thus reflecting upon the lessons inculcated in treatises of learning, he was firmly resolved upon slaying that being. Then Indra, enraged, hurled at the three-headed being his thunderbolt, which looked like fire and was terrible to behold, and which inspired dread. And forcibly struck by that thunderbolt, he was slain and fell down, as falls on the earth the loosened summit of a hill. And beholding him slain by the thunderbolt, and lying down huge as a hill, the chief of the Celestials found no peace, and felt as if scorched by the effulgent appearance of the dead. For though slain, he had a blazing and effulgent appearance and looked like one alive. And, strange to say, though lifeless, his heads seemed to be alive as they were beheld lying low on the field. And exceedingly afraid of that lustre, Indra remained plunged in thought. And at that time, O great king, bearing an axe on his shoulder, a carpenter came to the forest and approached the spot where lay that being. And Indra, the lord of Sakhi, who was afraid, saw the carpenter come by chance. And the chastiser of Parker said unto him immediately, Do this my behest. quickly cut off this one's heads." The carpenter thereupon said, "His shoulders are broad, this axe will not be able to cut them off, nor shall I be able to do what is condemned by righteous persons." And Indra said, "Do not fear, quickly do what I say. At my command thy axe shall equal the thunderbolt." The carpenter said, "Whom am I to take thee to be who hast done this frightful deed today? This I wish to learn, tell me the exact truth." And Indra said, "O carpenter, I am Indra, the chief of the gods. Let this be known to thee. Do thou act just as I have told thee. Do not hesitate, O carpenter." The carpenter said, "O Indra, how is it that thou art not ashamed of this thy inhuman act? How it is that thou hast no dread of the sin of slaying a Brahmana, after having slain this son of a saint?" Indra said, "I shall afterwards perform some religious ceremony of a rigorous kind to purify myself from this taint. This was a powerful enemy of mine whom I have killed with my thunderbolt. Even now I am uneasy, O carpenter, I, indeed, dread him even now. Do thou quickly cut off his heads, I shall bestow my favor upon thee. In sacrifices, men will give thee the head of the sacrificial beast as thy share. This is the favor I confer on thee. Do thou quickly perform what I desire." Salya said, hearing this, the carpenter, at the request of the great Indra, immediately severed the heads of the three-headed one with his axe. And when the heads were cut off, out flew therefrom a number of birds, viz., partridges, quails, and sparrows. And from the mouth wherewith he used to recite the Vedas and to drink the soma juice, came out partridges in quick succession. And, O king, O son of Pandu, from the mouth with which he used to look at the cardinal points as if absorbing them all, a number of quails came forth. And from that mouth of the three-headed being which used to drink wine, out flew a number of sparrows and hawks. And the heads having been cut off, Indra was freed from his trepidation, and went to heaven, glad at heart. And the carpenter also went back to his house. And the slayer of Asuras, having killed his foe, considered his object gained. Now when the lord of creatures, Twashtri, heard that his son had been slain by Indra, his eyes became red with ire, and he spoke the following words: "Since Indra hath killed my son who had committed no offence at all, who was constantly engaged in the practice of austerities, who was merciful, possessed of self-control, and of subdued passions, therefore, for the destruction of Indra, I will create Vritra. Let the worlds behold what power I possess, and how mighty is the practice of austerities. Let that inhuman, wicked-minded lord of the gods also witness the same." And saying this, that enraged one, famous for his austerities, washed his mouth with water, made offerings on the fire, created the terrible Vritra, and spoke to him, saying, "O destined slayer of Indra, grow in might even from the strength of my austere rites." And that Asura grew in might, towering towards the firmament, and resembling the son of the fire. And he asked, "Risen like the doomsday sun, what am I to do?" "Kill Indra," was the reply. And then he departed towards the celestial regions. And next ensued a great fight between Vritra and Indra, both fired with wrath. And there took place a terrible combat, O best of Kuru's race. And the heroic Vritra seized the celestial lord who had performed 100 sacrifices. And filled with wrath, he whirled Indra and threw him into his mouth. And when Indra was swallowed up by Vritra, the terrified senior gods, possessed of great might, created Trimbaka to kill Vritra. And as Vritra yawned and his mouth opened, the slayer of the Asura, Bali contracted the different parts of his body, and came out from within Vritra's mouth. And thenceforth the yawn attaches itself to the living breath of animated beings in 3 worlds. And the gods rejoiced at the egress of Indra. And once again commenced the terrible fight between Vritra and Indra, both full of ire. And it was waged for a long while, O best of Bharata's race. And when Vritra, inspired with the mighty spirit of Twashtri and himself endowed with strength, got the upper hand in fight, Indra turned back. And on his retreat, the gods became exceedingly distressed. And all of them together with Indra were overpowered by the might of Twashtri. And they all consulted with the saints, O descendant of Bharata. And they deliberated as to what was proper to be done, and were overwhelmed with dread. And seated on the top of the Mandara mountain, and bent on killing Vritra, they only bethought themselves of Vishnu, the indestructible one. Section X. Indra said, This whole indestructible universe, O gods, hath been pervaded by Vritra. There is nothing that can be equal to the task of opposing him. I was capable of yore, but now I am incapable. What good betide you can I do? I believe him to be unapproachable, powerful and magnanimous, possessing immeasurable strength in fight. He would be able to swallow up all the three worlds with the gods, the Asuras, and the men. Therefore, hear ye dwellers of heaven, this is my resolution. Proceeding to the abode of Vishnu, in company with that high-souled being must we consult, and ascertain the means of slaying this ruthless wretch. Salya continued, Indra having thus spoken, the gods with that host of rishis repaired to the mighty god Vishnu to place themselves under the protection of that protector of all. And afflicted with the dread of Vritra, they said unto the supreme lord of the deities, Thou hadst in former times covered the three worlds with 3 steps. Thou hadst procured the ambrosial food, O Vishnu, and destroyed the Asuras in battle. Thou didst find the great Asura valley and hast raised Indra to the throne of heaven. Thou art the lord of the gods, and this entire universe is pervaded by thee. Thou art the god, the mighty deity, saluted by all persons. Be thou the refuge of all the celestials together with Indra, O best of gods. The whole universe, O slayer of Asuras, hath been pervaded by Vritra. And Vishnu said, I am no doubt bound to do what is for your good. I shall, therefore, tell you of a contrivance whereby he may be annihilated. Do ye with the rishis and the Gandharvas repair to the place where Vritra that bearer of a universal form is and adopt towards him conciliatory policy. You will thus succeed in overthrowing him. By virtue of my power, victory, ye gods, will be won by Indra. For, remaining invisible, I shall enter into his thunderbolt, that best of weapons. O foremost of gods, depart ye with the rishis and the Gandharvas. Let there be no delay in effecting a peace between Indra and Vritra. Salya continued, when he had thus spoken, the rishis and the celestials placed Indra at their head, and uniting together, went away. Approaching Indra they beheld Vritra glowing and resplendent as if scorching the 10 points, and swallowing all the 3 worlds, and resembling the sun or the moon. And then the rishis came up to Vritra and spoke to him in conciliatory terms, saying, O thou unconquerable being, the whole of this universe hath been pervaded by thy energy. Thou art not able, however, to overpower Indra, O best of mighty beings. A long period hath now elapsed since you began to fight. All beings, with the gods and the Asuras and men, are suffering from the effects of the fight. Let there be eternal friendship between thee and Indra. Thou shalt be happy and shall dwell eternally in Indra's regions. And the mighty Vritra, having heard the words of the saints, bowed his head unto them. And the Asura thus spoke, Watch you, O highly gifted beings, and also all these Gandharvas are saying, I have heard. Ye stainless beings, hear also what I have got to say. How can there be peace between us two, Indra and myself? How can there be friendship, ye gods, between 2 hostile powers? The rishis said, Friendship among righteous persons happens at a single meeting. It is a desirable object. Thereafter will happen what is fated to be. The opportunity of forming friendship with a righteous person should not be sacrificed. Therefore, The friendship of the righteous should be sought. The friendship of the righteous is, like, excellent wealth, for he that is wise would give advice when it is needed. The friendship of a good person is of great use, therefore, a wise person should not desire to kill a righteous one. Indra is honored by the righteous, and is the refuge of magnanimous persons, being veracious and unblameable, and knows what virtue is, and is possessed of a refined judgment. Let there be eternal friendship between thee and Indra, as described above. In this way, have faith in him, let not thy heart be differently inclined. Salya said, hearing these words of the great rishis, the illustrious Asura spoke to them, no doubt, the rishis, endued with supernatural powers, are to be respected by me. Let what I am going to say, ye gods, be performed in its entirety, then I shall do everything that these best of Brahmanas have said to me. Ye lords of the Brahmana race, ordain so that Indra himself or the gods do not kill me by what is dry, or wet, by stone, or by wood, by weapon fit for close fight, or by a missile, in the daytime, or at night. On those terms eternal peace with Indra would be acceptable to me. Very good, was what the rishis told him, O best of Bharata race. Thus peace having been concluded, Vrittara was very much pleased. And Indra also became pleased, though constantly occupied with the thought of killing Vrittara. And the chief of the deities passed his time in search of a loophole, uneasy in mind. And on a certain day when it was evening and the hour awful, Indra caught sight of the mighty Asura on the coast of the sea. And he bethought himself of the boon that was granted to the illustrious Asura, saying, This is the awful evening time, it is neither day nor night, and this Vrittara, my enemy, who hath stripped me of my all, must undoubtedly be killed by me. If I do not kill Vrittara, this great and mighty Asura of gigantic frame, even by deceit, it will not go well with me. And as Indra thought of all this, bearing Vishnu in mind, he beheld at that instant in the sea a mass of froth as large as a hill. And he said, This is neither dry, nor wet, nor is it a weapon, let me hurl it at Vrittara. Without doubt, he will die immediately. And he threw at Vrittara that mass of froth blended with a thunderbolt. And Vishnu, having entered within that froth, put an end to the life of Vrittara. And when Vrittara was killed, the cardinal points were free from gloom, and there also blew a pleasant breeze, and all beings were much pleased. And the deities with the Gandharvas and Yakshas and Rakshasas, with the great snakes and saints, glorified the mighty Indra with various laudatory hymns. And saluted by all beings, Indra spoke words of encouragement to all. And his heart was glad as also that of every one of the gods for having killed the foe. And knowing the nature of virtue, he worshipped Vishnu, the most praiseworthy of all objects in the world. Now when the mighty Vrittara, terrible to the gods, was killed, Indra became overpowered by falsehood, and he became exceedingly sad, and he was also overpowered by the sin of Brahmanacide on account of having killed the three-headed son of Twashtri. And he betook himself to the confines of the worlds, and became bereft of his senses and consciousness. And overpowered by his own sins, he could not be recognized. And he lay concealed in water, just like a writhing snake. And when the Lord of Celestials, oppressed with the dread of Brahmanacide, had vanished from sight, the earth looked as if a havoc had passed over it. And it became treeless, and its woods withered, and the course of rivers was interrupted, and the reservoirs lost all their water, and there was distress among animals on account of cessation of rains. And the deities and all the great rishis were in exceeding fear, and the world had no king, and was overtaken by disasters. Then the deities and the divine saints in heaven, separated from the chief of the gods, became terrified, and wondered who was to be their king. And nobody had any inclination to act as the king of the gods. Section 11. Salya said, Then all the rishis and the superior gods said, let the handsome Nuashor be crowned as king of the gods. He is powerful and renowned, and devoted to virtue evermore. And they all went and said to him, O Lord of the earth, be thou our king. And Nuashor, intent on his welfare, spoke to those gods and saints accompanied by the progenitors of mankind. I am feeble, I am not capable of protecting you. It is a powerful person who should be your king. It is Indra who hath always been possessed of strength. And all the gods, led by the saints, spoke again to him, aided by the virtue of our austerities, rule thou the kingdom of heaven. There is no doubt that we have all our respective heirs. Be crowned, O Lord of monarchs, as the King of heaven. Whatever being may stand within thy sight, whether he be a god, a Nasura, a Yaksha, a saint, a Pitri, or a Gandharva, thou shalt absorb his power and, thereby, wax strong. Always placing virtue before all other things, be thou the ruler of the worlds. Protect also the Brahmasis, Brahmana saints, and the gods in heaven. Then, O Lord of monarchs, Nuashor was crowned king in heaven. And placing virtue before everything else, he became the ruler of all the worlds. And though always of a virtuous disposition, yet when he obtained that precious boon and the kingdom of heaven, Nuashor assumed a sensual turn of mind. And when Nuashor became the king of the gods, he surrounded himself with celestial nymphs, and with damsels of celestial birth, and took to enjoyments of various kinds, in the Nandana groves, on Mount Kailasa, on the crest of Himravat, on Mandara, the white hill Aya, Mahendra and Malaya, as, also upon seas and rivers. And he listened to various divine narratives that captivated both the ear and the heart, and to the play of musical instruments of different sorts, and to sweet vocal strains. And Viswavasu and Narada and bevies of celestial nymphs and bands of Gandharvas and the 6 seasons in living shapes, attended upon the king of the gods. And fragrant breezes, refreshingly cool, blew round him. And while that wretch was thus enjoying himself, on one occasion a goddess who was the favourite queen of Indra came in his sight. And that vicious soul, having looked at her, said to the courtiers, Why doth not this goddess, the queen of Indra, attend upon me? I am the monarch of the gods, and also the ruler of the worlds. Let Saki make haste and visit me at my house. Saddened at hearing this, the goddess said to Vrihaspati, Protect me, O Brahmana, from this Nuashor. I come to you as my refuge. You always say, O Brahmana, that I have got on my person all the auspicious marks, being the favourite of the divine king, that I am chaste, devoted to my lord, and destined never to become a widow. All this about me you have said before. Let your words be made true. O possessor of great powers, O Lord, you never spoke words that were vain. Therefore, O best of Brahmanas, this that you have said ought to be true. Then Vrihaspati said to the queen of Indra, who was beside herself through fear, What thou hast been told by me will come to be true. Be sure, O goddess, thou shalt see Indra, the lord of the gods, who will soon come back here. I tell thee truly, thou hast no fear from Nuashor. I shall soon unite thee with Indra. Now Nuashor came to hear that Indra's queen had taken refuge with Vrihaspati, the son of Vangiras. And at this, the king became highly enraged. Section 12. Salya said, seeing Nuashor enraged, the gods led by the saints spoke unto him, who was now the king of Ophalmene. O king of gods, quit thy wrath. When thou art in wrath, O Lord, the universe, with its Asuras and Gandharvas, its Kinnaras, and great snakes, quaketh. Quit this wrath, thou righteous being. Persons like thee do not put themselves out. That goddess is another person's wife. Be pacified, O Lord of gods. Turn back thy inclination from the sin of outraging another's wife. Thou art the king of gods. Prosperity to thee. protect thy subjects in all righteousness. So addressed, he heeded not the saying rendered senseless by lust. And the king spoke to the gods, in allusion to Indra, Ahalya of spotless fame, the wife of a saint, was outraged by Indra while her husband was alive. Why did ye not prevent him? Many were the deeds of inhumanity, of unrighteousness, of deceit, committed by Indra in former times. Why did ye not prevent him? Let the goddess do my pleasure, that would be her permanent good. And so the same will evermore rebound to your safety, ye gods. The gods said, We shall bring to thee the queen of Indra, even as thou hast laid the command, O Lord of heaven. Quit this wrath, thou valiant soul. Be pacified, O Lord of gods. Salia continued, thus having spoken to him, the gods with the saint went to inform Vrihaspati and the queen of Indra of the sad news. And they said, We know, O foremost of Brahmanas, that the queen of Indra hath betaken herself to thy house, for protection, and that thou hast promised her protection, O best of divine saints. But we, the gods and Gandharvas and saints, beseech thee, O thou of great lustre, to give up the queen of Indra to Nuashur. Nuashur, the king of gods, of great effulgence, is superior to Indra. Let her, that lady of choice figure and complexion, choose him as her lord. Thus addressed, the goddess gave vent to tears, and sobbing audibly, she mourned in piteous accents. And she spoke to Vrihaspati, O best of divine saints, I do not desire Nuashur to be my lord. I have betaken myself to thy protection, O Brahmana. Deliver me from this great peril. Vrihaspati said, My resolution is this, I shall not abandon one that hath sought my protection. O thou of unblameable life, I shall not abandon thee, virtuous as thou art and of a truthful disposition. I do not desire to do an improper act, specially as I am a Brahmana knowing what righteousness is, having a regard for truth, and aware also of the precepts of virtue. I shall never do it. Go your ways, ye best of gods. Hear what hath formerly been sung by Brahma with regard to the matter at hand. He that delivereth up to a foe of a person terrified and asking for protection obtaineth no protection when he himself is in need of it. His seed doth not grow at seed time, and rain doth not come to him in the season of rains. He that delivereth up to a foe a person terrified and asking for protection never succeedeth in anything that he undertaketh. Senseless as he is, he droppeth paralyzed from heaven. The gods refuse offerings made by him. His progeny die an untimely death, and his forefathers always quarrel among themselves. The gods with Indra and the head dart the thunderbolt at him. Know it to be so. I shall not deliver up the Sakhi here, the queen of Indra, famous in the world as his favourite consort. O ye best of gods, what may be for both her good and mine I ask you to do. Sakhi I shall never deliver up. Salia continued, Then the gods and the Gandharvas said these words to the preceptor of the gods, O Vrihaspati, deliberate upon something that may be conformable to sound policy. Vrihaspati said, Let this goddess of auspicious looks ask for time from Nuashur in order to make up her mind to his proposal. This will be for the good of Indra's queen, and of us as well. Time, ye gods, may give rise to many impediments. Time will send time onward. Nuashur is proud and powerful by virtue of the boon granted to him. Salia continued, Vrihaspati having spoken so, the gods, delighted then said, Well hast thou said, O Brahmana. This is for the good of all the gods. It is no doubt so. Only, let this goddess be propitiated. Then the assembled gods led by Agni, with a view to the welfare of all the worlds, spoke to Indra's queen in a quiet way. And the god said, Thou art supporting the whole universe of things mobile and immobile. Thou art chaste and true, go thou to Nuashur. That vicious being, lustful after thee, will shortly fall, and Indra, O goddess, will get the sovereignty of the gods. Ascertaining this to be the result of that deliberation, Indra's queen, for attaining her end, went bashfully to Nuasha of awful mien. The vicious Nuasha also, rendered senseless by lust, saw how youthful and lovely she was, and became highly pleased. Section 13. Salya said, "Now then, Nuasha, the king of the gods, looked at her and said, O thou of sweet smiles, I am the Indra of all the three worlds. O thou of beautiful thighs and fair complexion, accept me as thy lord." That chaste goddess, thus addressed by Nuasha, was terrified and quaked like a plantain stalk at a breezy spot. She bowed her head to Brahma, and joining her hands spoke to Nuasha, the king of the gods, of awful mien, said, "O Lord of the deities, I desire to obtain time. It is not known what hath become of Indra, or where he is. Having inquired into the truth regarding him, if, O Lord, I obtain no news of him, then I shall visit thee. This tell I thee for truth." Thus addressed by Indra's queen, Nuasha was pleased. And Nuasha said, "Let it be so, O lady of lovely hips, even as thou art telling me. Thou wilt come, after having ascertained the news. I hope thou wilt remember thy plighted truth." Dismissed by Nuasha, she of auspicious looks stepped out, and that famous lady went to the abode of Brihaspati. And, O best of kings, the gods with Agni at the head, when they heard her words, deliberated, intent upon what would promote the interests of Indra. And they then joined the powerful Vishnu, the god of gods. And skilled in making speeches, the uneasy gods spoke the following words to him: "Indra, the lord of all the gods, hath been overpowered by the sin of Brahmanacide. Thou, O lord of the gods, art the firstborn, the ruler of the universe, and a refuge. Thou hadst assumed the form of Vishnu for the protection of all beings. When Vritra was killed through thy energy, Indra was overwhelmed by the sin of Brahmanacide. O best of all the gods, prescribe the means of setting him free." Having heard these words of the gods, Vishnu said, "Let Indra offer sacrifice to me. Even I shall purify the holder of the thunderbolt." The chastiser of Parka, having performed holy horse sacrifice, will fearlessly regain his dignity as lord of the gods. And the wicked-minded Nuasha will be led to destruction by his evil deeds. For a certain period, ye gods, ye must be patient, being vigilant at the same time. Having heard these words of Vishnu, words that were true, and pleasant like ambrosia to their ears, the gods, with their preceptor, and with the rishis, proceeded to the spot where Indra was uneasy with fear. And there, O king, was performed a great horse sacrifice, capable of removing the sin of Brahmanacide, for the purification of the high-minded and great Indra. And the lord of the gods, O Yudhishthira, divided the sin of Brahmanacide among trees and rivers and mountains and the earth and women. And having distributed it thus among those beings and parted with it, Indra was free from fever. And rid of his sin, he came to himself. And at that place, the slayer of the Asural valor quaked when he looked at Nuasha, before whom all animated beings felt cowed, and who was unapproachable by virtue of the boon the rishis had granted to him. And the divine husband of Sakhi vanished from sight once again. And invisible to all beings, he wandered biding his time. And Indra having disappeared, Sakhi fell into grief. And exceedingly miserable, she bewailed, "Alas! O Indra, if ever I have made a gift, or made offering to the gods, or have propitiated my spiritual guides, if there is any truth in me, then I pray that my chastity may remain inviolate. I bow myself to this goddess night, holy, pure, running her course during this the northern journey of the sun, one let my desire be fulfilled." Saying this, she, in a purified condition of body and soul, worshipped the goddess night. And in the name of her chastity and truth she had recourse to divination. 2. And she asked, show me the place where the king of the gods is. Let truth be verified by truth. And it was thus that she addressed the goddess of divination. Section 14. Celia said, Then the goddess of divination stood near the chaste and beautiful lady. And having beheld that goddess, youthful and lovely, standing before her, Indra's queen, glad at heart, paid respects to them and said, I desire to know who thou art, O thou of lovely face. And divination said, I am divination, O goddess, come near thee. Since thou art truthful, therefore, O high-minded lady, do I appear in thy sight. Since thou art devoted to thy Lord, employed in controlling thyself, and engaged in the practice of religious rites, I shall show thee the god Indra, the slayer of Vritra. Quickly come after me, so may good betide thee. Thou shalt see that best of gods. Then divination proceeded, and the divine queen of Indra went after her. And she crossed the heavenly groves, and many mountains, and then having crossed the hem of mountains, she came to its northern side. And having reached the sea, extending over many yojanas, she came upon a large island covered with various trees and plants. And there she saw a beautiful lake, of heavenly appearance, covered with birds, 800 miles in length, and as many in breadth. And upon it, O descendant of Bharata, were full-blown lotuses of heavenly appearance, of 5 colours, hummed round by bees, and counting by thousands. And in the middle of that lake, there was a large and beautiful assemblage of lotuses, having in its midst a large white lotus standing on a lofty stalk. And penetrating into the lotus stalk, along with Sikhi, she saw Indra who had entered into its fibres. And seeing her lord lying there in a minute form, Sikhi also assumed a minute form, so did the goddess of divination too. And Indra's queen began to glorify him by reciting his celebrated deeds of yore. And thus glorified, the divine Purandara spoke to Sikhi, For what purpose hast thou come? How also have I been found out? Then the goddess spoke of the acts of Nuashur. And she said, O performer of 100 sacrifices, having obtained the sovereignty of the 3 worlds, powerful and haughty and of a vicious soul, he hath commanded me to visit him, and the cruel wretch hath even assigned me a definite time. If thou wilt not protect me, O Lord, he will bring me under his power. For this reason, O Indra, have I come to thee in alarm. O thou of powerful arms, slay the terrible Nuashur vicious soul. Discover thyself, O slayer of Daityas and Danavas. O Lord, assume thy own strength and rule the celestial kingdom. Section 15. Celia said, thus addressed by Sikhi, the illustrious god said to her again, This is not the time for putting forth valour. Nuashur is stronger than I am. O beautiful lady, he hath been strengthened by the rishis with the merits of offerings to the gods and the Pitris. I shall have recourse to policy now. Thou wilt have to carry it out, O goddess. O lady, thou must do it secretly and must not disclose it to any person. O lady of a beautiful waist, going to Nuashur in private, tell him, O Lord of the universe, thou must visit me mounted on a nice vehicle borne by rishis. In that case I shall be pleased and shall place myself at thy disposal. This shouldst thou tell him. And thus addressed by the king of the gods, his lotus-eyed consort expressed her consent and went to Nuashur. And Nuashur, having seen her, smilingly addressed her, saying, I welcome thee, O lady of lovely thighs. What is thy pleasure, O thou of sweet smiles? Accept me, O lady of propitious looks, who am devoted to thee. What is thy will, O spirited dame? I shall do thy wish, O lady of propitious looks and slender waist. Nor needst thou be bashful, O thou of lovely hips. Have trust in me. In the name of truth I swear, O goddess, that I shall do thy bidding. Sikhi said, O Lord of the universe, I wanted the time that thou hast assigned to me. Thereafter, O Lord of the gods, thou shalt be my husband. I have a wish. Attend and hear, O King of the gods, what it is I shall say, O King, so that thou mayst do what I like. This is an indulgence that I ask from thy love for me. If thou grantest it, I shall be at thy disposal. Indra had horses for carrying him, and elephants, and cars. I want thee to have, O King of the gods, a novel vehicle, such as never belonged to Vishnu, or Rudra, or the Asuras, or the Rakshasas, O Lord. Let a number of highly dignified rishis, united together, bear thee in a palanquin. This is what commends itself to me. Thou shouldst not liken thyself to the Asuras or the gods. Thou absorbest the strength of all by thy own strength as soon as they look at thee. There is none so strong as to be able to stand before thee. Salia continued, thus addressed, Nuashur was very much pleased. And the Lord of the deities said to that lady of faultless features, O lady of the fairest complexion, thou hast spoken of a vehicle never heard of before. I like it exceedingly, O goddess. I am in thy power, O thou of lovely face. He cannot be a feeble person who employeth rishis for bearing him. I have practiced austerities, and am mighty. I am the Lord of the past, the present, and the future. The universe would be no more if I were in rage. The whole universe is established in me. O thou of sweet smiles, the gods, the Asuras and Gandharvas, and snakes, and Rakshasas are together unable to cope with me when I am in rage. Whomsoever I gaze upon, I divest him of his energy. Therefore, thy request I shall no doubt fulfill, O goddess. The 7 rishis, and also the regenerate rishis, shall carry me. See our greatness and splendor, O lady of lovely complexion. Salia continued, having thus addressed that goddess of lovely face, and having dismissed her thus, he harnessed to his heavenly car a number of saints devoted to the practice of austerities. A disregarder of brahmanas, endued with power and intoxicated with pride, capricious, and a vicious soul, he employed those saints to carry him. Meanwhile, dismissed by Nuashur, Saki went to Vrihaspati and said, But little remaineth of the term assigned by Nuashur to me. Be compassionate unto me who respect thee so, and quickly find out Indra. The illustrious Vrihaspati then said to her, Very good, thou needest not, O goddess, fear Nuashur, vicious soul. Surely, he shall not long retain his power. The wretch, in fact, is already gone, being regardless of virtue, and because, O lovely dame, of his employing the great saints to carry him. And I shall perform a sacrifice for the destruction of this vicious wretch, and I shall find out Indra. Thou needest not fear. Fare thee well. And Vrihaspati of great power then kindled a fire in the prescribed form, and put the very best offerings upon it in order to ascertain where the king of the gods was. And having put his offerings, O king, he said to the fire, Search out Indra. And thereupon that revered god, the eater of burnt offerings, assumed of his own accord a wonderful feminine form and vanished from sight at that very spot. And endued with speed of the mind, he searched everywhere, mountains and forests, earth and sky, and came back to Vrihaspati within the twinkling of the eye. And Agni said, Vrihaspati, nowhere in these places do I find the king of the gods. The waters alone remain to be searched. I am always backward in entering the waters. I have no ingress therein. O Brahmana, what I am to do for thee? The preceptor of the gods then said to him, O illustrious god, do thou enter the water. Agni said, I cannot enter the water. Therein it is extinction that awaits me. I place myself in thy hand, O thou of great effulgence. Mayst thou fare well. Fire rose from water, the military caste rose from the priestly caste, and iron had its origin in stone. The power of these which can penetrate all other things hath no operation upon the sources from which they spring. Section 16. Brihaspati said, Thou art the mouth, O Agni, of all the gods. Thou art the carrier of sacred offerings. Thou, like a witness, hast access to the inner souls of all creatures. The poets call thee single, and again threefold. O eater of burnt offerings, abandoned by thee the universe would forthwith cease to be. The Brahmanas, by bowing to thee, win with their wives and sons an eternal region, the reward of their own meritorious deeds. O Agni, it is thou who art the bearer of sacred offerings. Thou, O Agni, art thyself the best offering. In a sacrificial ceremony of the supreme order, it is thee that they worship with incessant gifts and offerings. O bearer of offerings, having created the three worlds, thou, when the hour cometh, consumeth them in thy unkindled form. Thou art the mother of the whole universe, and thou again, O Agni, art its termination. The wise call thee identical with the clouds and with the lightning. Flames issuing from thee support all creatures. All the waters are deposited in thee, so is this entire world. To thee, O purifier, nothing is known in the three worlds. Everybody taketh kindly to his progenitor. Do thou enter the waters without fear. I shall render thee strong with the eternal hymns of the Veda. Thus glorified, the bearer of burnt offerings, that best of poets, well pleased, spoke laudable words to Brihaspati. And he said, I shall show Indra to thee. This I tell thee for truth. Salya continued, Then Agni entered the waters including seas and tiny ponds, and came to that reservoir, where, O best of Bharata's race, while searching the lotus flowers, he saw the king of the gods lying within the fibres of a lotus stalk. And soon coming back, he informed Brihaspati how Indra had taken refuge in the fibres of a lotus stalk, assuming a minute form. Then Brihaspati, accompanied by the gods, the saints and the Gandharvas, went and glorified the slayer of Vala by referring to his former deeds. And he said, O Indra, the great Asura Namachi was killed by thee, and those two Asuras also of terrible strength, viz., Samvara and Vala. Wax strong, O performer of 100 sacrifices, and slay all thy foes. Rise, O Indra. Behold, here are assembled the gods and saints. O Indra, O great Lord, by slaying Asuras, thou hast delivered the worlds. Having got the froth of waters, strengthened with Vishnu's energy, thou formerly slew Vritara. Thou art the refuge of all creatures and art adorable. There is no being equal to thee. All the creatures, O Indra, are supported by thee. Thou didst build the greatness of the gods. Deliver all, together with the worlds by assuming thy strength, O great Indra. And thus glorified, Indra increased little by little, and having assumed his own form, he waxed strong and spoke to the preceptive Brihaspati standing before. And he said, What business of yours yet remaineth? The great Asuras, son of Twashtri, hath been killed, and Vritra also, whose form was exceedingly big and who destroyed the worlds. Brihaspati said, The human Nuashur, a king, having obtained the throne of heaven by virtue of the power of the divine saints, is giving us exceeding trouble. Indra said, How hath Nuashur obtained the throne of heaven? Difficult to get. What austerities did he practice? How great is his power, O Brihaspati? Brihaspati said, The gods having been frightened, wished for a king of heaven, for thou hadst given up the high dignity of heaven's ruler. Then the gods, the Baitrus of the universe, the saints, and the principal Gandharvas, all met together, O Indra, and went to Nuashur and said, Be thou our king, and the defender of the universe. To them said Nuashur, I am not able, fill me with your power and with the virtue of your austerities. So told, the deities strengthened him, O king of the gods. And thereupon Nuashaw became a person of terrible strength, and becoming thus the ruler of the three worlds, he hath put the great saints in harness, and the wretches thus journeying from world to world. Mayst thou never see Nuashaw, who is terrible? He emitteth poison from his eyes, and absorbeth the energy of all. All the gods are exceedingly frightened, they go about concealed and do not cast a glance at him. Salia continued, while that best of Angira's race was thus speaking, there came that guardian of the world, Kuvera, and also Yama the son of Surya, and the old god Soma, and Varuna. And arrived there they said to the great Indra, how lucky that the son of Twashtri hath been killed, and Vritra also. How lucky, O Indra, that we are beholding thee safe and sound, while all thy enemies have been killed. Indra received all those guardians of the worlds, and with a glad heart greeted them in proper form with a view to requesting them in connection with Nuashaw. And he said, Nuashaw of terrible mien is the king of the gods, therein lend me your assistance. They replied, Nuashaw is of awful mien, his sight is poison, we are afraid of him, O God. If thou overthrowest Nuashaw, then we shall be entitled to our shares of sacrificial offerings, O Indra. Indra said, let it be so. You and the ruler of the waters, and Yama, and Kuvera shall this day be crowned along with me. Aided by all the gods, let us overthrow the foe Nuashaw of terrible gaze. Then Agni also said to Indra, give me a share in sacrificial offerings. I also shall lend you my assistance. Indra said to him, O Agni, thou also shalt get a share in great sacrifices, there will be a single share in such, for both Indra and Agni. Salia continued, thus did the illustrious Lord Indra, the chastiser of Parka, the giver of boons, bestow, after deliberation upon Kuvera the sovereignty over the Yakshas, and all the wealth of the world, upon Yama, the sovereignty over the Pitris, and upon Varuna, that over the waters. Section 17. Salia said, now when the great Indra, the intelligent chief of the gods, was deliberating with the guardians of the world and other deities upon the means of slaying Nuashaw, there appeared at that spot the venerable ascetic Agastya. And Agastya honoured the Lord of the gods and said, how fortunate that thou art flourishing after the destruction of that being of universal form, as also that of Vritra. And how fortunate, O Purandara, Nuashaw hath been hurled from the throne of heaven. How fortunate, O slayer of valour, that I behold thee with all thy enemies killed. Indra said, hath thy journey hither been pleasant, O great saint? I am delighted to see thee. Accept from me water for washing thy feet and face, as also the Argyre and the cow. Salia continued, Indra, well pleased, began to question that best of saints and greatest of Brahmanas when he was seated on the seat after receiving due honours, thus, O revered saint, O best of Brahmanas, I wish to have it recited by thee how Nuashaw, a vicious soul, was hurled from heaven. Agastya said, listen, O Indra, to the pleasant narrative how the wicked and vicious Nuashaw, intoxicated with pride of strength, had been hurled from heaven. The pure-spirited Brahmanas and celestial saints, while carrying him, weary with toil, questioned that vicious one, O best of victors, saying, O Indra, there are certain hymns in the Vedas, directed to be recited while sprinkling the cows. Are they authentic or not? Nuashaw, who had lost his senses by the operation of the Dharmas, told them that they were not authentic. The saints then said, thou art tending towards unrighteousness, thou takest not to the righteous path. The greatest saints have formerly said they are authentic, O Indra. And incited by untruth, he touched me on my head with his foot. At this, O Lord of Sakhi, he became divested of power and of good looks. Then, as he was agitated and overpowered with fear, I spoke to him, since thou hast pronounced as spurious the unexceptionable hymns of the Veda which have been recited by Brahmasis, Brahmana saints, And since thou hast touched my head with thy foot, and since thou, O ignorant wretch, hast turned these unapproachable saints, equal to Brahma, into animals for carrying thee, therefore, O wretch, be divested of thy lustre, and being hurled headlong, fall thou from heaven, the effect of all thy good deeds being exhausted. For 10,000 years, thou shalt, in the form of an enormous snake, roam over the earth. When that period is full, thou mayst come back to heaven. Thus hath that wretch been hurled from the throne of heaven, O represser of foes. How fortunate, O Indra, that we are flourishing now. That thorn of the Brahmanas hath been killed. O Lord of Sakhi, repair thou to heaven, protect the worlds, subdue thy senses, subdue thy foes, and be glorified by the great saints. Salya continued, Then, O ruler of men, the gods, and the bands of great saints were exceedingly pleased. And so also were the Pitras, the Yakshas, the snakes, the Rakshasas, the Gandharvas, and all the bands of celestial nymphs. And the tanks, the rivers, the mountains, and the seas also were highly pleased. And all came up and said, How fortunate, O slayer of foes, that thou art flourishing. How fortunate, that the intelligent Agastya hath killed the vicious Nuashur. How fortunate that the vile individual hath been turned into a snake to roam over the earth. Section 18. Salya said, Then Indra, glorified by the bands of Gandharvas and celestial nymphs, mounted on Airavata, the king of elephants, characterized by auspicious marks, and the illustrious Agni, and the great saint Vrihaspati, and Yama, and Varuna, and Guvara, the lord of riches, accompanied him. And the lord Sakra, the slayer of Vritra, then went to the 3 worlds, surrounded by the gods together with the Gandharvas and the celestial nymphs. And the performer of 100 sacrifices, the king of the deities, was thus united with his queen. And he began to protect the worlds with exceeding gladness. Then the illustrious divine Saint Angiras arrived in the assembly of Indra and worshipped him duly by reciting the hymns of the Atharva. And the great Lord Indra became satisfied and granted a boon to the Atharvaniras. And Indra said, Thou wilt be known as a rishi of the name Atharvaniras in the Atharva Veda, and thou wilt also get a share in sacrifices. And having honored Atharvaniras thus, the great Lord Indra, the performer of 100 sacrifices, parted with him, O great king. And he honored all the deities and all the saints endued with wealth of asceticism. And, O king, Indra, well pleased, governed the people virtuously. Thus was misery endured by Indra with his wife. And with a view of slaying his foes, even he had to pass a period in concealment. Thou shouldst not take it to heart that thou, O King of Kings, hast suffered with Draupadi as also with thy high-minded brothers in the great forest. O King of Kings, O descendant of Bharata, O delighter of Kuru's race, thou wilt get back thy kingdom in the same way as Indra got his, after having killed Vritra. The vicious Nuashur, that enemy of Brahmanas, of evil mind, was overthrown by the curse of Agastya, and reduced to nothing for endless years. Similarly, O slayer of foes, thy enemies, Karna and Duryodhana and others of vicious souls will quickly be destroyed. Then, O hero, thou wilt enjoy the whole of this earth, as far as the sea, with thy brothers and this Draupadi. This story of the victory of Indra, equal to the Veda in its sacred character, should be listened to by a king desirous of victory and when his forces have been arrayed in order of battle. Therefore, O best of victors, I am reciting it to thee for thy victory, O Yudhishthira. High-souled persons attain prosperity when they are glorified. O Yudhishthira, the destruction of high-souled Kshatriyas is at hand by reason of the crimes of Duryodhana, and through the might also of Bhima and Arjuna. He who readeth this story of Indra's victory with a heart full of religious faith, is cleansed of his sins, attaineth the region of bliss, and obtaineth joy both in this world and in the next. He hath no fear of his foes, he never becometh a sonless man, never encountereth any peril whatever, and enjoyeth long life. Everywhere victory declareth for him, and he knoweth not what defeat is. Vaisampayana continued, O best of Bharata's race, the king, that best of righteous men, thus encouraged by Salya, honoured him in proper form. And Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, of powerful arms, having heard the words of Salya, spoke to the king of the Madras the following words: There is no doubt that thou wilt act as the charioteer of Karna. Thou must damp the spirits of Karna then by recounting the praises of Arjuna. Salya said, Let it be so. I shall do just as thou tellest me, and I shall do for thee anything else that I may be able to do. Vaisampayana continued, Then Salya, the king of the Madras, bade farewell to the sons of Kunti. And that handsome man then went with his army to Duryodhana, O repressor of foes. Section 19. Vaisampayana said, Then Ayudhana, the great hero of the Satvata race, came to Yudhishthira with a large army of foot, and horses and cars and elephants. And his soldiers of great valor come from various lands, bore various weapons of war, and heroic in look they beautified the Pandava army. And that army looked splendid by reason of battle axes, and missiles and spears, and lances, and mallets, and clubs, and staves, and cords, and stainless swords, and daggers, and arrows of various kinds, all of the best temper. And the army, beautified by those weapons, and resembling in colour the cloudy sky, assumed an appearance like to a mass of clouds with lightning flashes in its midst. And the army counted an akshauhini of troops. And when absorbed in the troops of Yudhishthira it entirely disappeared, as doth a small river when it enters the sea. And similarly, the powerful chief of the Chedis, Drishtaketu, accompanied by an akshauhini, came to the sons of Bandu of immeasurable strength. And the king of Magadha, Jayatsna of great strength, brought with him for Yudhishthira an akshauhini of troops. And similarly, Pandya, who dwelt on the coastland near the sea, came accompanied by troops of various kinds to Yudhishthira, the king of kings. And, O king, when all these troops had assembled, his army, finely dressed and exceedingly strong, assumed an appearance pleasant to the eye. And the army of Drupada also was beautified by valiant soldiers who had come from various lands, and also by his mighty sons. And similarly, Virata, the king of the Matsyas, a leader of troops, accompanied by the king of the hilly regions, came to Pandu's sons. And for the Haisul sons of Bandu there were thus assembled from various directions 7 akshauhini of troops, bristling with banners of various forms. And eager to fight with the Kuras, they gladdened the hearts of the Pandavas. And in the same way King Bhagadatta, gladdening the heart of Dhritarashtra's son, gave an akshauhini of troops to him. And the unassailable mass of his troops, crowded with chins and kairatas, all looking like figures of gold, assumed a beauty like to that of a forest of kankara trees. And so the valiant Arisravas and Salya, O son of Kuru, came to Duryodhana with an akshauhini of troops each. And Gritavarman, the son of Ridika, accompanied by the Bijas, the Andas, and the Kukaras, came to Duryodhana with an akshauhini of troops. And the body of his troops composed of those mighty soldiers, who wore on their persons garlands of many-coloured flowers, looked as graceful as a number of sportive elephants that have passed through a wood. And others, led by Jayadratha, the dwellers of the land of St. Husavira, came in such force that the hills seemed to tremble under their dread. And their force, counting in akshauhini, looked like a mass of clouds moved by the wind. And Sudakshina, the king of the Kamvojas, O ruler of men, accompanied by the Yavanas and Sakas, came to the Kuru chief with an akshauhini of troops. and the body of his troops that looked like a flight of locusts, meeting with the Kuru force, was absorbed and disappeared in it. And similarly came King Nila, the resident of the city of the Mahishmati, with mighty soldiers from the southern country who carried weapons of pretty make. And the 2 kings of Avanti, accompanied by a mighty force, brought to Duryodhana, each a separate Akshauhini of troops. And those tigers among men, the 5 royal brothers, the princes of Kakaya, hastened to Duryodhana with an Akshauhini of troops, and gladdened his heart. And from the illustrious king of other quarters there came, O best of Bharata's race, 3 large divisions of troops. And thus Duryodhana had a force which numbered 11 Akshauhinis, all eager to fight with the sons of Kunti, and bristling with banners of various forms. And, O descendant of Bharata, there was no space in the city of Hastinapura even for the principal leaders of Duryodhana's army. And for this reason the land of the 5 rivers, and the whole of the region called Kurujangala, and the forest of Rohitaka, which was uniformly wild, and Ahijitra and Kalakutta, and the banks of the Ganga, and Varuna, and Vatadana, and the hill tracts on the border of the Yamuna, the whole of this extensive tract, full of abundant corn and wealth, was entirely overspread with the army of the Kauravas. And that army, so arranged, was beheld by the priest who had been sent by the king of the Panchalas to the Kurus. Section 20. Vaisampayana said, Then Drupada's priest, having approached the Kaurava chief, was honoured by Dhritarashtra as also by Bhishma and Vidura. And having first told the news of the welfare of the Pandavas, he inquired about the welfare of the Kauravas. And he spoke the following words in the midst of all the leaders of Duryodhana's army. The eternal duties of kings are known to you all. But though known, I shall yet recite them as an introduction to what I am going to say. Both Dhritarashtra and Bandu are known to be sons of the same father. There is no doubt that the share of each to the paternal wealth should be equal. The sons of Dhritarashtra obtained the paternal wealth. Why did not the sons of Pandu at all receive their paternal portion? Ye are aware how formerly the sons of Bandu did not receive their paternal property, which was all usurped by Dhritarashtra's sons. The latter endeavoured in various ways to remove the sons of Bandu from their path by employment even of murderous contrivances, but as their destined terms of life had not wholly run out, the sons of Pandu could not be sent to the abode of the armour. Then again, when those high-souled princes had carved out a kingdom by their own strength, the mean-minded sons of Dhritarashtra, aided by Shivala's son, robbed them of it by deceit. This Dhritarashtra gave his sanction even to that act as hath been usual with him. And for 13 years they were then sent to sojourn in the great wilderness. In the council hall, they had also been subjected to indignities of various kinds, along with their wife, valiant though they were. And great also were the sufferings that they had to endure in the woods. Those virtuous princes had also to endure unspeakable woes in the city of Virata, such as are endured only by vicious men when their souls transmigrate into the forms of inferior beings. Ye best of Kuru's race, overlooking all these injuries of yours, they desire nothing but a peaceful settlement with the Kurus. Remembering their behaviour, and that of Duryodhana also, the latter's friends should entreat him to consent to peace. The heroic sons of Bandu are not eager for war with the Kurus. They desire to get back their own share without involving the world in ruin. If Dhritarashtra's son assigns a reason in favour of war, that can never be a proper reason. The sons of Pandu are more powerful. 7 Akshauhinis of troops have been collected on behalf of Yudhishthira, all eager to fight with the Kurus, and they are now awaiting his word of command. Others there are tigers among men, equal in might to 1,000 Akshauhinis, such as Satyaki and Bhimasena, and the twin brothers of mighty strength. It is true that these 11 divisions of troops are arrayed on one side, but these are balanced on the other by the mighty armed Dhananjaya of manifold form. And as Kiritanan exceeds in strength even all these troops together, so also doth Vasudeva's son of great effulgence and powerful intellect. Who is there that would fight, in a view of the magnitude of the opposing force, the valour of Arjuna, and the wisdom of Krishna? Therefore, I ask you to give back what should be given, as dictated by morality and compact. Do not let the opportunity pass. Section 21. Vaisampayana said, having heard his words, Bhishma, senior in wisdom, and endued with great effulgence, paid honours to him, and then spoke words suitable to the occasion. And he said, how fortunate that they are all well with Krishna. How fortunate that they have procured aid, and that they are inclined to a virtuous course. How fortunate that those scions of Kuru's race desire peace with their cousins. There is no doubt that what thou hast said is true. Thy words, however, exceedingly sharp, the reason, I suppose, being that thou art a Brahmana. No doubt, the sons of Pandu were much harassed both here and in the woods. No doubt, by law they are entitled to get all the property of their father. Arjuna, the son of Pritha, is strong trained in weapons, and is a great car warrior. Who, in a sooth, can withstand in battle Dhananjaya the son of Pandu? Even the wielder himself of the thunderbolt cannot, other bowmen are hardly worth mention. My belief is that he is a match for all the three worlds. And while Bhishma was thus speaking, Kanna wrathfully and insolently interrupted his words, and looking at Duryodhana said, there is no creature in the world, O Brahmana, who is not informed of all these facts. What is the good of repeating them again and again? On behalf of Duryodhana, Sakuni formerly won in game of dice. Yudhishthira, the son of Bandu, went to the woods according to a stipulation. He is now paying no regard to that stipulation, but confident to evade from the Matsyas and Panchalas. He wisheth to get back his ancestral throne. O learned man, Duryodhana would not yield even a single foot of land if thou appealest to his fears, but if justice requires, she would give up the whole earth even to a foe. If they wish to get back their ancestral throne, they should pass the specified period of time in the forest as had been stipulated. Afterwards let them live as the dependents of Duryodhana, safe and sound. From dull-headedness, however, let them not turn their mind towards an absolutely unrighteous course. If, nevertheless, abandoning the path of virtue, they desire war, then when they encounter in battle these praiseworthy Kurus, they will remember these my words. Bhishma said, what is the use of thy talking, O Radha's son? Thou shouldst remember that occasion when Pritha's son, single-handed, overpowered in battle 6 cow warriors. If we do not act as this Brahmana hath said, to be sure, we shall be all slain by him in battle. Vaisampayana continued, then Dhritarashtra pacified Bhishma with words of entreaty, rebuked the son of Radha, and spoke the following words, what Bhishma, Santanu's son, hath said is salutary for us, as also for the Pandavas, and likewise for the whole universe. I shall, however, after deliberation, send Sanjaya to the sons of Pandu. So thou needst not wait. Go thou to the son of Bandu this very day. The Kaurava chief then honoured Drupada's priest and sent him back to the Pandavas. And summoning Sanjaya to the council hall, he addressed him in the following words. Section 22. Dhritarashtra said, they say, O Sanjaya, that the Pandavas have arrived at Apaplavya. Go thou and inquire after them. Thou must greet Ajatasattu in the following words, by good luck it is that, emerge from the woods, thou hast reached such a city. And to all of them thou must say, O Sanjaya, these words. Are ye well, having spent that harassing period of sojourn, ye who were unworthy of such harassment? In no time will they be appeased towards us, for though treated treacherously by foes, yet they are righteous and good. In no case, O Sanjaya, have I ever met with any untruthfulness on the part of the Pandavas. It was by their own valor that they had won all their prosperity, and, yet, they were ever dutiful to me. Though I scrutinized their conduct, I could never find fault with them, no, not even a single fault for which we might blame them. They always act mindful of virtue and wealth. They never give way to love of sensual enjoyments, or cold, or hunger, or thirst. They subdue sleep and laziness, and wrath and joy and heedlessness. The sons of Pritha, mindful of both virtue and wealth, are ever pleasant to all. On proper occasions they part with their wealth to friends. Friendship with them never loses its ardor on account of length of time, for they bestow honors and wealth on every one according to his deserts. Not a soul in the race of Ajumida ever entertains hatred from them excepting this vile, capricious, dull-headed Duryodhana, and excepting also the still more mean-minded Karna. These two always enhance the energy of those high-souled ones who have been divested of both friends and happiness. Enterprising and brought up in every indulgence, Duryodhana reckons all that to be well done. It is childish on Duryodhana's part to think that it is possible to rob the Pandavas of their just share so long as they are alive. It is wise to yield to Yudhishthira his due share before the war, to him whose steps are followed by Arjuna and Krishna and Bhima and Satyaki and the two sons of Madri and the warriors of the Saranjaya race. That wielder of the Gandhiva, save the Arsashin, seated on his car, would alone be able to devastate the whole world. And likewise the victorious and high-souled Krishna, the Lord of the three worlds, incapable of defeat, is able to do the same. What mortal would stand before him who is the one worthiest person in all the worlds and who discharges his multitude of arrows that roll like the clouds, covering all sides, like flights of swiftly coursing locusts? Alone on his car, holding the Gandhiva, he had conquered the northern regions as also the Kuras of the north and brought away with him all their wealth. He converted the people of the Dravida land to be a portion of his own army. It was Falguna, the wielder of the Gandhiva, who defeating in the Kandava woods all the gods together with Indra, made offerings to Agni, enhancing the honor and fame of the Pandavas. Of all wielders again of the mace, there is none equal to Bhima, and there is none also who is so skillful a rider of elephants. On car, they say, he yields not to even Arjuna, and as to might of arms, he is equal to 10,000 elephants. Well trained and active, he who hath again been rendered bitterly hostile, would in anger consume the Dhartarashtras in no time. Always wrathful and strong of arms, he is not capable of being subdued in battle by even Indra himself. Of great heart, and strong, and endues with great lightness of hand, the two twin brothers, sons of Madri, carefully trained by Arjuna, would leave not a foe alive, like to a pair of hawks preying upon large flocks of birds. This our army, so full, to tell thee the truth, will be nowhere when it will encounter them. In their side will be Drishtadama, endues with great activity, one who is regarded as one of the Pandavas themselves. The chief of the Somarka tribe, with his followers, is, I have heard, so devoted to the cause of the Pandavas that he is ready to lay down his very life for them. Who would be able to withstand Yudhishthira, who hath the best of the Vrishani tribe, Krishna, for his leader? I have heard that Virata, the chief of the Matsyas, with whom the Pandavas had lived for some time and whose wishes were fulfilled by them, old in years, is devoted, along with his sons, to the Pandava cause, and hath become an adherent of Yudhishthira. Deposed from the throne of the Kakaya land, and desirous of being reinstated thereon, the 5 mighty brothers from that land, wielding mighty bows, are now following the sons of Pritha ready to fight. All who are valiant among the lords of the earth have been brought together and are devoted to the Pandava cause. I hear that they are bold, worthy, and respectful, they who have allied themselves to the virtuous King Yudhishthira from feelings of attachment to him, and many warriors dwelling on the hills and inaccessible fastnesses, and many that are high in lineage and old in years, and many Mleccha tribes also wielding weapons of various kinds, have been assembled together and are devoted to the cause of the Pandavas. And there hath come Pandya also, who, hardly inferior to Indra on the field of battle, is followed when he fights by numberless warriors of great courage, remarkably heroic and endued with prowess and energy that have no parallel. He is devoted to the Pandava cause. That same Satyaki who, I have heard, obtained weapons from Drona and Arjuna and Krishna and Kripa and Bhishma, and who was said to be equal to the son of Krishna, is devotedly attached to the Pandava cause. And the assembled kings of the Chedi and the Karasho tribes have all taken the part of the Pandavas with all their resources. That one in their midst, who, having been endued with blazing beauty, shone like the sun, whom all persons deemed unassailable in battle and the very best of all drawers of the bow on earth, was slain by Krishna in a trice, by help of his own great might, and counting for naught the bold spirit of all the Kshatriya kings. Kesava cast his eyes on that Shishupala and smote him, enhancing the fame and honor of the sons of Pandu. It was the same Shishupala who was highly honored by those kings at whose head stood the king of the Karasho tribe. Then the other kings, deeming Krishna unassailable when seated on his car drawn by Sugriva and other steeds, left the chief of the Chedis and ran away like small animals at the sight of a lion. And it was thus that he, who, from audacity had sought to oppose and encounter Krishna in a combat hand to hand, was slain by Krishna and lay down lifeless, resembling a Kangara tree uprooted by a gale. O Sanjaya, O son of Gavalgana, what they have told me of the activity of Krishna in cause of Pandu's sons, and what I remember of his past achievements, leave me no peace of mind. No foe whatsoever is capable of withstanding them, who are under the lead of that lion of the Vrishani tribe. My heart is trembling with fear upon learning that the two Krishnas are seated on the self-same car. If my dull-headed son forbear to fight with those two, then may he fare well, else those two will consume the race of Kuru as Indra and Upendra consume the Daitya hosts. Dhananjaya is, I conceive, equal to Indra, and the greatest of the Vrishani race, Krishna, is the eternal Vishnu himself. The son of Kunti and Pandu, Yudhishthira, is virtuous and brave and eschews deeds that bring on shame. Endued with great energy, he hath been wronged by Duryodhana. If he were not high-minded, he would in wrath burn the Dhritarashtras. I do not so much dread Arjuna or Bhima or Krishna or the twin brothers as I dread the wrath of the king, O Suta, when his wrath is excited. His austerities are great, he is devoted to Brahmacharya practices. His heart's wishes will certainly be fulfilled. When I think of his wrath, O Sanjaya, and consider how just it is, I am filled with alarm. Go thou speedily on the car, dispatched by me, where the troops of the king of the Panchalas are encamped. Thou wilt ask Yudhishthira about his welfare. Thou wilt repeatedly address him in affectionate terms. Thou wilt also meet Krishna, O child, who is the chief of all brave men and who is endued with a magnanimous soul. Him also thou wilt ask on my part as to his welfare, and tell him that Dhritarashtra is desirous of peace with Bandu's sons. O Suta, there is nothing that Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, would not do at the bidding of Krishna. Kesava is as dear to them as their own selves. Possessed of great learning, he is ever devoted to their cause. Thou wilt also inquire about the welfare of all the assembled sons of Bandu and the Saranjayas and Satyaki and Virata and all the 5 sons of Draupadi, professing to be a messenger from me. And whatsoever also thou mayst deem to be opportune and beneficial for the Brata race, all that, O Sanjaya, thou must say in the midst of those kings, everything, in sooth, that may not be unpalatable or provocative of war. Section 23. Vaisampayana said, having heard these words of King Dhritarashtra, Sanjaya went to Apaplavya to see the Pandavas of immeasurable strength. And having approached King Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, he made obeisance to him first and then spoke. And the son of Gavalgana, by name Sanjaya and by caste a Suta, chiefly spoke unto Ajatasattu, how lucky, O king, that I see you hail, attended by friends and little inferior to the great Indra. The aged and wise King Dhritarashtra, the son of Ambika, hath inquired about your welfare. I hope Bhimasena is well, and that Dhananjaya, that foremost of the Pandavas, and these two sons of Madri, are well. I hope Princess Krishnawal, so, the daughter of Drupada, is welcome, she who never swerves from the path of truth, that lady of great energy, that wife of heroes. I hope she is well with her sons, she in whom are centered all your dearest joys and whose welfare you constantly pray for. Yudhishthira said, O Sanjaya, the son of Gavalgana, hath thy journey here been safe? We are pleased with thy sight. I ask thee in return how thou art. I am, O learned man, in excellent health with my younger brothers. O Suta, after a long while do I now receive news of the aged king of the Kuras, that descendant of Bharata. Having seen thee, O Sanjaya, I feel as if I have seen the king himself, so pleased I am. Is our aged grandsire Bhishma, the descendant of Kuru, endued with great energy and the highest wisdom and always devoted to the practices of his own order, O sire, in health? I hope he still retains all his former habits. I hope the high-souled King Dhritarashtra, the son of Vichitravirya, is in health with his sons. I hope the great King Valika, the son of Pratipa, endued with great learning, is also in health. I hope, O sire, that Somadatu is in health, Ambarisravas, and Satyasanda, and Sala, and Drona with his son, and the Brahmana Kripa are also well. I hope all those mighty bowmen are free from disease. O Sanjaya, all those greatest and best of bowmen, endued with the highest intelligence and versed in letters, and occupying the very top of those who wield weapons, have attached themselves to the Kuras. I hope those bowmen receive their honours due. I hope they are free from disease. How happy are they in whose kingdom dwells the mighty and handsome bowman, the well-behaved son of Drona. I hope Uetsu, the highly intelligent son of Dhritarashtra by his Vaisya wife, is in health. I hope, O sire, the adviser Gana, whose counsels are followed by the dull-headed Sayadana, is in health. I hope the aged ladies, the mothers of the Brata race, and the kitchen maidens, the bondmaids, the daughters-in-law, the boys, the sisters' sons, and the sisters, and the daughters' sons of Dhritarashtra's house are all free from trouble. O sire, I hope the king still allows their former subsistence to the Brahmanas. I hope, O Sanjaya, Dhritarashtra's son hath not seized those gifts to the Brahmanas that I made. I hope Dhritarashtra with his sons meets in a spirit of forbearance any overbearing conduct on the part of the Brahmanas. I hope he never neglects to make provision for them, that being the sole highway to heaven. For this is the excellent and clear light that hath been provided by the Creator in this world of living beings. If like dull-headed persons, the sons of Kuru do not treat the Brahmanas in a forbearing spirit, wholesale destruction will overtake them. I hope King Dhritarashtra and his son try to provide for the functionaries of state. I hope there are no enemies for theirs, who, disguised as friends, are conspiring for their ruin. O sire, I hope none of these Kuras talk of our having committed any crimes. I hope Drona and his son and the heroic Kripa do not talk of our having been guilty in any way. I hope all the Kuras look up to King Dhritarashtra and his sons as the protectors of their tribe. I hope when they see a horde of robbers, they remember the deeds of Arjuna, the leader in all fields of battle. I hope they remember the arrows shot from the Gandiva, which course through the air in a straight path, impelled onwards by the stretched bowstring in contact with the fingers of his hand, and making a noise loud as that of the thunder. I have not seen the warrior that excels or even rivals Arjuna, who can shoot by a single effort of his hand 61 whetted and keen-edged shafts furnished with excellent feathers. Do they remember Bhima also, who, endued with great activity, causeth hostile hosts arrayed in battle to tremble in dread, like an elephant with rent temples agitating a forest of reeds? Do they remember the mighty Sahadeva, the son of Madri, who in Dantipura conquered the Kalingas, shooting arrows by both the left and right hand? Do they remember Nakula, who, O Sanjaya, was sent, under your eye, to conquer the Savas and the Trigartas, and who brought the western region under my power? Do they remember the disgrace that was theirs when under evil counsels they came to the woods of Dwaitavana on pretence of taking away their cattle? Those wicked ones, having been overpowered by their enemies, were afterwards liberated by Bhimasena and Arjuna, myself protecting the rear of Arjuna, in the fight that ensued, and Bhima protecting the rear of the sons of Madri, and the wielder of the Gandiva coming out unharmed from the press of battle, having made a great slaughter of the hostile host. Do they remember that? It is not by a single good deed, O Sanjaya, that happiness can here be attained, when by all our endeavours we are unable to win over the son of Dhritarashtra. Section 24. Sanjaya said, It is even so as thou hast said, O son of Pandu. Dost thou inquire about the welfare of the Kuras and of the foremost ones among them? Free from illness of every kind and in the possession of excellent spirit are those foremost ones among the Kuras about whom, O son of Pritha, thou inquirest. Know, O son of Pandu, that there are certainly righteous and aged men, as also men that are sinful and wicked about Dhritarashtra's son. Dhritarashtra's son would make gifts even to his enemies. It is not likely, therefore, that he should withdraw the donations made to the Brahmanas. It is customary with you, Kshatriyas, to follow a rule fit for butchers, that leads you to do harm to those that bear no ill will to you, but the practice is not good. Dhritarashtra with his sons would be guilty of the sin of intestine dissension, were he, like a bad man, to bear ill will towards you who are righteous. He does not approve of this injury done to you. He is exceedingly sorry for it. He grieves at his heart. The old man, O Yudhishthira, for, having communicated with the Brahmanas, he hath learnt that provoking intestine dissensions has the greatest of all sins. O King of men, they remember thy prowess on the field, and that of Arjuna, who taketh the lead in the field of battle. They remember Bhima wielding his mace when the sound of the conch shell and the drum rises to the highest pitch. They remember those mighty Ka warriors, the two sons of Madri, who on the field of battle career in all directions, shooting incessant showers of shafts on hostile hosts, and who know not what it is to tremble in fight. I believe, O King, that which futurity hath in store for a particular person cannot be known, since thou, O son of Pandu, who art endowed with all the virtues, hast had to suffer trouble of such an endurable kind. All this, no doubt, O Yudhishthira, thou wilt again make up by help of your intelligence. The sons of Pandu, all equal to Indra, would never abandon virtue for the sake of pleasure. Thou, O Yudhishthira, wilt so make up thy intelligence that they all, viz., the sons of Dhritarashtra and Pandu and the Srinjayas, and all the kings who have been assembled here, will attain peace. O Yudhishthira, hear what thy sire Dhritarashtra, having consulted with his ministers and sons, hath spoken to me. Be attentive to the same. Section 25. Yudhishthira said, "Here are met the Pandavas and the Srinjayas, and Krishna, and Ayudhana and Virata, O son of the suitor Gavalgana, tell us all that Dhritarashtra hath directed thee to say." Sanjaya said, "I greet Yudhishthira, and Vrikadara and Dhananjaya, and the two sons of Madri, and Vasudeva the descendant of Zura, and Satyaki, and the aged ruler of the Panchalas, and Drishthadama, the son of Prishata. Let all listen to the words I say from a desire for the welfare of the Kuras." King Dhritarashtra, eagerly welcoming the chance of peace, hastened the preparation of my car for this journey here. Let it be acceptable to King Yudhishthira with his brothers and sons and relations. Let the son of Pandu prefer peace. The sons of Pritha are endowed with every virtue, with steadiness and mildness and candour. Born in a high family, they are humane, liberal, and loath to do any act which would bring on shame. They know what is proper to be done. A base deed is not befitting you, for you are so high-minded, and have such a terrible following of troops. If you committed a sinful act, it would be a blot on your fair name, as a drop of collyrium on a white cloth. Who could knowingly be ever guilty of an act which would result in universal slaughter, which would be sinful and lead to hell, an act consisting in the destruction of men, an act the result of which, whether it be victory or defeat, is of the self-same value. Blessed are they that have served their relatives' cause. They are the true sons and friends and relatives of Kuru's race, who would lay down life which is liable to be abused by misdeeds, in order to ensure the welfare of the Kurus. If you, ye sons of Pritha, chastise the Kurus, by defeating and slaying all your foes, that subsequent life of yours would be equivalent to death, for what, in a sooth, is life after having killed all your kinsfolk? Who, even if he were Indra himself with all the gods on his side, would be able to defeat you who are aided by Kasava and Chekadanas, and Satyaki, and are protected by Drishthadama's arms? Who again, O king, can defeat in battle the Kurus who are protected by Drona and Bhishma, and Aswathaman, and Saliya, and Gripa and Karna with a host of Kshatriya kings? Who, without loss to himself, is able to slay the vast force assembled by Dhritarashtra's son? Therefore it is that I do not see any good either in victory or in defeat. How come the sons of Pritha, like base persons of low lineage, commit an act of unrighteousness? Therefore, I prostrate myself before Krishna and the aged king of the Panchalas. I betake myself to you as my refuge, with joined hands, so that both the Kurus and the Srinjayas may be benefited. It is not likely that either Krishna or Dhananjaya will not act up to these my words. Either of them would lay down his life, if besought to do so. Therefore, I say this for the success of my mission. This is the desire of the king and his counsellor Bhishma, that there may be confirmed peace between you and the Kurus. Section 26. Yudhishthira said, "What words from me, O Sanjaya, hast thou heard, indicative of war, that thou apprehendest war? O sire, peace is preferable to war. Who, O charioteer, having got the other alternative, would wish to fight? It is known to me, O Sanjaya, that if a man can have every wish of his heart without having to do anything, he would hardly like to do anything, even though it might be of the least troublesome kind. Far less would he engage in war. Why should a man never go to war? Who is so cursed by the gods that he would select war? The sons of Pritha, no doubt, desire their own happiness, but their conduct is ever marked by righteousness and conducive to the good of the world. They desire only that happiness which results from righteousness. He that fondly followeth the lead of his senses, and is desirous of obtaining happiness and avoiding misery, betaketh himself to action which in its essence is nothing but misery. He that hankers after pleasure causeth his body to suffer. One free from such hankering knoweth not what misery is. as an enkindled fire, if more fuel be put upon it, blazeth forth again with augmented force. So desire is never satiated with the acquisition of its object, but gaineth force like unkindled fire, when clarified butter is poured upon it. Compare all this abundant fund of enjoyment which King Dhritarashtra hath with what we possess. He that is unfortunate never winneth victories. He that is unfortunate enjoyeth not the voice of music. He that is unfortunate doth not enjoy garlands and scents, nor can one that is unfortunate enjoy cool and fragrant unguents, and finally he that is unfortunate weareth not fine clothes. If this were not so, we would never have been driven from the cuirass. Although, however, all this is true, yet none cherished torments of the heart. The king being himself in trouble seeketh protection in the might of others. This is not wise. Let him, however, receive from others the same behavior that he displays towards them. The man who casteth a burning fire at midday in the season of spring in a forest of dense underwood, hath certainly, when that fire blazeth forth by aid of the wind, to grieve for his lot if he wisheth to escape. O Sanjaya, why doth King Dhritarashtra now bewail, although he hath all this prosperity? It is because he had followed at first the counsels of his wicked son of vicious soul, addicted to crooked ways and confirmed in folly. Duryodhana disregarded the words of Vidura, the best of his well-wishers, as if the latter were hostile to him. King Dhritarashtra, desirous solely of satisfying his sons, would knowingly enter upon an unrighteous course. Indeed, on account of his fondness for his son, he would not pay heed to Vidura, who, out of all the cuirass, is the wisest and best of all his well-wishers, possessing vast learning, clever in speech, and righteous in act. King Dhritarashtra is desirous of satisfying his son, who, while himself seeking honours from others, is envious and wrathful, who transgresses the rules for the acquisition of virtue and wealth, whose tongue is foul, who always follows the dictates of his wrath, whose soul is absorbed in sensual pleasures, and who, full of unfriendly feelings to many, obeys no law, and whose life is evil, heart implacable, and understanding vicious. For such a son as this, King Dhritarashtra knowingly abandoned virtue and pleasure. Even then, O Sanjaya, when I was engaged in that game of dice, I thought that the destruction of the cuirass was at hand, for when speaking those wise and excellent words Vidura obtained no praise from Dhritarashtra. Then, O charioteer, did trouble overtake the cuirass when they disregarded the words of Vidura. So long as they had placed themselves under the lead of his wisdom, their kingdom was in a flourishing state. Hear from me, O charioteer, who are the counsellors now of the covetous Duryodhana. They are Dasasna, and Sakuni the son of Shivala, and Karna the suitor's son. O son of Gavalgana, look at this folly of his. So I do not see, though I think about it, how there can be prosperity for the cuirass and the Saranjayas when Dhritarashtra hath taken the throne from others, and the far-seeing Vidura hath been banished elsewhere. Dhritarashtra with his sons is now looking for an extensive and undisputed sovereignty over the whole world. Absolute peace is, therefore, unattainable. He regardeth what he hath already got to be his own. When Arjuna taketh up his weapon in fight, Karna believeth him capable of being withstood. Formerly there took place many great battles. Why could not Karna then be of any avail to them? It is known to Karna and Drona and the grandsire Bhishma, as also to many other cuirass, that there is no wielder of the bow comparable to Arjuna. It is known to all the assembled rulers of the earth how the sovereignty was obtained by Duryodhana, although that represser of foes, Arjuna, was alive. Pertinaciously doth Dhritarashtra's son believe that it is possible to rob the sons of Pandu of what is their own, although he knoweth, having himself gone to the place of fight, how Arjuna comforted himself when he had nothing but a bow 4 cubits long for his weapon of battle. Dhritarashtra's sons are alive simply because they have not as yet heard the twang of the stretched Gandiva. Duryodhana believeth his object already gained, as long as he beholdeth not the wrathful Bhima. O sire, even Indra would forbear to rob us of our sovereignty as long as Bhima and Arjuna and the heroic Nakula and the patient Sahadeva are alive. O charioteer, the old king with his son still entertains the notion that his sons will not be perished. O Sanjaya, on the field of battle, consumed by the fiery wrath of Pandu's sons. Thou knowest, O Sanjaya, what misery we have suffered. For my respect to thee, I would forgive them all. Thou knowest what transpired between ourselves and those sons of Kuru. Thou knowest how we comforted ourselves towards Dhritarashtra's son. Let the same state of things still continue. I shall seek peace, as thou counsellest me to do. Let me have Indraprastha for my kingdom. Let this be given to me by Duryodhana, the chief of Bharata's race. Section 27. Sanjaya said, O Pandava, the world hath heard thy conduct being righteous. I see it also to be so, O son of Pritha. Life is transient, that may end in great infamy. Considering this, thou shouldst not perish. O Ajatasatru, if without war, the Kurus will not yield thy share, I think it is far better for thee to live upon alms in the kingdom of the Andakas and the Vrishanis than obtain sovereignty by war. Since this mortal existence is for only a short period, and greatly liable to blame, subject to constant suffering, and unstable, and since it is never comparable to a good name, therefore, O Pandava, never perpetrate a sin. It is the desires, O ruler of men, which adhere to mortal men and are an obstruction to a virtuous life. Therefore, a wise man should beforehand kill them all and thereby gain a stainless fame in the world. O son of Pritha, the thirst after wealth is but like fetter in this world. The virtue of those that seek it is sure to suffer. He is wise who seeketh virtue alone. Desires being increased, a man must suffer in his temporal concerns. O sire, placing virtue before all other concerns of life, a man shineth like the sun when its splendor is great. A man devoid of virtue, and a vicious soul, is overtaken by ruin, although he may obtain the whole of this earth. Thou hast studied the Vedas, lived the life of a saintly Brahmin, hast performed sacrificial rites, made charities to Brahmanas. Even remembering the highest position, attainable by beings, thou hast also devoted thy soul for years and years to the pursuit of pleasure. He who, devoting himself excessively to the pleasures and joys of life, never employeth himself in the practice of religious meditation, must be exceedingly miserable. His joys forsake him after his wealth is gone, and his strong instincts goad him on towards his wonted pursuit of pleasure. Similarly, he who, never having lived a continent life, forsaketh the path of virtue and committeth sin, hath no faith in existence of a world to come. Dull as he is after death, he hath torment for his lot in the world to come. Whether one's deeds be good or evil, these deeds are in no case annihilated. Deeds, good and evil, precede the agent in his journey to the world to come. The agent is sure to follow in their path. Your work, in this life, is celebrated by all as comparable to that food, savoury and dainty, which is proper to be offered with reverence to the Brahmanas, the food which is offered in religious ceremonies with large donations to the officiating priests. All acts are done, so long as this body lasts, O son of Pritha. After death there is nothing to be done. And thou hast done mighty deeds that will do good to thee in the world to come, and they are admired by righteous men. There, in the next world, one is free from death and decrepitude and fear, and from hunger and thirst, and from all that is disagreeable to the mind. There is nothing to be done in that place, unless it be to delight one's senses. Of this kind, O ruler of men, is the result of our deeds. Therefore, Do not from desire act any longer in this world. Do not, O Pandu's son, betake to action in this world and thereby thus take leave of truth and sobriety and candour and humanity. Thou mayst perform the Rajasuya and the Aswanda sacrifices, but do not even come near an action which in itself is sin. If after such a length of time, ye sons of Pritha, you now give way to hate, and commit the sinful deed, in vain, for virtue's sake, did ye dwell for years and years in the woods in such misery. It was in vain that you went to exile, after parting with all your army, for this army was entirely in your control then. And these persons who are now assisting you, have been always obedient to you, this Krishna, and Satyaki, and Virata the golden car, of Matsya land, with his son at the head of martial warriors. All the kings, formerly vanquished by you, would have espoused your cause at first. Possessed of mighty resources, dreaded by all, having an army, and followed behind by Krishna and Arjuna, you might have slain your foremost of foes on the field of battle. You might have, then, brought low Duryodhana's pride. O Pandava, why have you allowed your foes to grow so powerful? Why have you weakened your friends? Why have you sojourned in the woods for years and years? Why are you now desirous of fighting, having let the proper opportunity slip? An unwise or an unrighteous man may win prosperity by means of fighting, but a wise and a righteous man, were he free from pride to betake to fight, against better instinct, doth only fall away from a prosperous path. O Pritha's son, your understanding inclines not to an unrighteous course. From wrath you ever committed a sinful act. Then what is the cause, and what is the reason, for which you are now intent to do this deed, against the dictates of wisdom? Wrath, O mighty king, is a bitter drug, though it has nothing to do with disease. It brings on a disease of the head, robs one of his fair fame, and leads to sinful acts. It is drunk up, controlled, by those that are righteous and not by those that are unrighteous. I ask you to swallow it and to desist from war. Who would incline himself to wrath which leads to sin? Forbearance would be more beneficial to you than love of enjoyments, where Bhishma would be slain, and Drona with his son, and Kripa, and Somadatta's son, and Vikarna and Vivansati, and Karna and Duryodhana. Having slain all these, what bliss may that be, O Pritha's son, which you will get? Tell me that. Even having won the entire sea-girt earth, you will never be free from decrepitude and death, pleasure and pain, bliss and misery. Knowing all this, do not be engaged in war. If you are desirous of taking this course, because your counselors desire the same, then give up everything to them, and run away. You should not fall away from this path which leads to the region of the gods. Section 28. Yudhishthira said, without doubt, O Sanjaya, it is true that righteous deeds are the foremost of all our acts, as thou sayest. Thou shouldst, however, ensure me having first ascertained whether it is virtue or vice that I practice. When vice assumes the aspects of virtue and virtue itself wholly seems as vice, and virtue, again, appears in its native form, they that are learned should discriminate it by means of their reason. So, again, virtue and vice, which are both eternal and absolute, exchange their aspects during seasons of distress. One should follow without deviation the duties prescribed for the order to which he belongs by birth. Know, O Sanjaya, that duties in seasons of distress are otherwise. When his means of living are totally gone, the man that is destitute should certainly desire those other means by which he may be able to discharge the sanctioned duties of his order. One that is not destitute of his means of living, as also one that is in distress, are, O Sanjaya, both to be blamed, if they act as if the state of each were otherwise. When the Creator hath ordained expiation for those Brahmanas, who, without wishing for self-destruction, betake themselves to acts not sanctioned for them, This proves that people may, in season of distress, betake to acts not ordained for the orders to which they belong. And, O Sanjaya, thou shouldst regard them as worthy that adhere to the practices of their own order in usual times, as also those that do not adhere to them in season of distress. Thou shouldst censure them that act otherwise in usual times while adhering to their ordained practices during times of distress. As regards men desiring to bring their minds under control, when they endeavor to acquire a knowledge of self, the practices that are ordained for the best, viz., the Brahmanas, are equally ordained for them. As regards those, however, that are not Brahmanas and that do not endeavor to acquire knowledge of self, those practices should be followed by them that are ordained for their respective orders in seasons of distress or otherwise. Even that is the path followed by our fathers and grandfathers before us and those also that had lived before them. As regards those that are desirous of knowledge and avoiding to act, even these also hold the same view and regard themselves as orthodox. I do not, therefore, think that there is any other path. Whatsoever wealth there may be in this earth, whatsoever there may be among the gods, or whatsoever there may be unattainable by them, the region of the Prajapati, or heaven, or the region of Brahma himself, I would not, O Sanjaya, seek it by unrighteous means. Here is Krishna, the giver of virtues, fruits, who is clever, politic, intelligent, who has waited upon the Brahmanas, who knows everything and counsels various mighty kings. Let the celebrated Krishna say whether I would be censurable if I dismiss all idea of peace, of whether if I fight, I should be abandoning the duties of my caste, for Krishna seeketh the welfare of both sides. This Satyaki, these Chedis, the Andakas, the Vrishnis, the Bijas, the Kukaras, the Srinjayas, adopting the counsels of Krishna, slay their foes and delight their friends. The Vrishnis and the Andakas, at whose head stands Ugrasena, led by Krishna, have become like Indra, high-spirited, devoted to truth, mighty, and happy. Babru, the king of Kazi, having obtained Krishna, that fructifier of wishes, as his brother, and upon whom Krishna showers all the blessings of life, as the clouds upon all earthly creatures, when the hot season is over, hath attained the highest prosperity. O Sire, so great is this Krishna. Him you must know as the great judge of the propriety or otherwise of all acts. Krishna is dear to us, and is the most illustrious of men. I never disregard what Krishna saith. Section 29. Krishna said, I desire, O Sanjaya, that the sons of Bandu may not be ruined, that they may prosper, and attain their wishes. Similarly, I pray for the prosperity of King Dhritarashtra, whose sons are many. Forevermore, O Sanjaya, my desire hath been that I should tell them nothing else than that peace would be acceptable to King Dhritarashtra. I also deem it proper for the sons of Pandu. A peaceful disposition of an exceedingly rare character hath been displayed by Pandu's son in this matter. When Dhritarashtra and his sons, however, are so covetous, I do not see why hostility should not run high. Thou canst not pretend, O Sanjaya, to be more versed than I am or Yudhishthira is, in the niceties of right and wrong. Then why dost thou speak words of reproach with reference to the conduct of Yudhishthira, who is enterprising, mindful of his own duty, and thoughtful, from the very beginning, of the welfare of his family, agreeably to the injunctions of treatises of morality? With regard to the topic at hand, the Brahmanas have held opinions of various kinds. Some say that success in the world to come depends upon work. Some declare that action should be shunned and that salvation is attainable by knowledge. The Brahmanas say that though one may have a knowledge of eatable things, yet his hunger will not be appeased unless he actually eats. Those branches of knowledge that help the doing of work bear fruit, but not other kinds, for the fruit of work is a vocal demonstration. A thirsty person drinks water, and by that act his thirst is allayed. This result proceeds, no doubt, from work. Therein lies the efficacy of work. If anyone thinks that something else is better than work, I deem his work and his words are meaningless. In the other world, it is by virtue of work that the gods flourish. It is by work that the wind blows. It is by virtue of work that the sleepless Surya rises every day and becomes the cause of day and night, and Soma passes through the months and the fortnights and the combinations of constellations. Fire is kindled of itself and burns by virtue of work, doing good to mankind. The sleepless goddess Earth sustains by force this very great burden. The sleepless rivers, giving satisfaction to all organized beings, carry their waters with speed. The sleepless Indra, possessed of a mighty force, pours down rain, resounding the heaven and the cardinal points. Desirous of being the greatest of the gods, he led a life of austerities such as a holy Brahmana leads. Indra gave up pleasure and all things agreeable to the heart. He sedulously cherished virtue and truth and self-control and forbearance and impartiality and humanity. It was by work that he attained a position the highest of all. Following the above course of life, Indra attained the high sovereignty over the gods. Vrihaspati, intently and with self-control, led in a proper manner that life of austerities which a Brahmana leads. He gave up pleasure and controlled his senses and thereby attained the position of the preceptor of the celestials. Similarly, the constellations in the other world, by virtue of work, and the Rudras, the Adityas, the Vasas, King Yama, and Guvara, and the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, and the celestial nymphs, all attained their present position by work. In the other world, the saints shine, following a life of study, austerity and work combined. Knowing, O Sanjaya, that this is the rule followed by the best of Brahmanas, and Kshatriyas, and Vaisyas, and thou being one of the wisest men, why art thou making this endeavour on behalf of those sons of Kuras? Thou must know that Yudhishthira is constantly engaged in the study of the Vedas. He is inclined to the horse sacrifice and the Rajasuya. Again, he rides horses and elephants, is arrayed in armour, mounts a car, and takes up the bow and all kinds of weapons. Now, if the sons of Pritha can see a course of action not involving the slaughter of the sons of Kuru, they would adopt it. Their virtue would then be saved, and an act of religious merit also would be achieved by them, even if they would have then to force Bhima to follow a conduct marked by humanity. On the other hand, if in doing what their forefathers did, they should meet with death under inevitable destiny, then in trying their utmost to discharge their duty, such death would even be worthy of praise. Supposing thou approvest of peace alone, I should like to hear what thou mayst have to say to this question, which way doth the injunction of religious law lie, viz., whether it is proper for the king to fight or not? Thou must, O Sanjaya, take into thy consideration the division of the four castes, and the scheme of respective duties allotted to each. Thou must hear that course of action the Pandavas are going to adopt. Then mayst thou praise or censure, just as it may please thee. A Brahmana should study, offer sacrifices, make charities, and sojourn to the best of all holy places on the earth. He should teach, minister as a priest in sacrifices offered by others worthy of such help, and accept gifts from persons who are known. Similarly, a Kshatriya should protect the people in accordance with the injunctions of the law, diligently practice the virtue of charity, offer sacrifices, study the whole Veda, take a wife, and lead a virtuous householder's life. If he be possessed of a virtuous soul, and if he practice the holy virtues, he may easily attain the region of the Supreme Being. A Vaisya should study and diligently earn and accumulate wealth by means of commerce, agriculture, and the tending of cattle. He should so act as to please the Brahmanas and the Kshatriyas, be virtuous, do good works, and be a householder. The following are the duties declared for a Sudra from the olden times. He should serve the Brahmanas and submit to them, should not study. Sacrifices are forbidden to him. He should be diligent and be constantly enterprising in doing all that is for his good. The king protects all these with proper care, and sets all the castes to perform their respective duties. He should not be given to sensual enjoyments. He should be impartial, and treat all his subjects on an equal footing. The king should never obey the dictates of such desires as are opposed to righteousness. If there be anybody who is more praiseworthy than he, who is well known and gifted with all the virtues, the king should instruct his subjects to see him. A bad king, however, would not understand this. Growing strong and inhuman and becoming a mark for destiny's wrath, he would cast covetous eye on the riches of others. Then comes war, for which purpose came into being weapons, and armor, and bows. Indra invented these contrivances for putting the plunderers to death. He also contrived armors, and weapons, and bows. Religious merit is acquired by putting the robbers to death. Many awful evils have manifested themselves on account of the Kuras having been unrighteous, and unmindful of law and religion. This is not right, O Sanjaya. Now, King Dhritarashtra with his sons, hath unreasonably seized what lawfully belonged to Pandu's son. He minds not the immemorial law observable by kings. All the Kuras are following in the wake. A thief who steals wealth unseen and one who forcibly seizes the same, in open daylight, are both to be condemned, O Sanjaya. What is the difference between them and Dhritarashtra's sons? From avarice he regards that to be righteous which he intends to do, following the dictates of his wrath. The shares of the Pandavas is, no doubt, fixed. Why should that share of theirs be seized by that fool? This being the state of things, it would be praiseworthy for us to be even killed in fight. A paternal kingdom is preferable to sovereignty received from a stranger. These time-honored rules of law, O Sanjaya, thou must propound to the Kuras, in the midst of the assembled kings, I mean those dull-headed fools who have been assembled together by Dhritarashtra's son, and who are already under the clutches of death. Look once more at the vilest of all their acts, the conduct of the Kuras in the council hall. That those Kuras, at whose head stood Bhishma, did not interfere when the beloved wife of the sons of Pandu, daughter of Drupada, of fair fame, pure life, and conduct worthy of praise, was seized, while weeping, by that slave of lust. The Kuras all, including young and old, were present there. If they had then prevented that indignity offered to her, then I should have been pleased with Dhritarashtra's behavior. It would have been for the final good of his sons also. Dusasana forcibly took Krishna into the midst of the public hall wherein were seated her fathers-in-law. Carried there, expecting sympathy, she found none to take her part, except Vidura. The kings uttered not a word of protest, solely because they were a set of imbeciles. Vidura alone spoke words of opposition, from a sense of duty, words conceived in righteousness addressed to that man, Duryodhana, of little sense. Thou didst not, O Sanjaya, then say what law and morality were, but now thou comest to instruct the son of Pandu. Krishna, however, having repaired to the hall at that time, made everything right, for like a vessel in the sea, she rescued the Pandavas as also herself, from that gathering ocean of misfortunes. Then in that hall, while Krishna stood, the charioteer's son addressed her in the presence of her fathers-in-law, saying, O daughter of Drupada, thou hast no refuge. Better betake thyself as a bondwoman to the house of Dhritarashtra's son. Thy husbands, being defeated, no longer exist. Thou hast a living soul, choose someone else for thy lord. This speech, proceeding from Karna, was a wordy arrow, sharp, cutting all hopes, hitting the tenderest parts of the organization, and frightful. it buried itself deep in Arjuna's heart. When the sons of Pandu were about to adopt the garments made of the skins of black deer, Dusasana spoke the following pungent words: "These all are mean eunuchs, ruined and damned for a lengthened time." And Sakuni, the king of the Gandhara land, spoke to Yudhishthira at the time of the game of dice the following words by way of a wily trick: "Nakula hath been won by me from you, what else have you got? Now you should better stake your wife Draupadi. You know, O Sanjaya, all these words of an opprobrious kind which were spoken at the time of the game of dice. I desire to go personally to the Kuras, in order to settle this difficult matter. If without injury to the Pandava cause I succeed in bringing about this peace with the Kuras, an act of religious merit, resulting in very great blessings, will then have been done by me, and the Kuras also will have been extricated from the meshes of death. I hope that when I shall speak to the Kuras words of wisdom, resting on rules of righteousness, words fraught with sense and free from all tendency to inhumanity, Dhritarashtra's son will, in my presence, pay heed to them. I hope that when I arrive, the Kuras will pay me due respect. Else thou mayst rest assured that those vicious sons of Dhritarashtra, already scorched by their own vicious acts, will be burnt up by Arjuna and Bhima ready for battle." When Pandu's sons were defeated, at the play, Dhritarashtra's sons spoke to them words that were harsh and rude. But when the time will come, Bhima will, no doubt, take care to remind Duryodhana of those words. Duryodhana is a big tree of evil passions, Karna is its trunk, Sakuni is its branches, Dusasana forms its abundant blossoms and fruits, while the wise king Dhritarashtra is its roots. Yudhishthira is a big tree of righteousness, Arjuna is its trunk, and Bhima is its branches. The sons of Madri are its abundant flowers and fruits, and its roots are myself and religion and religious men. King Dhritarashtra with his sons constitutes a forest, while, O Sanjaya, the sons of Pandu are its tigers. Do not, O, cut down the forest with its tigers, and let not the tigers be driven away from the forest. The tiger, out of the woods, is easily slain. The wood also, that is without a tiger, is easily cut down. Therefore, it is the tiger that protects the forest and the forest that shelters the tiger. The Dhritarashtras are as creepers, while, O Sanjaya, the Pandavas are salataries. A creeper can never flourish unless it hath a large tree to twine round. The sons of Prithvi are ready to wait upon Dhritarashtra as, indeed, those repressors of foes are ready for war. Let King Dhritarashtra now do what may be proper for him to do. The virtuous and the high-souled sons of Pandu, though competent to be engaged in fight, are yet now in place with their cousins. O learned man, represent all this truly to Dhritarashtra. Section 30. Sanjaya said, I did thee farewell, O divine ruler of men. I will now depart, O son of Pandu. Let prosperity be thine. I hope I have not carried away by the feelings of my heart, given utterance to anything offensive. I would also bid farewell to Janardana, to Bhima and Arjuna, to the son of Madri, to Satyaki, and to Chaitanya, and take my departure. Let peace and happiness be yours. Let all the kings look at me with eyes of affection. Yudhishthira said, permitted by us, O Sanjaya, take your leave. Peace to thee. O learned man, thou never thinkest ill of us. Both they and we know thee to be a person of pure heart in the midst of all in the court of the Kuras. Besides, being an ambassador now, O Sanjaya, thou art faithful, beloved by us, of agreeable speech and excellent conduct, and well affected towards us. Thy mind is never clouded, and even if addressed harshly thou art never moved to wrath. O Sutta, thou never utterest harsh and cutting words, or those that are false or bitter. We know that thy words, free from malice, are always fraught with morality and grave import. Amongst envoys thou art the most dear to us. Beside thee, there is another, who may come here, and that is Vidura. Formerly, we always used to see thee. Thou art, indeed, a friend to us as dear as Ananjaya. Proceeding hence, O Sanjaya, with all speed, thou shouldst wait upon those Brahmanas of pure energy and devoted to study according to the Brahmacharya mode, those, namely, that are devoted to the study of the Vedas while leading lives of mendicancy, those ascetics that habitually dwell in the woods, as also the aged ones of other classes, should all be addressed by thee in my name, O Sanjaya, and then their welfare should be inquired into by thee. O Sutta, repairing unto the priest of King Dhritarashtra as also unto his preceptors and Ritwajas, thou shouldst address them and inquire after their welfare. Even amongst them that are, though not well born at least aged, endued with energy, and possessed of good behavior and strength, who remembering speak of us and practice according to their might even the least virtue, should first be informed of my peace, O Sanjaya, and then shouldst thou inquire after their welfare. Thou shouldst also inquire after the welfare of those that live in the kingdom carrying on trade, and those that live the filling important offices of state. Our beloved preceptor Drona, who is fully versed in morality, who is our counselor, who had practiced the Brahmacharya vow for mastering the Vedas, who once again hath made the science of weapons full and complete, and who is always graciously inclined towards us, should be greeted by thee in our name. Thou shouldst also inquire into the welfare of Aswataman, endued with great learning, devoted to the study of the Vedas, leading the Brahmacharya mode of life, possessed of great activity, and like unto a youth of the Gandharva race, and who, besides, hath once again made the science of weapons full and complete. Thou must also, O Sanjaya, repair to the abode of Kripa, the son of Saradwat, that mighty Ka warrior and foremost of all persons having a knowledge of self, and repeatedly saluting him in my name touch his feet with thy hand. Thou shouldst also, touching his feet, represent me as hail unto that foremost of the Kuras, Bhishma, in whom are combined bravery, and abstention from injury, and asceticism, and wisdom, and good behavior, and Vedic learning, and great excellence, and firmness. Saluting unto also the wise, venerable, and blind king, Dhritarashtra, who possessed of great learning and reverential to the old, is the leader of the Kuras. Thou shouldst also, O Sanjaya, inquire, O sire, about the welfare of the eldest of Dhritarashtra's sons, Sayadana, who is wicked and ignorant and deceitful and vicious, and who now governs the entire world. Thou shouldst also inquire about the welfare of even the wicked Dasasana, that mighty bowman and hero among the Kuras, who is the younger of Duryodhana and who possesses a character like that of his elder brother. Thou shouldst, O Sanjaya, also salute the wise chief of the Valikas, who always cherishes no other wish save that there should be peace among the Bharatas. I think thou shouldst also worship that Somadatta who is endued with numerous excellent qualities, who is wise and possesses a merciful heart, and who from his affection for the Kuras always controls his anger towards them. The son of Somadatta is worthy of the greatest reverence among the Kuras. He is my friend and is a brother to us. A mighty bowman and the foremost of Ka warriors, he is worthy in all respects. Thou shouldst, O Sanjaya, inquire after his welfare along with that of his friends and counsellors. Others there are of youthful age and of consideration amongst the Kuras, who bear a relationship to us like that of sons, grandsons, and brothers. And to each of these thou must speak words which thou mayst consider suitable, inquiring, O Sutta, after his welfare. Thou must also inquire about the welfare of those kings that have been assembled by Dhritarashtra's son for fighting with the Pandavas, viz., the Kikayas, the Vasatis, the Salwakas, the Amvasthas, and the leading Drygarters, and of those endued with great bravery that have come from the east, the north, the south, and the west, and of those that have come from hilly countries, in fact, of all amongst them that are not cruel and that lead good lives. Thou shouldst also represent unto all those persons who ride on elephants, and horses and cars, and who fight on foot, that mighty host composed of honourable men, that I am well, and then thou must inquire about their own welfare. Thou must also inquire about the welfare of those that serve the king in the matter of his revenue, or as his doorkeepers, or as the leaders of his troops, or as the accountants of his income and outlay, or as officers constantly occupied in looking after other important concerns. Thou must, O sire, also inquire about the welfare of Dhritarashtra's son by his Vaisya wife, that youth who is one of the best of the Kuru race, who never falls into error, who possesseth vast wisdom, who is endued with every virtue, and who never cherishes a liking for this war. Thou shouldst also ask about the welfare of Chitrasena, who is unrivaled in the tricks of dice, whose tricks are never detected by others, who plays well, who is well versed in the art of handling the dice, and who is unconquerable in play but not in fight. Thou must also, O sire, inquire about the welfare of Sakuni, the king of the Gandhras, that native of the hilly country, who is unrivaled in deceitful games at dice, who enhances the pride of Dhritarashtra's son, and whose understanding naturally leads to falsehood. Thou must also inquire about the welfare of Karna, the son of the Kardana, that hero who is ready to vanquish, alone and unassisted, mounted on his car, the Pandavas whom no one dares assail in battle, that Karna who is unparalleled in deluding those that are already deluded. Thou must also inquire about the welfare of Vidura, O sire, who alone is devoted to us, who is our instructor, who reared us, who is our father and mother and friend, whose understanding finds obstruction in naught, whose ken reaches far, and who is our counsellor. Thou must also salute all the aged dames, and those who are known to be possessed of merit, and those who are like mothers to us, meeting them gathered together in one place. Thou must tell them, O Sanjaya, these words at first, ye mothers of living sons, I hope your sons comfort themselves towards you in a kindly, considerate, and worthy way. Thou must then tell them that Yudhishthira is doing well with his sons. Those ladies, O Sanjaya, who are in the rank of our wives, thou must ask as to their welfare also, addressing them in these words, I hope you are well protected. I hope your fair fame hath suffered no injury. I hope you are dwelling within your abodes blamelessly and carefully. I hope you are comforting yourselves towards your fathers-in-law in a kindly, praiseworthy and considerate way. You must steadily adopt such a conduct for yourselves as will help you to win your husband's favor. Those young ladies, O Sanjaya, who bear a relationship to us like that of your daughters-in-law, who have been brought from high families, who are possessed of merit and who are mothers of children, thou must meet them all and tell them that Yudhishthira sent his kindly greetings to them. Thou must, O Sanjaya, embrace the daughters of your house, and must ask them about their welfare on my behalf. Thou must tell them, may your husbands be kindly and agreeable, may you be agreeable to your husbands, may you have ornaments and clothes and perfumery and cleanliness, may you be happy and have at your command the joys of life, may your looks be pretty and words pleasant. Thou must ask, O sire, the women of the house as to their welfare. Thou must also represent unto the maid-servants and man-servants there may be of the Kurus, and also the many humpbacked and lame ones among them, that I am doing well, and thou must then ask them about their welfare. Thou must tell them, I hope Dhritarashtra's son still vouchsafes the same kindly treatment to you. I hope he gives you the comforts of life. Thou must also represent unto those that are defective in limb, those that are imbecile, the dwarfs to whom Dhritarashtra gives food and raiment from motives of humanity, those that are blind, and all those that are aged, as also to the many that have the use only of their hands being destitute of legs, that I am doing well, and that I ask them regarding their welfare, addressing them in the following words, fear not, nor be dispirited on account of your unhappy lives so full of sufferings. No doubt, sins must have been committed by you in your former lives. When I shall check my foes, and delight my friends, I shall satisfy you by gifts of food and clothes. Thou shouldst also, O sire, at our request, inquire after the welfare of those that are masterless and weak, and of those that vainly strive to earn a living, and of those that are ignorant, in fact, of all those persons that are in pitiable circumstances. O charioteer, meeting those others that coming from different quarters, have sought the protection of the Dhritarashtras, and in fact, all who deserve our greetings, thou shouldst also inquire about their welfare and peace. Thou shouldst also inquire about the welfare of those who have come to the Kuras of their own accord, or who have been invited, as also of all the ambassadors arrived from all sides, and then represent unto them that I am well. As regards the warriors that have been obtained by Dhritarashtra's son, there are none equal to them on earth. Virtue, however, is eternal, and virtue is my power for the destruction of my enemies. Thou shouldst, O Sanjaya, also represent unto Sayadana, the son of Dhritarashtra, the following that desire of thine which torments thy heart, viz., the desire of ruling the Kuras without a rival, is very unreasonable. It had no justification. As for ourselves, we will never act in such a way as to do anything that may be disagreeable to thee. O foremost of heroes among the Bharatas, either give me back my own Indraprastha or fight with me. Section 31. Yudhishthira said, O Sanjaya, the righteous and the unrighteous, the young and the old, the weak and the strong, are all under the control of the Creator. It is that Supreme Lord who imparteth knowledge to the child and childishness to the learned, according to his own will. If Dhritarashtra ask thee about our strength, tell him everything truly, having cheerfully consulted with everyone here and ascertained the truth. O son of Gavalgana, repairing unto the Kuras, thou wilt salute the mighty Dhritarashtra, and touching his feet inquire after his welfare, speaking in our name. And when seated in the midst of the Kuras, tell him from us, the sons of Pandu, O king, are living happily in consequence of thy prowess. It was through thy grace, O represser of foes, that those children of tender years had obtained a kingdom. Having first bestowed a kingdom on them, thou shouldst not now be indifferent to them, for destruction then would overtake them. The whole of this kingdom, O Sanjaya, is not fit to be owned by one person. Tell him again, from us, O sire, we wish to live united. Do not suffer thyself to be vanquished by foes. Thou shouldst again, O Sanjaya, bending thy head, in my name salute the grandsire of the Bharatas, Bhishma, the son of Santanu. Having saluted our grandsire, he should then be told, by thee, when Santanu's race was about to be extinct, it was revived. Therefore, O sire, do that according to thy own judgment, by which thy grandsons may all live in amity with one another. Thou shouldst then address Vidura also, that adviser of the Kuras, saying, Counselleth peace, O amiable one, from desire of doing good unto Yudhishthira. Thou shouldst address the unforbearing Prince Duryodhana also, when seated in the midst of the Kuras, beseeching him again and again, saying, the insults thou hadst offered to innocent and helpless Draupadi in the midst of the assembly, we will quietly bear, simply because we have no mind to see the Kuras slain. The other injuries also, both before and after that, the sons of Pandu are quietly bearing, although they are possessed of might to avenge them. All this, indeed, the Kauravas know. O amiable one, thou hadst even exiled us dressed in deerskins. We are bearing that also because we do not want to see the Kura slain. Dusasna, in obedience to thee, had dragged Krishna, disregarding Kunti. That act also will be forgiven by us. But, O chastiser of foes, we must have our proper share of the kingdom. O bull among men, turn thy coveting heart from what belongeth to others. Peace then, O king, will be amongst our gladdened selves. We are desirous of peace. Give us even a single province of the empire. Give us even Kusasthala, Rikasthala, Maikandi, Varanavata, and for the 5th any other that thou likest. Even this will end the quarrel. O Sayadana, give unto thy 5 brothers at least 5 villages. O Sanjaya, O thou with great wisdom, let there be peace between us and our cousins. Tell him also, let brothers follow brothers, let sires unite with sons. Let the Panchalas mingle with the Kuras in merry laughter. That I may see the Kuras and the Panchalas whole and sound, is what I desire. O bull of the Brata race, with cheerful hearts let us make peace. O Sanjaya, I am equally capable of war and peace. I am prepared to acquire wealth as well as to earn virtue. I am fit enough for severity as for softness. Section 32. Vaisampayana said, dismissed with salutation by the Pandavas, Sanjaya set out for Hastinapura, having executed all the commands of the illustrious Dhritarashtra. Reaching Hastinapura, he quickly entered it, and presented himself at the gate of the inner apartments of the palace. Addressing the porter, he said, O gatekeeper, say unto Dhritarashtra that I, Sanjaya, have just arrived, coming from the sons of Pandu. Do not delay. If the king be awake, then only shouldst thou say so, O keeper, for I like to enter having first apprised him of my arrival. In the present instance I have something of very great importance to communicate. Hearing this, the gatekeeper went to the king and addressed him, saying, O Lord of earth, I bow to thee. Sanjaya is at thy gates, desirous of seeing thee. He cometh, bearing a message from the Pandavas. Issue your commands, O king, as to what he should do. The king said, Tell Sanjaya that I am happy and hale. Let him enter. Welcome to Sanjaya. I am always ready to receive him. Why should he stay outside whose admission is never forbidden? Vaisampayana continued, then, with the king's permission, having entered that spacious apartment, the Suta's son, with joined hands, approached the royal son of Vichitravirya, who was protected by many wise, valiant, and righteous persons, and who was then seated on his throne. And Sanjaya addressed him, saying, I am Sanjaya, O king. I bow unto thee. O chief of men, proceeding hence I found the sons of Pandu. After having paid his salutations to thee, Pandu's son, the intelligent Yudhishthira, inquired of thy welfare. And well pleased, he also inquireth after thy sons, and asketh thee whether thou art happy with thy sons and grandsons and friends and counsellors, and, O king, all those that depend upon thee. Dhritarashtra said, O child, giving my blessings to Ajatasattu, I ask thee, O Sanjaya, whether that king of the Kauravas, Pritha's son, is well with his sons and brothers and counsellors. Sanjaya said, Pandu's son is well with his counsellors. He desires possessions of that which he formerly had as his own. He seeketh virtue and wealth without doing anything that is censurable, possesseth intelligence and vast learning, and is, besides, far-sighted and of excellent disposition. With that son of Pandu, abstention from injury is even superior to virtue, and virtue superior to the accumulation of wealth. His mind, O Bharata, is always inclined to happiness and joy, and to such courses of action as are virtuous and conducive to the higher ends of life. Even like a doll pulled this way and that by threads, man, in this world, moveth, swayed by a force not his own, Beholding the sufferings of Yudhishthira, I regard the force of destiny to be superior to the effect of human exertion. Beholding again thy unworthy deeds, which, besides being highly sinful and unspeakable, are sure to terminate in misery, it seemeth to me that one of thy nature winneth praise only so long as his able foe bideth his time. Renouncing all sin, even as a serpent casteth off its worn-out slough which it cannot any longer retain, the heroic Ajatasattu shineth in his natural perfection, leaving his load of sins to be borne by thee. Consider, O king, thy own acts which are contrary to both religion and profit, and to the behavior of those that are righteous. Thou hast, O king, earned a bad repute in this world, and wilt reap misery in the next. Obeying the counsels of thy son, thou hopest to enjoy this doubtful property, keeping them aloof. This unrighteous deed is loudly bruited about in the world. Therefore, O foremost of the Bharatas, this deed is unworthy of thee. Calamity overtaketh him who is deficient in wisdom, or who is of low birth, or who is cruel, or who cherisheth hostility for a long time, or who is not steady in kshatriya virtues, or is devoid of energy, or is of a bad disposition, in fact, him who hath such marks. It is by virtue of luck that a person taketh his birth in good race, or becometh strong, or famous, or versed in various law, or possesseth the comforts of life, or becometh capable of subduing his senses, or discriminating virtue and vice that are always linked together. What person is there, who, attended upon by foremost of counsellors, possessed of intelligence, capable of discriminating between virtue and vice in times of distress, not destitute of the rituals of religion, and retaining the use of all his faculties, would commit cruel deeds? These counsellors, ever devoted to thy work, wait here united together. Even this is their firm determination, viz., that the Pandavas are not to get back their share. The destruction of the Kauravas, therefore, is certain to be brought about by the force of circumstances. If, provoked by the offences, Yudhishthira wisheth for misery to thee, the Kauravas will be destroyed prematurely, while, imparting all his sins to thee, the blame of that deed will be thine in this world. Indeed, what else is the save the will of the gods? For Arjuna, the son of Pritha, leaving this world ascended to the very heavens and was honoured very greatly. This proves that individual exertion is nothing. There is no doubt as to this. Seeing that the attributes of high birth, bravery, etc., depended for their development or otherwise on acts, and beholding also prosperity and adversity and stability and instability, in persons and their possessions, King Vali, in his search after causes, having failed to discover a beginning, in the chain of acts of former lives one before another, regarded the eternal essence to be the cause of everything. The eye, the ear, the nose, the touch, and the tongue, these are the doors of a person's knowledge. If desire be curbed, these would be gratified by themselves. Therefore, cheerfully and without repining one should control the senses. Others there are that think differently. They hold that if a person's acts are well applied, these must produce the desired result. Thus the child begot by the act of the mother and the father grows when duly tended with food and drink. Men in this world become subject to love and hate, pleasure and pain, praise and blame. A man is praised when he behaves honestly. Thee I blame, since these dissensions of the Bharatas, whose root thou art, will surely bring about the destruction of innumerable lives. If peace be not concluded, then through thy fault Arjuna will consume the Kauravas like a blazing fire consuming a heap of dried grass. O ruler of men, thou alone of all the world, yielding to thy son whom no restraints can blind, hast regarded thyself as crowned with success and abstained from avoiding dispute at the time of the match at dice. Behold now the fruit of that weakness of thine. O monarch, by rejecting advisers that are faithful and accepting those that deserve no confidence, this extensive and prosperous empire, O son of Kuru, thou art unable to retain owing to thy weakness. Wearied by my fast journey and very much fatigued, I solicit thy permission to go to bed now, O lion of men, for tomorrow morning will the Kurus, assembled together in the council hall, hear the words of Ajatasattu. Section 33. Vaisampayana said, King Dhritarashtra, endued with great wisdom, then said to the orderly-in-waiting, I desire to see Vidura. Bring him here without delay. Dispatched by Dhritarashtra, the messenger went to Kshatri and said, O thou with great wisdom, our lord the mighty king desireth to see thee. Thus addressed, Vidura set out and, coming to the palace, spoke unto the orderly, apprised Dhritarashtra of my arrival. Thereupon the orderly went to Dhritarashtra, and said, O foremost of kings, Vidura is here at thy command. He wisheth to behold thy feet. Command me as to what he is to do. Thereupon Dhritarashtra said, Let Vidura of great wisdom and foresight enter. I am never unwilling or unprepared to see Vidura. The orderly then went out and spoke unto Vidura, O Kshatri, enter the inner apartments of the wise king. The king says that he is never unwilling to see thee. Vaisampayana continued, having entered Dhritarashtra's chamber, Vidura said with joined hands unto that ruler of men who was then plunged in thought, O thou with great wisdom, I am Vidura, arrived here at thy command. If there is anything to be done, here I am. Command me. Dhritarashtra said, O Vidura, Sanjaya hath come back. He hath gone away after rebuking me. Tomorrow he will deliver, in the midst of the court, Ajatasattu's message. I have not been able today to ascertain what the message is of the Kuru hero. Therefore, my body is burning, and that hath produced sleeplessness. Tell us what may be good for a person that is sleepless and burning. Thou art, O child, versed in both religion and profit. Ever since Sanjaya hath returned from the Pandavas, my heart knoweth no peace. Filled with anxiety about what he may deliver, all my senses have been disordered. Vidura said, Sleeplessness overtaketh a thief, a lustful person, him that hath lost all his wealth, him that hath failed to achieve success, and him also that is weak and hath been attacked by a strong person. I hope, O king, that none of these grave calamities have overtaken thee. I hope thou dost not grieve, coveting the wealth of others. Dhritarashtra said, I desire to hear from thee words that are beneficial and fraught with high morality. In this race of royal rishis thou alone art reverenced by the wise. Vidura replied, King Yudhishthira, graced with every virtue, is worthy of being the sovereign of the three worlds. Yet, O Dhritarashtra, however worthy of being kept by thy side, he was exiled by thee. Thou art, however, possessed of qualities which are the very reverse of those possessed by him. Although virtuous and versed in morality, thou hast yet no right to a share in the kingdom owing to thy loss of sight. In consequence of his inoffensiveness and kindness, his righteousness, love of truth and energy, and his remembering the reverence that is due to thee, Yudhishthira patiently bears innumerable wrongs. Having bestowed on Duryodhana and Shuvala's son and Karna, and Dusasana the management of the empire, how canst thou hope for prosperity? He that is not served from the high ends of life by the aid of self-knowledge, exertion, forbearance and steadiness in virtue, is called wise. These again are the marks of a wise man, viz., adherence to acts worthy of praise and rejection of what is blamable, faith and reverence. He whom neither anger nor joy, nor pride, nor false modesty, nor stupefaction, nor vanity, can draw away from the high ends of life, is considered as wise. He whose intended acts and proposed counsels remain concealed from foes, and whose acts become known only after they have been done, is considered wise. He whose proposed actions are never obstructed by heat or cold, fear of attachment, prosperity or adversity, is considered wise. He whose judgment dissociated from desire, followeth both virtue and profit, and who disregarding pleasure chooseth such ends as are serviceable in both worlds, is considered wise. They that exert to the best of their might, and act also to the best of their might, and disregard nothing as insignificant, are called wise. He that understandeth quickly, listeneth patiently, pursueth his objects with judgment and not from desire, and spendeth not his breath on the affairs of others without being asked, is said to possess the foremost mark of wisdom. They that do not strive for objects that are unattainable, that do not grieve for what is lost and gone, that do not suffer their minds to be clouded amid calamities, are regarded to possess intellects endued with wisdom. He who striveth, having commenced anything, till it is completed, who never wasteth his time, and who hath his soul under control, is regarded wise. They that are wise, O bull of the brat race, always delight in honest deeds, do what tendeth to their happiness and prosperity, and never sneer at what is good. He who exulteth not at honours, and grieveth not at slights, and remaineth cool and unagitated like a lake in the course of Ganga, is reckoned as wise. That man who knoweth the nature of all creatures, viz., that everything is subject to destruction, who is cognizant also of the connections of all acts, and who is proficient in the knowledge of the means that men may resort to for attaining their objects, is reckoned as wise. He who speaketh boldly, can converse on various subjects, knoweth the science of argumentation, possesseth genius, and can interpret the meaning of what is written in books, is reckoned as wise. He whose studies are regulated by reason, and whose reason followeth the scriptures, and who never abstaineth from paying respect to those that are good, is called a wise man. He, on the other hand, who is ignorant of scripture yet vain, poor yet proud, and who resorteth to unfair means for the acquisition of his objects, is a fool. He who, forsaking his own, concerneth himself with the objects of others, and who practiseth deceitful means for serving his friends, is called a fool. He who wisheth for those things that should not be desired, and forsooketh those that may legitimately be desired, and who beareth malice to those that are powerful, is regarded to be a foolish soul. He who regardeth his foe as his friend, who hateth and beareth malice to his friend, and who committeth wicked deeds, is said to be a person of foolish soul. O bull of the brat race, he who divulgeth his projects, doubteth in all things, and spendeth a long time in doing what requireth a short time, is a fool. He who doth not perform the sarada for the Pitris, nor worshippeth the deities, nor acquireth noble-minded friends, is said to be a person of foolish soul. That worst of men who entereth a place uninvited, and talketh much without being asked, and reposeth trust on untrustworthy wights, is a fool. That man who being himself guilty casteth the blame on others, and who though impotent giveth vent to anger, is the most foolish of men. That man, who, without knowing his own strength and dissociated from both virtue and profit, desireth an object difficult of acquisition, without again adopting adequate means, is said to be destitute of intelligence. O king, he who punisheth one that is undeserving of punishment, payeth homage to persons without their knowledge, and waiteth upon misers, is said to be of little sense. But he that, having attained immense wealth and prosperity or acquired vast learning, doth not bear himself haughtily, is reckoned as wise. Who, again, is more heartless than he, who, though possessed of affluence, eateth himself and weareth excellent robes himself without distributing his wealth among his dependents. While one person committeth sins, many reap the advantage resulting therefrom, yet in the end, it is the doer alone to whom the sin attacheth, while those that enjoy the fruit escape unhurt. When a bowman shooteth an arrow, he may or may not succeed in slaying even a single person, but when an intelligent individual applies his intelligence viciously, it may destroy an entire kingdom with the king. Discriminating the two by means of the one, bring under thy subjection the three by means of four, and also conquering the five and knowing the six, and abstaining from the seven, be happy. Poison slayeth but one person, and a weapon also but one. Wicked counsels, however, destroy an entire kingdom with king and subject. Alone one should not partake of any savoury viand, nor alone reflect on concerns of profit, nor alone go upon a journey, nor alone remain awake among sleeping companions. That being who is one without a second, and whom, O king, thou hast not been able to comprehend, is truth's self, and the way to heaven, even like a boat in the ocean. There is one only defect in forgiving persons, and not another. That defect is that people take a forgiving person to be weak. That defect, however, should not be taken into consideration, for forgiveness is a great power. Forgiveness is a virtue of the weak, and an ornament of the strong. Forgiveness subdueth all in this world. What is that forgiveness cannot achieve? What can a wicked person do unto him who carrieth the sabre of forgiveness in his hand? Fire falling on a grassless ground is extinguished of itself. An unforgiving individual defileth himself with many enormities. Righteousness is the one highest good, and forgiveness is the one supreme peace. Knowledge is one supreme contentment, and benevolence one sole happiness. Even as a serpent devoureth animals living in holes, the earth devoureth these two, viz., a king who is incompetent to fight, and a Brahmana who doth not sojourn to holy places. A man may attain renown in this world by doing two things, viz., by refraining from harsh speech, and by disregarding those that are wicked. O tiger among men, these two have not a will of their own, viz., those women who covet men simply because the latter are coveted by others of their sex, and that person who worships another simply because the latter is worshipped by others. These two are like sharp thorns afflicting the body, viz., the desires of a poor man, and the anger of the impotent. These two persons never shine because of their incompatible acts, viz., a householder without exertion, and a beggar busied in schemes. These two, O king, live, as it were, in a region higher than heaven itself, viz., a man of power endued with forgiveness, and poor man that is charitable. Of things honestly got, these two must be looked upon as misuse, viz., making gifts to the unworthy and refusing the worthy. These two should be thrown into the water, tightly binding weights to their necks, viz., a wealthy man that doth not give away, and a poor man that is proud. These two, O tiger among men, can pierce the orb itself of the sun, viz., a mendicant accomplished in yoga, and a warrior that hath fallen in open fight. O bull of the Brahta race, persons versed in the Vedas have said that men's means are good, middling, and bad. Men also, O king, are good, indifferent, and bad. They should, therefore, be respectively employed in that kind of work for which they may be fit. These three, O king, cannot have wealth of their own, viz., the wife, the slave, and the son, and whatever may be earned by them would be his to whom they belong. Great fear springeth from these three crimes, viz., theft of others' property, outrage on others' wives, and breach with friend. These three, besides being destructive to one's own self, are the gates of hell, viz., lust, anger, and covetousness. Therefore, every one should renounce them. These three should never be forsaken even in imminent danger, viz., a follower, one who seeks protection, saying, I am thine, and lastly one who hath come to your abode. Verily, O Bharata, liberating a foe from distress, alone amounteth, in point of merit, to these three taken together, viz., conferring a boon, acquiring a kingdom, and obtaining a son. Learned men have declared that a king, although powerful, should never consult with these four, viz., men of small sense, men that are procrastinating, men that are indolent, and men that are flatterers. O sire, crowned with prosperity and leading the life of a householder, let these ford well with thee, viz., old consanguineous relatives, high-born persons fallen into adversity, poor friends, and issueless sisters. On being asked by the chief of the Celestials, Vrihaspati, O mighty king, declared 4 things capable of fructifying or occurring within a single day, viz., the resolve of the gods, the comprehensions of intelligent persons, the humility of learned men, and the destruction of the sinful. These 4 that are calculated to remove fear, bring on fear when they are improperly performed, viz., the Agnihotra, the vow of silence, study, and sacrifice, in general. O bull of the Brahta race, these 5 fires should be worshipped with regard by a person, viz., father, mother, fire, proper, soul and preceptor. By serving these 5, men attain great fame in this world, viz., the gods, the pietous, men, beggars, and guests. These 5 follow thee wherever thou goest, viz., friends, foes, those that are indifferent, dependents, and those that are entitled to maintenance. Of the 5 senses beholding to man, if one springeth a leak, then from that single hole runneth out all his intelligence, even like water running out from a perforated leathern vessel. The 6 faults should be avoided by a person who wisheth to attain prosperity, viz., sleep, drowsiness, fear, anger, indolence, and procrastination. These 6 should be renounced like a splitting vessel in the sea, viz., a preceptor that cannot expound the scriptures, a priest that is illiterate, a king that is unable to protect, a wife that speaketh disagreeable words, a cowherd that doth not wish to go to the fields, and a barber that wisheth to renounce a village for the woods. Verily, those 6 qualities should never be forsaken by men, viz., truth, charity, diligence, benevolence, forgiveness, and patience. These 6 are instantly destroyed, if neglected, viz., kind, service, agriculture, a wife, learning, and the wealth of a Sudra. These 6 forget those who have bestowed obligations on them, viz., educated disciples, their preceptors, married persons, their mothers, persons whose desires have been gratified, women, they who have achieved success, they who had rendered aid, they who have crossed a river, the boat that carried them over, and patients that have been cured, their physicians. Health, unindebtedness, living at home, companionship with good men, certainty as regards the means of livelihood, and living without fear. These 6, O king, conduce to the happiness of men. These 6 are always miserable, viz., the envious, the malicious, the discontented, the irascible, the ever suspicious, and those depending upon the fortunes of others. These 6, O king, comprise the happiness of men, viz., acquirement of wealth, uninterrupted health, a beloved and a sweet-speeched wife, an obedient son, and knowledge that is lucrative. He that succeedeth in gaining the mastery over the 6 that are always present in the human heart, being thus the master of his senses, never committeth sin, and therefore suffereth calamity. These 6 may be seen to subsist upon other 6, viz., thieves, upon persons that are careless, physicians, on persons that are ailing, women, upon persons suffering from lust, priests, upon them that sacrifice, a king, upon persons that quarrel, and lastly men of learning, upon them that are without it. A king should renounce these 7 faults that are productive of calamity, inasmuch as they are able to effect the ruin of even monarchs firmly established. These are women, dice, hunting, drinking, harshness of speech, severity of punishment, and misuse of wealth. These 8 are the immediate indications of a man destined to destruction, viz., hating the Brahmanas, disputes with Brahmanas, appropriation of a Brahmana's possessions, taking the life of Brahmana, taking a pleasure in reviling Brahmanas, grieving to hear the praises of Brahmanas, forgetting them on ceremonious occasions, and giving vent to spite when they ask for anything. These transgressions a wise man should understand, and understanding, eschew. These 8, O Bharata, are the very cream of happiness, and these only are attainable here, viz., meeting with friends, accession of immense wealth, embracing a son, union for intercourse, conversation with friends in proper times, the advancement of persons belonging to one's own party, the acquisition of what have been anticipated, and respect in society. These 8 qualities glorify a man, viz., wisdom, high birth, self-restraint, learning, prowess, moderation in speech, gift according to one's power, and gratitude. This house hath 9 doors, 3 pillars, and 5 witnesses. It is presided over by the soul. That learned man who knoweth all this is truly wise. O Dhritarashtra, these 10 do not know what virtue is, viz., the intoxicated, inattentive, the raving, the fatigued, the angry, the starving, the hasty, the covetous, the frightened, and the lustful. Therefore, he that is wise must eschew the company of these. In this connection is cited the old story about what transpired between Sir Ayodhya and Prahlada, the chief of the Asuras, in relation to the latter's son. That king who renounceth lust and anger, who bestoweth wealth upon proper recipients, and is discriminating, learned, and active, is regarded as an authority of all men. Great prosperity attends upon that king who knoweth how to inspire confidence in others, who inflicteth punishment on those whose guilt hath been proved, who is acquainted with a proper measure of punishment, and who knoweth when mercy is to be shown. He is a wise person who doth not disregard even a weak foe, who proceeds with intelligence in respect of a foe, anxiously watching for an opportunity, who doth not desire hostilities with persons stronger than himself, and who displayeth his prowess in season. That illustrious person who doth not grieve when the calamity hath already come upon him, who exerteth with all his senses collected, and who patiently beareth misery in season, is certainly the foremost of persons, and all his foes are vanquished. He who doth not live away from hope uselessly, who doth not make friends with sinful persons, who never outrageth another's wife, who never betrayeth arrogance, and who never committeth a theft or showeth ingratitude or indulgeth in drinking, is always happy. He who never boastfully striveth to attain the 3 objects of human pursuit, who when asked, telleth the truth, who quarrelleth not even for the sake of friends, and who never becometh angry though slighted, is reckoned as wise. He who beareth not malice towards others but is kind to all, who being weak disputeth not with others, who speaketh not arrogantly, and thinketh a quarrel, is praised everywhere. That man who never assumeth a haughty mien, who never censureth others praising himself the while, and never addresseth harsh words to others forgetting himself, is ever loved by all. He who raketh not uphold hostilities, who behaveth neither arrogantly nor with too much humility, and who even when distressed never committeth an improper act, is considered by respectable men a person of good conduct. He who exulteth not at his own happiness, nor delighteth in another's misery, and who repenteth not after having made a gift, is said to be a man of good nature and conduct. He who desireth to obtain a knowledge of the customs of different countries, and also the languages of different nations, and of the usages of different orders of men, knoweth at once all that is high and low, and wherever he may go, he is sure to gain an ascendancy over even those that are glad. The intelligent man who relinquisheth pride, folly, insolence, sinful acts, disloyalty towards the king, crookedness of behavior, enmity with many, and also quarrels with men that are drunk, mad and wicked, is the foremost of his species. The very gods bestow prosperity upon him who daily practiseth self-restraint, purification, auspicious rites, worship of the gods, expiatory ceremonies, and other rites of universal observance. The acts of that learned man are well conceived, and well applied, who formeth matrimonial alliances with persons of equal positions, and not with those that are inferior, who placeth those before him that are more qualified, and who talketh, behaveth, and maketh friendships with persons of equal position. He who eateth frugally after dividing the food amongst his dependents, who sleepeth little after working much, and who, when solicited, giveth away even unto his foes, hath his soul under control, and calamities always keep themselves aloof from him. He whose counsels are well kept and well carried out into practice, and whose acts in consequence thereof are never known by others to injure men, succeedeth in securing even his most trifling objects. He who is intent upon abstaining from injury to all creatures, who is truthful, gentle, charitable, and pure in mind, shineth greatly among his kinsmen like a precious gem of the purest ray, having its origin in an excellent mine. That man who feeleth shame even though his faults be not known to any save himself, is highly honoured among all men. Possessed of a pure heart and boundless energy, and abstracted within himself, he shineth in consequence of his energy like the very sun. King Pandu, consumed by a Brahmana's curse, had 5 sons born unto him in the woods that are like 5 Indras. O son of Ambika, thou hast brought up those children and taught them everything. They are obedient to thy commands, giving them back their just share of the kingdom. O sire, filled with joy, be thou happy with thy sons. Then, O monarch, thou shalt inspire confidence in both the gods and men. Section 34. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me what may be done by a person that is sleepless and burning with anxieties, for thou alone amongst us, O child, art versed in both religion and profit. Advise me wisely, O Vidura. O thou of magnanimous heart, tell me what thou deemest to be beneficial for Ajatasattu, and what is productive of good to the Kurus, apprehending future evils. I look back only on my previous guilt. I ask thee with anxious heart, O learned one, tell me what is exactly in Ajatasattu's mind. Vidura said, Even if unasked, one should speak truly, whether his words be good or bad, hateful or pleasing, unto him whose defeat one doth not wish. I shall, therefore, say, O king, what is for the good of the Kurus. I shall say what is both beneficial and consistent with morality. Listen to me. Do not, O Bharata, set the heart upon means of success that are unjust and improper. A man of intelligence must not grieve if any purpose of his doth not succeed, notwithstanding the application of fair and proper means. Before one engageth in an act, one should consider the competence of the agent, the nature of the act itself, and its purpose, for all acts are dependent on these. Considering these, one should begin an act, and not take it up on a sudden impulse. He that is wise should either do an act or desist from it, fully considering his own ability, the nature of the act, and the consequence also of success. The king who knoweth not proportion or measure as regards territory, gain, loss, treasury, population, and punishment, cannot retain his kingdom long. He, on the other hand, who is acquainted with the measures of these as prescribed in treatises, being necessarily possessed of the knowledge of religion and profit, can retain his kingdom. As the stars are affected by the planets, so is this world affected by the senses, when they are directed, uncontrolled, to their respective objects. Like the moon during the lighted fortnight, calamities increase in respect of him who is vanquished by the 5 senses in their natural state, whichever lead him toward various acts. He who wisheth to control his counsellors before controlling his own self, or to subdue his adversaries before controlling his counsellors, at last succumbs deprived of strength. He, therefore, who first subdueth his own self regarding it as a foe, never faileth to subdue his counsellors and adversaries at last. Great prosperity waiteth upon him who hath subdued his senses, or controlled his soul, or who is capable of punishing all offenders, or who acteth with judgment, or who is blessed with patience. One's body, O king, is one's car, the soul within is the driver, and the senses are its steeds. Drawn by those excellent steeds, when well trained, he that is wise, pleasantly performeth the journey of life, and awake in peace. The horses that are unbroken and incapable of being controlled, always lead an unskillful driver to destruction in the course of the journey, so one's senses, unsubdued, lead only to destruction. The inexperienced wight, who, led by this unsubdued senses, hopeth to extract evil from good and good from evil, necessarily confoundeth misery with happiness. He, who, forsaking religion and profit, followeth the lead of his senses, loseth without delay prosperity, life, wealth and wife. He, who is the master of riches but not of his senses, certainly loseth his riches in consequence of his want of mastery over his senses. One should seek to know one's self by means of one's own self, controlling one's mind, intellect, and senses, for one's self is one's friend as, indeed, it is one's own foe. That man, who hath conquered self by means of self, hath his self for a friend, for one's self is ever one's friend or foe. Desire and anger, O king, break through wisdom, just as a large fish breaks through a net of thin cords. He, who in this world regarding both religion and profit, seeketh to acquire the means of success, winneth happiness, possessing all he had sought. He, who, without subduing his 5 inner foes of mental origin, wisheth to vanquish other adversaries, is, in fact, overpowered by the latter. It is seen that many evil-minded kings, owing to want of mastery over their senses, are ruined by acts of their own, occasioned by the lust of territory. As fuel that is wet burneth with that which is dry, so a sinless man is punished equally with the sinful in consequence of constant association with the latter. Therefore, friendship with the sinful should be avoided. He that, from ignorance, faileth to control his 5 greedy foes, having 5 distinct objects, is overwhelmed by calamities. Guilelessness and simplicity, purity and contentment, sweetness of speech and self-restraint, truth and steadiness, these are never the attributes of the wicked. Self-knowledge and steadiness, patience and devotion to virtue, competence to keep counsels and charity, these, O Bharata, never exist in inferior men. Fools seek to injure the wise by false reproaches and evil speeches. The consequence is, that by this they take upon themselves the sins of the wise, while the latter, freed from their sins, are forgiven. In malice layeth the strength of the wicked, in criminal code, the strength of kings, in attentions of the weak and of women, and in forgiveness that of the virtuous. To control speech, O king, is said to be most difficult. It is not easy to hold a long conversation uttering words full of meaning and delightful to the hearers. Well-spoken speech is productive of many beneficial results, and ill-spoken speech, O king, is the cause of evils. A forest pierced by arrows, or cut down by hatchets may again grow, but one's heart wounded and censured by ill-spoken words never recovereth. Weapons, such as arrows, bullets, and bearded darts, can be easily extracted from the body, but a wordy dagger plunged deep into the heart is incapable of being taken out. Wordy arrows are shot from the mouth, smitten by them one grieveth day and night. A learned man should not discharge such arrows, for do they not touch the very vitals of others? He, to whom the gods ordained defeat, hath his senses taken away, and it is for this that he stoopeth to ignoble deeds. When the intellect becometh dim and destruction is nigh, wrong, looking like right, firmly sticketh to the heart. Thou dost not clearly see it, O bull of the Bharata race. That clouded intellect hath now possessed thy sons in consequence of their hostility to the Pandavas. Endued with every auspicious mark and deserving to rule the 3 worlds, Yudhishthira is obedient to thy commands. Let him, O Dhritarashtra, rule the earth, to the exclusion of all thy sons. Yudhishthira is the foremost of all thy heirs. Endued with energy and wisdom, and acquainted with the truths of religion and prophet, Yudhishthira, that foremost of righteous men, hath, O King of kings, suffered much misery out of kindness and sympathy, in order to preserve thy reputation. Section 35. Dhritarashtra said, O thou with great intelligence, tell me again words such as these, consistent with religion and prophet. My thirst for hearing them is not quenched. What thou sayest is charming. Vidura said, ablution in all the holy places and kindness to all creatures, these two are equal. Perhaps, kindness to all creatures surpasseth the former. O Master, show kindness unto all thy sons, for by that winning great fame in this world, thou wilt have heaven hereafter. As long as a man's good deeds are spoken of in this world, so long, O tiger among men, is he glorified in heaven. In this connection is cited an old story about the conversation between Virachana and Suddenwin, both suitors for Cassini's hand. Once on a time, O king, there was a maiden of the name of Cassini, unrivaled for beauty. Moved by the desire of obtaining a good husband, she resolved to choose her lord in Swayamvara. Then one of the sons of Dati, Virachana by name, went to that spot, desirous of obtaining the maiden. Beholding that chief of the Daityas, Cassini addressed him, saying, Are Brahmanas superior, O Virachana, or are the sons of Dati superior? And why also should not Suddenwin sit on the sofa? Virachana said, Sprung from Prajapati himself, we, O Cassini, are the best and at the top of all creatures, and this world is ours without doubt. Who are the gods, and who are the Brahmanas? Cassini said, We will, O Virachana, stay here in this very pavilion. Suddenwin will come here on the morrow, and let me see both of you sitting together. Virachana said, O amiable and timid girl, I will do what thou sayest. Thou wilt behold Suddenwin and myself met together in the morning. Vidura continued, when the night had passed away and the solar disk had risen, Suddenwin, O best of kings, came to that place where, O master, Virachana was waiting with Cassini. And Suddenwin saw the both Prahlada's son and Cassini. And beholding the Brahmana arrived, Cassini, O bull of the Brata race, raising up from hers, offered him a seat, water to wash his feet, an argaya, and asked by Virachana to share his seat. Suddenwin said, O son of Prahlada, I touch thy excellent golden seat. I cannot, however, suffer myself to be regarded as thy equal, and sit on it with thee. Virachana said, A piece of wooden plank, an animal skin, or a mat of grass or straw, these only, O Suddenwin, are fit for thee. Thou deservest not, however, the same seat with me. Suddenwin said, Father and son, Brahmanas of the same age and equal learning, 2 Kshatriyas, 2 Vaisyas and 2 Sudras, can sit together on the same seat, except these, no other can sit together. Your father used to pay his regards to me, taking a seat lower than that occupied by me. Thou art a child, brought up in every luxury at home, and thou understandest nothing. Virachana said, Staking all the gold, kine, horses, and every other kind of wealth that we have among the Asuras, let us, O Suddenwin, ask them this question that are able to answer. Suddenwin said, Let alone your gold, kine, and heroes, O Virachana. Making our lives forfeited, we will ask them this question that are competent. Virachana said, Wagering our lives, where shall we go? I will not appear before any of the gods and never before any among men. Suddenwin said, Having wagered our lives, we will approach thy father, for he, Prahlada, will never say an untruth even for the sake of his son. Vidura continued, Having thus laid a wager, Virachana and Suddenwin, both moved by rage, proceeded to the place where Prahlada was. And beholding them together, Prahlada said, "These two who had never before been companions, are now seen together coming hither by the same road, like two angry snakes. Have ye now become companions, ye who were never companions before? I ask thee, O Virachana, has there been friendship between thee and Suddenwan?" Virachana said, "There is no friendship between me and Suddenwan. On the other hand, we have both wagered our lives. O chief of the Asuras, I shall ask thee a question, do not answer it untruly." Prahlada said, "Let water, and honey, and curds, be brought for Suddenwan. Thou deservest our worship, O Brahmana. A white and fat cow is ready for thee." Suddenwan said, "Water and honey and curds have been presented to me on my way hither. I shall ask thee a question, Prahlada, answer it truly. Are Brahmanas superior, or is Virachana superior?" Prahlada said, "O Brahmana, this one is my only son. Thou also at present here in person. How can one like us answer a question about which ye two have quarrelled?" Suddenwan said, "Give unto thy son thy kine and other precious wealth that thou mayst have, but, O wise one, thou shouldst declare the truth when we two are disputing about it." Prahlada said, "How doth that misuser of his tongue suffer, O Suddenwan, who answereth not truly but falsely the question that is put to him? I ask thee this." Suddenwan said, "The person that misuseth his tongue suffers like the deserted wife, who pineth, at night, beholding her husband sleeping in the arms of a co-wife, like a person who hath lost at dice, or who is weighed down with an unbearable load of anxieties. Such a man hath also to stay, starving outside the city gates, into which his admission is barred. Indeed, he that giveth false evidence is destined to always find his foes. He that speaketh a lie on account of an animal, casteth down from heaven 5 of his sires of the ascending order. He that speaketh a lie on account of a cow casteth down from heaven 10 of his ancestors. A lie on account of a horse causeth the downfall of 100, and a lie on account of a human being, the downfall of 1,000 of one's sires of the ascending order. An untruth on account of gold ruineth the members of one's race, both born and unborn, while an untruth for the sake of land ruineth everything. Therefore, never speak an untruth for the sake of land." Prahlada said, "Angiras is superior to myself, and Suddenwan is superior to thee, O Virachana. The mother also of Suddenwan is superior to thy mother, therefore, thou, O Virachana, hath been defeated by Suddenwan. This Suddenwan is now the master of thy life. But, O Suddenwan, I wish that thou shouldst grant Virachana his life." Suddenwan said, "Since, O Prahlada, thou hast preferred virtue and hast not, from temptation, said an untruth, I grant thy son his life that is dear to thee. So here is thy son Virachana, O Prahlada, restored by me to thee. He shall, however, have to wash my feet in the presence of the maiden Gasini." Vidura continued, "For these reasons, O King of Kings, it behoveth thee not to say an untruth for the sake of land. Saying an untruth from affection for thy son, O King, hasten not to destruction, with all thy children and counsellors. The gods do not protect men, taking up clubs in their hands after the manner of herdsmen, and to those, however, they wish to protect, they grant intelligence. There is no doubt that one's objects meet with success in proportion to the attention he directs to righteousness and morality. The Vedas never rescue from sin a deceitful person living by falsehood. On the other hand, they forsake him while he is on his deathbed, like newly fledged birds forsaking their nests. Drinking, quarrels, enmity with large numbers of men, all connections with connubial disputes, and severance of relationship between husband and wife, internal dissensions, disloyalty to the king, these and all paths that are sinful, should, it is said, be avoided. A palmist, a thief turned into a merchant, a fowler, a physician, an enemy, a friend, and a minstrel. These 7 are incompetent as witness. An Agnihotra performed from motives of pride, abstention from speech, practiced from similar motives, study and sacrifice from the same motives, these 4, of themselves innocent, become harmful when practiced unduly. One that sitteth fire to a dwelling house, an administrator of poison, a pander, a vendor of the soma juice, a maker of arrows, an astrologer, one that injureth friends, an adulterer, one that causeth abortion, a violator of his preceptor's bed, a Brahmana addicted to drink, one that is sharp-speeched, a raker of old sores, an atheist, a reviler of the Vedas, and taker of bribes, one whose investiture with the sacred thread has been delayed beyond the prescribed age, one that secretly slayeth cattle, and one that slayeth him who prayeth for protection, these all are reckoned as equal in moral turpitude as the slayers of Brahmanas. Gold is tested by fire, a well-born person, by his deportment, an honest man, by his conduct. A brave man is tested during a season of panic, he that is self-controlled, in times of poverty, and friends and foes, in times of calamity and danger. Decrepitude destroyeth beauty, ambitious hopes, patience, death, life, envy, righteousness, anger, prosperity, companionship with the low, good behavior, lust, modesty, and pride, everything. Prosperity taketh its birth in good deeds, groweth in consequence of activity, driveth its roots deep in consequence of skill, and acquireth stability owing to self-control. Wisdom, good lineage, self-control, acquaintance with the scriptures, prowess, absence of garrulity, gift to the extent of one's power, and gratefulness, these 8 qualities shed a lustre upon their possessor. But, O sire, there is one endowment which alone can cause all these attributes to come together. The fact is, when the king honoureth a particular person, the royal favour can cause all these attributes to shed their lustre on the favourite. Those 8, O king, in the world of men, are indications of heaven. Of the 8 mentioned below, 4 are inseparably connected with the good, and 4 others are always followed by the good. The first 4, which are inseparably connected with the good, are sacrifice, gift, study, and asceticism, while the other 4 that are always followed by the good are self-restraint, truth, simplicity, and abstention from injury to all. Sacrifice, study, charity, asceticism, truth, forgiveness, mercy, and contentment constitute the 8 different paths of righteousness. The first 4 of these may be practiced from motives of pride, but the last 4 can exist only in those that are truly noble. That is no assembly where there are no old men, and they are not old who do not declare what morality is. That is not morality which is separated from truth, and that is not truth which is fraught with deceit. Truth, beauty, acquaintance with the scriptures, knowledge, high birth, good behavior, strength, wealth, bravery, and capacity for varied talk, these 10 are of heavenly origin. A sinful person, by committing sin, is overtaken by evil consequences. A virtuous man, by practicing virtue, reapeth great happiness. Therefore, a man, rigidly resolved, should abstain from sin. Sin, repeatedly perpetrated, destroyeth intelligence, and the man who hath lost intelligence, repeatedly committeth sin. Virtue, repeatedly practiced, enhanceth intelligence, and the man whose intelligence hath increased, repeatedly practiseth virtue. The virtuous man, by practising virtue, goeth to regions of blessedness. Therefore, a man should, firmly resolved, practice virtue. He that is envious, he that injureth others deeply, he that is cruel, he that constantly quarrelleth, he that is deceitful, soon meeteth with great misery for practising these sins. He that is not envious and is possessed of wisdom, by always doing what is good, never meeteth with great misery. On the other hand, he shineth everywhere. He that draweth wisdom from them that are wise is really learned and wise. And he that is wise, by attending to both virtue and profit, succeedeth in attaining to happiness. Do that during the day which may enable thee to pass the night in happiness, and do that during 8 months of the year which may enable thee to pass the season of rains happily. Do that during youth which may ensure a happy old age, and do that during thy whole life here which may enable thee to live happily hereafter. The wise prize that food which is easily digested, that wife whose youth hath passed away, that hero who is victorious, and that ascetic whose efforts have been crowned with success. The gap that is sought to be filled by wealth acquired wrongfully, remaineth uncovered, while new ones appear in other places. The preceptor controlleth them whose souls are under their own control. The king controlleth persons that are wicked, while they that sin secretly have their controller in Yama, the son of Vivaswat. The greatness of rishis, of rivers, of riverbanks, of high-souled men, and the cause of woman's wickedness, cannot be ascertained. O king, he that is devoted to the worship of the Brahmanas, he that giveth away, he that behaveth righteously towards his relatives, and the Kshatriya that behaveth nobly, rule the earth forever. He that is possessed of bravery, he that is possessed of learning, and he that knows how to protect others, these 3 are always able to gather flowers of gold from the earth. Of acts, those accomplished by intelligence are first, those accomplished by the arms, second, those by the thighs, and those by bearing weights upon the head, are the very worst. Reposing the care of thy kingdom on Duryodhana, on Sakuni, on foolish Dusasna, and on Gana, how canst thou hope for prosperity? Possessed of every virtue, the Pandavas, O bull of the Brata race, depend on thee as their father. O, repose thou on them as on thy sons. Section 36. Vidura said, in this connection is cited the old story of the discourse between the son of a tree and the deities called Sadayas is as heard by us. In days of old, the deities known by the name of Sadayas questioned the highly wise and great Rishi of rigid vows, the son of a tree, while the latter was wandering in the guise of one depending on eleemosynary charity for livelihood. The Sadayas said, We are, O great Rishi, deities known as Sadayas. Beholding thee, we are unable to guess who thou art. It seemeth to us, however, that thou art possessed of intelligence and self-control in consequence of acquaintance with the scriptures. It, therefore, behoveth thee to discourse to us in magnanimous words fraught with learning. The mendicant Rishi answered, Ye immortals, it hath been heard by me that by untying all the knots in the heart by the aid of tranquility, and by mastery over all the passions, and observance of true religion, one should regard both the agreeable and the disagreeable like his own self. One should not return the slanders or reproaches of others, for the pain that is felt by him who beareth silently, consumeth the slanderer, and he that beareth, succeedeth also in appropriating the virtues of the slanderer. Indulge not in slanders and reproaches. Do not humiliate and insult others. Quarrel not with friends. Abstain from companionship with those that are vile and low. Be not arrogant and ignoble in conduct. Avoid words that are harsh and fraught with anger. Harsh words burn and scorch the very vitals, bones, heart, and the very sources of the life of men. Therefore, he that is virtuous should always abstain from harsh and angry words. That worst of men is of harsh and wrathful speech, who pierceth the vitals of others with wordy thorns, beareth hell in his tongue, and should ever be regarded as a dispenser of misery to men. The man that is wise, pierced by another wordy arrows, sharp-pointed and smarting like fire or the sun, should, even if deeply wounded and burning with pain, bear them patiently, remembering that the slanderer's merits become his. He that waiteth upon one that is good or upon one that is wicked, upon one that is possessed of ascetic merit or upon one that is a thief, soon taketh the colour from that companion of his, like a cloth from the dye in which it is soaked. The very gods desire his company, who, stung with reproach, returneth it not himself nor causeth others to return it, or who being struck doth not himself return the blow nor causeth other to do it, and who wisheth not the slightest injury to him that injureth him. Silence, it is said, is better than speech. If speak you must, then it is better to say the truth. If truth is to be said, it is better to say what is agreeable, and if what is agreeable is to be said, then it is better to say what is consistent with morality. A man becometh exactly like him with whom he liveth, or like him whom he regardeth, or like that which he wisheth to be. One is freed from those things from which one abstaineth, and if one abstaineth from everything he hath not to suffer even the least misery. Such a man neither vanquisheth others, nor is vanquished by others. He never injureth nor opposeth others. He is unmoved by praise or blame. He neither grieveth nor exulteth in joy. That man is regarded as the first of his species who wisheth for the prosperity of all and never sitteth his heart on the misery of others, who is truthful in speech, humble in behaviour, and hath all his passions under control. That man is regarded as a mediocre in goodness who never consoleth others by saying what is not true, who giveth having promised, and who keepeth an eye over the weakness of others. These, however, are the indications of a bad man, viz., incapacity to be controlled, liability to be afflicted by dangers, proneness to give way to wrath, ungratefulness, inability to become another's friend, and wickedness of heart. He too is the worst of men, who is dissatisfied with any good that may come to him from others, who is suspicious of his own self, and who driveth away from himself all his true friends. He that desireth prosperity to himself should wait upon them that are good, and at times upon them that are indifferent, but never upon them that are bad. He that is wicked earneth wealth, it is true, by putting forth his strength, by constant effort, by intelligence, and by prowess, but he can never win honest fame, nor can he acquire the virtues and manners of high families, in any of which he may be born. Zarathustra said, the gods, they that regard both virtue and profit without swerving from either, and they that are possessed of great learning, express a liking for high families. I ask thee, O Vidura, this question, what are those families that are called high? Vidura said, asceticism, self-restraint, knowledge of the Vedas, sacrifices, pure marriages, and gifts of food, those families in which these 7 exist or are practiced duly, are regarded as high. There are high families who deviate not from the right course, whose deceased ancestors are never pained by witnessing the wrongdoings of their descendants, who cheerfully practice all the virtues, who desire to enhance the pure fame of the line in which they are born, and who avoid every kind of falsehood. Families that are high fall down and become low owing to the absence of sacrifices, impure marriages, abandonment of the Vedas, and insults offered to Brahmanas. High families fall off and become low owing to their members disregarding or speaking ill of Brahmanas, or to the misappropriation, O Bharata, of what had been deposited with them by others. Those families that are possessed of members, wealth and kine, are not regarded as families if they be wanting in good manners and conduct, while families wanting in wealth but distinguished by manners and good conduct are regarded as such and win great reputation. Therefore, should good manners and good conduct be maintained with care, for, as regards wealth, it cometh or goeth. He that is wanting in wealth is not really wanting, but he that is wanting in manners and conduct is really in want. Those families that abound in kine and other cattle and in the produce of the field are not really worthy of regard and fame if they be wanting in manners and conduct. Let none in a race be a fomenter of quarrels, none serve a king as minister, none steal the wealth of others, none provoke intestine dissensions, none be deceitful or false in behavior, and none eat before serving the rishis, the gods, and guests. He, in our race, who slayeth Brahmanas, or entertaineth feelings of aversion towards them, or impedeth or otherwise injureth agriculture, doth not deserve to mix with us. Straw, for a seat, ground, for sitting upon, water, to wash the feet and face, and, fourthly, sweet words, these are never wanting in the houses of the good. Virtuous men devoted to the practice of righteous acts, when desirous of entertaining guests, have these things ready for being offered with reverence. As the sandal tree, O king, though thin, is competent to bear weights which timbers of other trees, much thicker, cannot, so they that belong to high families are always able to bear the weight of great cares which ordinary men cannot. He is no friend whose anger inspireth fear, or who is to be waited upon with fear. He, however, on whom one can repose confidence as on a father, is a true friend. Other friendships are nominal connection. He that beareth himself as a friend, even though unconnected by birth of blood, is a true friend, a real refuge, and a protector. He, whose heart is unsteady, or who doth not wait upon the aged, or who is of a restless disposition, cannot make friends. Success, in the attainment of objects, forsooketh the person whose heart is unsteady, or who hath no control over his mind, or who is a slave of his senses, like swans forsaking a tank whose waters have dried up. They that are of weak minds suddenly give way to anger and are gratified without sufficient cause. They are like clouds that are so inconstant. The very birds of prey abstain from touching the dead bodies of those who, having been served and benefited by friends, show ingratitude to the latter. Best thou poor or best thou rich, thou shouldst honour thy friends. Until some service is asked, the sincerity or otherwise of friends cannot be known. Sorrow killeth beauty, sorrow killeth strength, sorrow killeth the understanding, and sorrow bringeth on disease. Grief, instead of helping the acquisition of his object, drieth up the body, and maketh one's foes glad. Therefore, do not yield to grief. Men repeatedly die and are reborn, repeatedly they wither away and grow, repeatedly they ask others for help, and they themselves are asked for help, repeatedly they lament and are lamented. Happiness and misery, plenty and want, gain and loss, life and death, are shared by all in due order. Therefore, he that is self-controlled should neither exult in joy nor repine in sorrow. The six senses are always restless. Through the most predominant one amongst them one's understanding escapeth in proportion to the strength it assumes, like water from a pot through its holes. Dhritarashtra said, King Yudhishthira, who is like a flame of fire, has been deceived by me. He will surely exterminate in battle all my wicked sons. Everything, therefore, seems to me to be fraught with danger, and my mind is full of anxiety. O thou of great intelligence, tell me such words as may dispel my anxiety. Vidura said, O sinless one, in nothing else than knowledge and asceticism, in nothing else than restraining the senses, in nothing else than complete abandonment of avarice, do I see thy good. Fear is dispelled by self-knowledge, by asceticism one winneth what is great and valuable, by waiting upon superiors learning is acquired, and peace is gained by self-restraint. They that desire salvation without having acquired the merit attainable by gifts, or that which is attainable by practicing the ritual of the Vedas, do not sojourn through life, freed from anger and aversion. The happiness that may be derived from a judicious course of study, from a battle fought virtuously, from ascetic austerities performed rigidly, always increaseth at the end. They that are no longer in peace with their relatives, obtain no sleep even if they have recourse to well-made beds, nor do they, O king, derive any pleasure from women, or the laudatory hymns of bards and eulogists. Such persons can never practice virtue. Happiness can never be theirs, in this world. Honours can never be theirs, and peace hath no charm for them. Counsels that are for their benefit please them not. They never require what they have not, nor succeed in retaining what they have. O king, there is no other end for such men save destruction. As milk is possible in kine, asceticism in brahmanas, and inconstancy in women, so fear is possible from relatives. Numerous thin threads of equal length, collected together, were competent to bear, from the strength of numbers, the constant rolling of the shuttlecock over them. The case is even so with relatives that are good. O bull of the Brata race, separated from one another, burning brands produce only smoke, but brought together they blaze forth into a powerful flame. The case is even so, O Dhritarashtra, with relatives. They, O Dhritarashtra, who tyrannize over brahmanas, women, relatives, and kine, soon fall off their stalks, like fruits that are ripe. And the tree that stands singly, though gigantic and strong and deep-rooted, hath its trunk soon smashed and twisted by a mighty wind. Those trees, however, that grow in close compact are competent owing to mutual dependence to resist winds more violent still. Thus he that is single, however, endowed with all the virtues, is regarded by foes and capable of being vanquished like an isolated tree by the wind. Relatives, again, in consequence of mutual dependence and mutual aid, grow together, like lotus stalks in a lake. These must never be slain, viz., brahmanas, kine, relatives, children, women, those whose food is eaten, and those also that yield by asking for protection. O king, without wealth no good quality can show itself in a person. If, however, thou art in health, thou canst achieve thy good, for he is dead who is unhealthy and ill. O king, anger is a kind of bitter, pungent, acrid, and hot drink, painful in its consequences. It is a kind of headache not born of any physical illness, and they that are unwise can never digest it. Do thou, O king, swallow it up and obtain peace. They that are tortured by disease have no liking for enjoyments, nor do they desire any happiness from wealth. The sick, however, filled with sorrow, know not what happiness is or what the enjoyments of wealth are. Beholding Draupadi won at dice, I told thee before, O king, these words, they that are honest avoid deceit in play. Therefore, stop Duryodhana. Thou didst not, however, act according to my words. That is not strength which is opposed to softness. On the other hand, strength mixed with softness constitutes true policy which should ever be pursued. That prosperity which is dependent on crookedness alone is destined to be destroyed. That prosperity, however, which depends on both strength and softness, descends to sons and grandsons intact. Let, therefore, thy sons cherish the Pandavas, and the Pandavas also cherish thy sons. O king, let the Kurus and the Pandavas, both having the same friends and the same foes, live together in happiness and prosperity. Thou art, today, O king, the refuge of the sons of Kuru. Indeed, the race of Kuru, O Ajamida, is dependent on thee. O sire, preserving thy fame unsullied, cherish thou the children of Pandu, afflicted as they are with the sufferings of exile. O descendant of Kuru, make peace with the sons of Pandu. Let not thy foes discover thy holes. They all, O God among men, are devoted to truth. O king of men, withdraw Duryodhana from his evil ways. Section 37. Vidura said, O son of Vichitravirya, Manu, the son of the self-created, hath, O king, spoken of the following 7 and 10 kinds of men, as those that strike empty space with their fists, or seek to bend the vapoury bow of Indra in the sky, or desire to catch the intangible rays of the sun. These 7 and 10 kinds of foolish men are as follow: he who seeketh to control a person that is incapable of being controlled, he who is content with small gains, he who humbly pays court to enemies, he who seeks to restrain women's frailty, he who asketh him for gifts who should never be asked, he who boasteth, having done anything, he who, born in a high family, perpetrateth an improper deed, he who being weak always wageth hostilities with one that is powerful, he who talketh to a person listening scoffingly, he who desireth to have that which is unattainable, he who being a father-in-law, jesteth with his daughter-in-law, he who boasteth at having his alarms dispelled by his daughter-in-law, he who scattereth his own seeds in another's field, he who speaketh ill of his own wife, he who having received anything from another saith that he doth not remember it, he who, having given away anything in words in holy places, boasteth at home when asked to make good his words, and he who striveth to prove the truth of what is false. The envoys of Yama, with nooses in hand, drag those persons to hell. One should behave towards another just as that other behaveth towards him. Even this is consistent with social polity. One may behave deceitfully towards him that behaveth deceitfully, but honestly towards him that is honest in his behavior. Old age killeth beauty, patience, hope, death, life, the practice of virtue, worldly enjoyments, lust, modesty, companionship with the wicked, good behavior, anger, prosperity, and pride, everything. Dhritarashtra said, Man hath been spoken of in all the Vedas as having 100 years for the period of his life. For what reason then, do not all men attain the allotted period? Vidura said, excess of pride, excess in speech, excess in eating, anger, the desire of enjoyment, and intestine dissensions, these, O king, are 6 sharp swords that cut off the period of life allotted to creatures. It is these which kill men, and not death. Knowing this, blessed be thou. He who appropriates to himself the wife of one who hath confided in him, he who violates the bed of his preceptor, that Brahmana, O Bharata, who becomes the husband of a Sudra woman, or drinks wines, he who commendeth Brahmanas or becometh their master, or taketh away the lands that support them, and he who taketh the lives of those who yield asking for protection, are all guilty of the sin of slaying Brahmanas. The Vedas declare that contact with these requires expiation. He that accepts the teaching of the wise, he that is acquainted with the rules of morality, he that is liberal, he that eateth having first dedicated the food to the gods and Pitris, he that envieth none, he that is incapable of doing anything that injureth others, he that is grateful, truthful, humble, and learned, succeedeth in attaining to heaven. They are abundant, O king, that can always speak agreeable words. The speaker, however, is rare, as also the hearer, of words that are disagreeable but medicinal. That man who, without regarding what is agreeable or disagreeable to his master but keeping virtue alone in view, saith what is unpalatable, but medicinal, truly addeth to the strength of the king. For the sake of the family a member may be sacrificed, for the sake of the village, a family may be sacrificed, for the sake of a kingdom or village may be sacrificed, and for the sake of one soul, the whole earth may be sacrificed. One should protect his wealth in view of the calamities that may overtake him. By his wealth one should protect his wives, and by both his wealth and wives one should protect his own self. From very olden times it hath been seen that gambling provoketh quarrels. Therefore, he that is wise should not resort to it even in jest. O son of Pratipa, at the time of that gambling match I told thee, O king, this is not proper. But, O son of Vichitravirya, like medicine to a sick man, those words of mine were not agreeable to thee. O king, thou desirest to vanquish the sons of Pandu, who are just as peacocks of variegated plumage, whereas thy sons are all as crows. Forsaking lions thou art protecting jackals. O king, when the time cometh, thou wilt have to grieve for all this. That master, O sire, who doth not give vent to his displeasure with devoted servants zealously pursuing his good, enlisteth the confidence of his servants. In fact, the latter adhere to him even in distress. By confiscating the grants to one's servants or stopping their pay, one should not seek to amass wealth, for even affectionate counselors deprived of their means of life and enjoyment turn against him and leave him in distress. Reflecting first on all intended acts and adjusting the wages and allowances of servants with his income and expenditure, a king should make proper alliances, for there is nothing that cannot be accomplished by alliances. That officer who fully understanding the intentions of his royal master dischargeth all duties with alacrity, and who is respectable himself and devoted to his master, always telleth what is for his master's good, and who is fully acquainted with the extent of his own might and with that also of those against whom he may be engaged, should be regarded by the king as his second self. That servant, however, who commanded by his master, disregardeth the latter's injunctions, and who enjoined to do anything refuseth to submit, proud as he is of his own intelligence and given to arguing against his master, should be got rid of without the least delay. Men of learning say that a servant should be endued with these 8 qualities, viz., absence of pride,